Bai Yue holds a dandelion, wishing for a life filled with love and freedom. She misses the open fields she enjoyed before being sent away to a sanatorium. Now, her world is reduced to wooden blocks and a simple red ball. Sitting on the cold floor, she watches the ball roll toward her bare feet. Huddled against the wall, she feels as though she has merely traded one cage for another. She wakes up in an unfamiliar room, struggling to piece together how she arrived there. Her last memory is being pulled into a glowing whirlpool after escaping her previous confinement. She finds herself surrounded by dazed patients who bear strange surgical scars. The facility is a grim building wrapped in barbed wire, far more menacing than where she came from. With a look of pure determination, she resolves to find a way to escape once again. A messy young boy gets uncomfortably close to her, looking quite dazed. Startled by the sudden intrusion, she screams and cringes away in fear. The boy stops and stares at her with a confused expression, clutching his toy. After calming down, Bai Yue introduces herself and tries to ask for information. She soon realizes the boy is unable to speak or understand anything she says. Her heart sinks when she notices a label referring to a Beastman development center. Horror washes over her as she realizes she may have been captured by a research organization. She panics at the thought of being forcibly transformed into a creature with animal features. Trembling, she worries about being injected with experimental potions that will cause her to mutate. A massive, blue-tinted silhouette suddenly appears in the room behind her. She looks up in total shock, wondering if she is seeing a literal big bad wolf. The creature's large, bare feet move slowly across the floor toward her. A towering, wolf-like shadow looms over the small girl, dwarfing her completely. She notices that the figure has massive claws instead of human hands. Comparing her hand to the giant claw, she wonders if this is an incomplete transformation. A strange sensation washes over her as if the shadow is staring directly into her soul. The mysterious energy mass continues to pulse with a celestial glow. The sound of a door clicking open catches her attention immediately. She turns toward the entrance, anxious to see who is coming for her. A man with fox ears and a tail bursts into the room, followed by his own energy spirit. Bai Yue holds a dandelion, wishing for a life filled with love and freedom. She misses the open fields she enjoyed before being sent away to a sanatorium. Now, her world is reduced to wooden blocks and a simple red ball. Sitting on the cold floor, she watches the ball roll toward her bare feet. Huddled against the wall, she feels as though she has merely traded one cage for another. She wakes up in an unfamiliar room, struggling to piece together how she arrived there. Her last memory is being pulled into a glowing whirlpool after escaping her previous confinement. She finds herself surrounded by dazed patients who bear strange surgical scars. The last thing she recalls is being pulled into a glowing whirlpool at the river. She finds herself surrounded by dazed individuals with mysterious scars. The facility is a grim building wrapped in barbed wire, far more menacing than where she came from. With a look of pure determination, she resolves to find a way to escape once again. A messy young boy gets uncomfortably close to her, looking quite dazed. Startled by the sudden intrusion, she screams and cringes away in fear. The boy stops and stares at her with a confused expression, clutching his toy. After calming down, Bai Yue introduces herself and tries to ask for information. She soon realizes the boy is unable to speak or understand anything she says. Her heart sinks when she notices a label referring to a Beastman development center. Horror washes over her as she realizes she may have been captured by a research organization. She panics at the thought of being forcibly transformed into a creature with animal features. Trembling, she worries about being injected with experimental potions that will cause her to mutate. A massive, blue-tinted silhouette suddenly appears in the room behind her. She looks up in total shock, wondering if she is seeing a literal big bad wolf. The creature's large, bare feet move slowly across the floor toward her. A towering, wolf-like shadow looms over the small girl, dwarfing her completely. She notices that the figure has massive claws instead of human hands. Comparing her hand to the giant claw, she wonders if this is an incomplete transformation. A strange sensation washes over her as if the shadow is staring directly into her soul. The mysterious energy mass continues to pulse with a celestial glow. The sound of a door clicking open catches her attention immediately. She turns toward the entrance, anxious to see who is coming for her. A man with fox ears and a tail bursts into the room, followed by his own energy spirit. The entrance to the defective section of the Beastman Sustainable Development Center slides open. Two individuals step through the doorway and into the restricted area. A wolf-like warrior enters the corridor as his companion suggests, ignoring the residents in this wing. The warrior pauses, questioning why these individuals are classified as defective. The guide explains that these residents have genetic issues and are usually transferred to specialized departments for population management. He insists that a top warrior like the wolf candidate deserves a much higher quality partner from a different ward. The wolf warrior remains silent, his sharp-clawed hand resting nearby as the guide continues his pitch. He makes it clear that he requires someone with high intelligence who is capable of actual communication. While the guide checks his records, the warrior notices a girl walking calmly among the other residents. He focuses his intense golden gaze on the girl through the observation window. Bai Yue approaches the glass and places her hand against it, seemingly aware of his presence. The guide notes that the glass is one way, meaning her actions are likely just a subconscious coincidence. Intrigued, the warrior mirrors her gesture and places his large hand against the same spot. Their hands align perfectly through the transparent barrier. The warrior looks genuinely surprised by the immediate connection. He is convinced that she is actually attempting to communicate with him through the glass. Now inside the room, the warrior picks up Bai Yue while the guide looks on with concern. He leans in closer to inspect the girl he has chosen. Bai Yue reaches out and touches the warrior's ears, leading him to believe she has taken an immediate liking to him. The guide is shocked that a high-ranking beastman would allow someone to touch his ears so casually. He considers this a total breach of beast ethics and proper social conduct. The guide warns that she has complex sedatives in her system to manage a specific medical condition. The word disease causes Bai Yue's eyes to widen as she is hit with a sudden memory. She recalls the day her parents left her at the sanatorium, ignoring her claims that she wasn't sick. The memory shifts to doctors forcibly restraining her to administer unwanted medication. Her parents are seen discussing how they simply don't have the energy to deal with her at home. Back in reality, Bai Yue clings to the warrior, determined to prove her sanity. She realizes she must convince this wolf warrior to take her away to avoid being sent to a worse department. She remembers that humans are naturally drawn to loyal and affectionate creatures. She decides to play along, hugging the warrior tightly to ensure he chooses her. The warrior visibly blushes as she snuggles against him, clearly affected by the proximity. Bai Yue maintains the affectionate act, hoping her enthusiasm is enough to win him over. The guide remains skeptical, attributing her sudden burst of energy to mental instability. Bai Yue reacts with a fierce glare and a verbal outburst, startling the guide with her sudden aggression. The wolf warrior smirks, clearly pleased that Bai Yue is showing him exclusive affection. He pulls her closer and demands the guide hurry up with the paperwork, so they can leave immediately. The guide is left sweating, realizing the warrior is dead set on taking this specific companion. As the guide suggests preparing sedatives to keep her calm, the warrior maintains a firm and protective hold. Bai Yue is filled with dread at the mention of more medicine, recalling the trauma of her past treatments. She remembers a time when harsh side effects caused her hair to fall out in clumps while she was institutionalized. The memory fuels a surge of anger and a desperate determination to avoid being drugged ever again. She makes a silent, fierce vow that she will absolutely not take any more of their medication. She realizes she must find a way to manage her own situation once they finally leave the facility. Unexpectedly, the wolf warrior shuts down the suggestion, stating there is no need for drugs. Bai Yue stares up in shock, surprised by the warrior's sudden defense of her well-being. He walks away with her in his arms, ignoring the guide's concerns about potential risks. He asserts that as long as he is there, her behavior won't be a safety issue for anyone. With a firm expression, he promises that he won't allow her to be medicated anymore. Bai Yue is left questioning if this powerful beastman is someone she can actually trust. They arrive at the registration desk where the final transaction for her release begins. The guide is startled by the warrior's intense gaze as they discuss the 10,000-point fee. He explains that this is a bargain, as humans with even minor intelligence are usually far more expensive. Bai Yue listens intently, shocked to learn that a human with the mind of a child is considered a high-value rarity. The guide notes that the center has struggled for nearly a century to raise even one smart female. A clinical representation shows the extreme difficulty of human development within this facility's program. Bai Yue realizes she must keep her true intelligence hidden at all costs to avoid further exploitation. The guide processes the transaction, reminding the warrior that a female of this quality is a steal. The warrior glares at him, offended by the implication that his companion is merely a commodity. Fearing he has offended a powerful warrior, the guide quickly tries to backtrack on his words. Even when offered a discount to smooth things over, the warrior flatly refuses to negotiate. He looks down at Bai Yue and declares that she is absolutely priceless to him. The guide changes the subject, asking if a name has been chosen for the new arrival. After considering the resilience of nature, the warrior gently pinches her cheek while deciding on a title. He decides to call her Guoguo, inspired by the strength of a fruit that thrives against the odds. The guide gives an enthusiastic thumbs up, praising the name for sounding strong and solid. The official registration form is filled out on the digital terminal to finalize the legal ownership. With a single click on the confirm button, the transfer process is officially completed. The guide congratulates the pair, informing them that all necessary supplies will be delivered shortly. The wolf warrior smiles warmly at Bai Yue, telling her it's finally time to go home. He carries her out of the center, viewing her no longer as a ward, but as his chosen partner. The warrior's smirk returns as he reflects on the successful acquisition of his new companion. He holds her firmly, eager to leave the facility behind and start their life together. The guide remains uneasy, hoping he hasn't caused too much trouble with his loose tongue. The conversation about sedatives continues as they prepare for the final departure from the ward. Bai Yue's eyes widen with fear at the prospect of returning to a medicated state. She reflects on the physical toll the previous facility's treatments took on her body. The internal struggle to remain calm while facing her worst fears becomes increasingly difficult. She watches the warrior's reactions closely, trying to gauge his true intentions for her future. The warrior maintains a stoic expression, his jaw set as he rejects the facility's standard protocols. Bai Yue is visibly taken aback by his refusal to use the center's recommended drugs on her. He leads the way out, making it clear that he will be the one responsible for her safety. Carrying her with ease, he projects an aura of protection that defies the guide's warnings. He repeats his vow, ensuring she hears that no more medicine will be forced upon her. She looks at him with a mix of confusion and hope, wondering if her life has truly changed. They stand before the final terminal to settle the massive contribution point debt for her release. The guide is intimidated by the warrior's presence, while trying to explain the market value of humans. He mentions that for someone of his standing, even a modest home is a significant investment. Bai Yue processes the disturbing information about how humans are viewed and valued in this society. The guide continues his lecture on the rarity of intelligent humans within their specialized programs. Bai Yue realizes she must maintain her facade of low intelligence to stay safe in this world. The guide continues typing away, finalizing the high-stakes transaction on his computer terminal. A sharp glare from the warrior forces the guide to quickly rephrase his insensitive comments. The guide panics internally, worried that his talkativeness might lead to a violent confrontation. In a chibi-style interaction, the guide frantically offers a lower price to appease the warrior. The warrior ignores the offer, focusing entirely on the person he has just committed a fortune to protect. The guide tries to lighten the mood by bringing up the topic of naming the new arrival. A symbolic vision of growth and tenacity accompanies the warrior's decision on a name. He lifts her up and officially bestows the name Gogo upon her, signaling a new beginning. The guide gives his approval, relieved that the naming process went smoothly without further conflict. The final registration details appear on the screen, linking the two characters legally and permanently. The click of the mouse marks the official end of Bai Yue's time as a ward of the center. The guide bids them farewell, signaling that they are now free to leave the facility. With a look of genuine affection, the warrior prepares to take his partner to his residence. He carries her out into the world, ready to face their future together as a pair. The bear beastman points a finger, insisting that the girl requires professional medical attention. The wolf warrior holds the girl close, his expression hardening as he prepares to reject the offer. With a sharp, intense gaze, the warrior flatly refuses any outside assistance for his new companion. He carries Guogu away, warning the other beastmen that further interference won't be tolerated. Guogu has a sudden realization, assuming the other beastmen were simply trying to get jobs as pet sitters. She rests her head on his shoulder, mistakenly believing her new master is actually quite poor. Looking back, Guogu sees the bear beastman standing alone, feeling a bit sorry for his apparent unemployment. The bear beastman watches them go with a stoic and unreadable expression. The warrior finally stops, walking as they reach their destination. Guogu is stunned to find that they've arrived at a massive luxury villa instead of a humble home. The warrior reaches out to open the entrance to his high-end residence. Just inside the courtyard stands an enormous and slightly intimidating pitcher plant. Gogo stares at the exotic flora with wide-eyed surprise and confusion. She hops down and begins to explore her new surroundings with curious footsteps. The warrior calls out a warning, telling her not to wander too close to the yard's centerpiece. Suddenly, the giant plant lashes out with its vines, startling the girl as it reacts to her presence. The luxury estate looms large, looking peaceful despite the aggressive landscaping in the front yard. Safely inside the bedroom, the warrior sits her down and checks to see if the plant's movement frightened her. He offers a bit of reassurance, explaining that the plant is harmless as long as she maintains a safe distance. Out in the yard, the pitcher plant is shown tied up and trembling after receiving a harsh scolding. Guogo wonders if her master keeps such dangerous things around just to keep his combat reflexes sharp. She reflects on the strange nature of this world where powerful beastmen and wild animals roam the streets freely. The girl looks contemplative, trying to understand how the environment stays so clean without modern technology. The warrior secures her attention to ensure she is focused on what he has to say. He decides it is finally time to introduce himself properly to his new charge. He looks her in the eye and insists that learning his name is a vital step for her. Guogo is confused, wondering why a master would bother telling his pet his actual name. She quickly imagines a scenario where knowing his name allows her to order him around for snacks and service. The warrior reveals his name is Lang Xiao, marking the formal start of their new life together. The bear beastman points a finger, offering his services as a caretaker. Lang Xiao holds Guoguo firmly, clearly unimpressed by the stranger's offer. His eyes narrow with a sharp, intimidating glare to drive the point home. He turns his back on the bear, stating he only wants to live with Guoguo without any outside interference. Guoguo has a sudden realization that all these powerful beastmen were just applying for a job as her sitter. She rests against her master, mistakenly believing he is too poor to afford help and feeling a bit of pity for him. The bear beastman stands alone on the sidewalk as the pair departs. He looks on with a stoic expression, appearing disappointed by the rejection. They reach the entrance of a modern building as Lang Xiao announces their arrival. The sight of a massive luxury villa leaves Guoguo stunned, realizing her master is actually quite wealthy. Lang Xiao reaches out and opens the door to his high-end estate. A giant carnivorous pitcher plant sits right in the middle of the yard, acting as a strange form of security. Gogo's eyes widen in disbelief at the sight of the oversized vegetation. She hops down and begins to move toward the strange plant out of curiosity. Lang Xiao quickly shouts for her to stop as the plant's vines begin to twitch and sway. The pitcher plant lashes out with its vines, prompting Lang Xiao to call out Gogo's name in concern. The villa stands tall and quiet, with the disciplined plant now sitting still in the courtyard. Back inside the bedroom, Lang Xiao checks on Gogo to see if the encounter frightened her. He explains that the plant is harmless as long as she maintains a safe distance. The pitcher plant is shown tied up in a knot, visibly trembling after receiving a stern lesson. Gogo reflects on how dangerous it is to keep such a plant in the yard just for reaction training. She observes the strange city streets where animals walk the crosswalks instead of cars. She considers the environmental factors and wonders what exactly keeps the air in this world so fresh. Lang Xiao places his hands on Gogo's face to ensure she is paying full attention. He stands over her, preparing to share his personal identity for the first time. He stresses that knowing his name is an essential part of her life here. Gogo looks up at him, questioning why a pet would ever need to know their owner's name. She quickly imagines a scenario where knowing his name allows her to boss him around for food and drinks. He reveals his name is Lang Xiao, which Gogo finds surprisingly easy to memorize. Water splashes into the tub as the bath gets underway. Gogo's foot slips on the wet surface, causing her to lose her balance. She falls backward into the water with a massive splash right in front of Lang Xiao. Soap gets into Gogo's eyes, and she frantically tries to rub the irritation away. Lang Xiao notices her struggle and offers to help her rinse them out. Despite the help, she feels incredibly flustered about the lack of privacy during the bath. Gogo realizes just how dangerous and intimidating the beastmen in the city can be. She decides that her best bet for survival is to stay close and accept Lang Xiao's protection for now. Bai Yue worries that staying with Lang Xiao might lead to unwanted social meetings with other beastmen. She's completely against the idea of being paired up and imagines herself kicking any potential suitors away. After finishing their soak, she remains on high alert for what happens next. Lang Xiao prepares for the next step by plugging in a drying device. Now fully dressed in a pink hoodie, she sits on the bench while he gets ready to dry her hair. He holds up a small grooming charm to finish tidying her up. The intensity of the situation has her eyes wide with shock and embarrassment. She feels completely humiliated by the whole ordeal and struggles to maintain her dignity. Glaring at the back of his head, she mentally declares that he is in big trouble for this treatment. In her mind, she's already tossing him into a deep pit as revenge for the embarrassment. Her stomach makes a loud growling sound, signaling a change in priorities. The hunger is so overwhelming that she has to put her plans for rebellion on hold for now. Lang Xiao picks her up and decides it's finally time for them to go get some food. She immediately imagines a massive feast filled with steak, pancakes, and sweets. He looks down at her with a knowing, slightly smug expression, calling her a little glutton. He teases her as she looks back with a pout. She is so annoyed by his behavior that she practically wants to bite him. They head to the kitchen and sit down together at the high counter. Expecting a gourmet meal, she is confused when he presents a bowl of what looks like mush. Her expression turns completely blank as she realizes her expectations were way too high. He explains that the meal is actually softened wood heartwood, which he claims is very nutritious. He picks up one of the solid blocks to show her how it's done. To her absolute horror, he starts crunching on the wood himself, leaving her wondering if all beastmen are actually vegetarians. Lang Xiao nonchalantly snacks on pieces of heartwood while Bai Yue watches in total disbelief at the beastman diet. He offers her a small white pill, telling her it's a supplement she needs to take while her actual meal finishes soaking. Bai Yue stares at the object in horror, immediately recognizing it as medicine. In her confusion, she clings to him, wondering why he's suddenly forcing her to take medication. She worries that he's breaking his earlier promise because she's been acting out. Lang Xiao gently pats her head to reassure her. He explains that it's simply a health tonic to help her gain weight, since she's far too thin for a growing girl. Bai Yue considers that if it's just a nutritional supplement, it might be safe to take. However, she quickly recalls a past memory of being lied to about medicine, making her instantly suspicious. Lang Xiao continues to push the pill, hinting that he might have to force-feed her if she doesn't cooperate. Determined to outsmart him, she uses an old trick and quickly puts the pill in her mouth. Lang tells her not to rush and offers her some soup to help it go down. She opens her mouth wide, putting on a perfect act to show him that she's supposedly swallowed it. Lang Xiao is impressed by her sudden cooperation, thinking she might be even smarter than he originally thought. Little does he know, she is hiding the pill safely under her tongue. To get rid of the evidence, she intentionally knocks a piece of wood off the table as a distraction. She puts on a dramatic performance, pretending to be upset about the dropped item so he'll retrieve it. As soon as he looks away, she seizes the opportunity to spit the pill out. Lang Xiao reaches down to the floor, completely unaware of her scheme. She quickly tucks the discarded pill into her clothing to hide it for good. Feeling proud of her successful deception, she relaxes as the crisis passes. Lang Xiao hands the dusty wood back to her, telling her she can play with it but definitely shouldn't eat it. Bai Yue holds the wood chunk, thinking she'd much rather chew on timber than take unknown pills. Finally, Lang Xiao presents her with a bowl of wood chip soup for her dinner. She takes a cautious sip, finding the mixture to be completely flavorless. She decides the texture is a bit rough on her throat, but it's at least better than the medicine. Lang Xiao watches her eat with a satisfied expression, glad she's getting some nourishment. However, When he mentions that he already mixed weight gain medicine into the soup, she immediately spits it out in a panicked spray. Lang Xiao holds Bai Yue as she continues to cough after spitting out the medicated soup. He looks genuinely concerned for her health, urging her to slow down. Bai Yue wipes her mouth, realizing the soup was laced with supplements meant to make her gain weight. She is horrified by the idea of being forced to eat things that aren't healthy for her body. When Lang Xiao tries to offer another spoonful, she knows she can no longer pretend to eat it. Desperate to avoid the meal, she buries her face against him to hide her refusal. She pushes the spoon away, making it clear she won't take another bite. Using her acting skills, she lets tears shimmer in her eyes to gain his sympathy. The tactic works immediately as a panicked Lang Xiao tosses the spoon and agrees they won't eat it. Bai Yue smirks internally, realizing how easy it is to exploit his soft spot. Lang Xiao gently lifts her chin to ensure she's okay after the ordeal. He promises to take her to the mall for some high-quality food instead. The close proximity catches Bai Yue off guard, causing her to blush deeply. Feeling overwhelmed, she pushes him back to reset the distance. Outside the villa, a large beastman waits patiently with his luggage pack. He watches them from a distance, remembering his goal to serve as a nanny. As Lang Xiao walks out carrying Bai Yue, he is spotted by the persistent applicant. The large man stands up, ready to confront the pair. Bai Yue recognizes him as the same candidate who was previously rejected for the job. Despite being turned away, the bear beastman looks determined to prove his worth. Lang Xiao tightens his grip and states firmly that he does not need any teammates. He tells the man to go form his own group and stop bothering them. The applicant reaches out to stop them, refusing to back down. This results in a fierce glare from Lang Xiao, who is clearly losing his patience. The bear beastman stands his ground, ready to challenge the wolf's authority. Lang Xiao takes an aggressive step forward, signaling that he is ready for a physical confrontation. He prepares to defend his position, warning the intruder to stay away. Lang Xiao shouts that the challenger is no match for his strength. A powerful wolf aura manifests behind him as he prepares to engage in a serious fight. Bai Yue looks on in shock, worried that they are actually going to brawl over a simple job position. She shouts for them to stop, hoping to de-escalate the tension. Hearing her cry, Lang Xiao immediately drops his guard and tries to comfort her. He decides to ignore the nuisance and continues heading toward the mall. The bear beastman persists, arguing that he could provide the female with a much better life. He insists that Lang Xiao cannot handle the responsibilities of caretaking alone. Lang Xiao simply scoffs at the suggestion, unimpressed by the man's claims. He gives one final, menacing look to indicate the conversation is over. Lang Xiao orders the man to take his belongings and get lost immediately. Bai Yue assumes her master is just being stingy and doesn't want to pay for extra help. Watching them leave, the applicant vows that he won't give up on finding a way to help. Lang Xiao carries Bai Yue toward the massive goddess mansion skyscraper to begin their shopping trip. The interior of the mall is vast and luxurious, featuring multiple levels and modern decor. Bai Yue observes the high-end surroundings from Lang Xiao's arms, noting how much more advanced the world has become. They approach a food stall filled with fresh produce, which catches Bai Yue's eye immediately. She is thrilled by the sight of real fruit, her excitement clear as she looks at the vibrant display. She points out a large dragon fruit, and Lang Xiao prepares to purchase it using his contribution points. Bai Yue eagerly reaches for the treat, finally getting the chance to eat something other than medicinal soup. However, the shopkeeper takes the fruit and places it into a microwave for preparation. The machine is set for 3 minutes, signaling a strange local culinary practice. The vendor explains that baking the fruit is the standard way to serve it in this society. Bai Yue is internally shocked, questioning why anyone would cook perfectly fresh fruit. The dragon fruit is served hot and steaming in its skin, looking more like a soup than a snack. Despite her disappointment over the lost vitamins, Bai Yue decides to make the best of the situation. She begins to eat the warm fruit, finding the taste far superior to the wood pulp soup she had earlier. She struggles to hold the spoon properly because her onesies gloves are permanently attached to the sleeves. Lang Xiao considers the design of the outfit, noting how the full-length zipper makes it difficult for her to move. Bai Yue reflects on how embarrassing the outfit's design makes her private bathroom breaks. While walking through the corridor, she notices a large advertisement flashing on a digital screen. The screen displays health charms intended to nurture female development and physical growth. Lang Xiao walks past the massive display, unaware of how intently Bai Yue is studying the advertisement. He reminds her that he already provided her with similar health charms earlier that day. Bai Yue realizes the medicine she was hiding is actually a beneficial supplement for her development. She thinks about the hidden charm she kept in her clothes, planning to use it for her own growth later. A cheerful Dear Beastman employee approaches them, complimenting the pair as they shop. Lang Xiao immediately becomes protective, glaring at the employee with an intimidating and territorial aura. The employee quickly clarifies his role and shows them a mannequin wearing a new dress arrival. Bai Yue imagines herself in the light, agile outfit, happy to finally ditch the heavy gloves of her onesie. She points at the dress display, making it clear to Lang Xiao that she wants the new outfit. Lang Xiao hands over their snack and leads her toward the fitting rooms to try it on. Bai Yue suddenly realizes a major problem. She likely won't be allowed to dress herself. She panics, fearing that if Lang Xiao helps her change, he will discover she has been faking her helpless state. They stand before the towering goddess mansion mall, ready to find a better outfit. The interior is filled with bright lights and high-end storefronts catering to the elite. Bai Yue is impressed by the luxury surrounding them as Lang Xiao carries her through the halls. Their first stop is a fruit stand stocked with various fresh items from across the region. The sight of real food brings a huge smile to Bai Yue's face as she forgets her act for a moment. She picks out a large dragon fruit, which Lang Xiao pays for without hesitation. She is ready to dig in, but the vendor intervenes to properly prepare the snack. To her surprise, the fruit is placed inside a microwave rather than being peeled. The timer is set for a full 3 minutes, much to her confusion and horror. The vendor cheerfully explains that baking the fruit is the only proper way to consume it. Bai Yue is stunned by the local culture's strange way of handling fresh produce. The fruit is handed back, steaming hot and served with a small wooden spoon. She accepts her fate, realizing even cooked fruit is a massive upgrade over her previous diet. She takes a bite, enjoying the warmth despite the odd preparation method. The attached gloves on her current outfit make it very difficult to maintain her grip on the fruit. Lang Xiao examines the onesie's full-length zipper design, noticing its lack of practicality. Bai Yue blushes, thinking about how inconvenient and awkward the outfit is for her basic needs. Her attention is caught by a bright advertisement for health charms on a nearby screen. The ad showcases supplements designed to aid in the physical development of females. They walk past the display while Bai Yue remains deep in thought about her own growth. Lang Xiao mentions that they have those same health charms at home for her to use. He looks down at her kindly, unaware she had been avoiding the items out of suspicion. She recalls the charm hidden in her clothing, realizing it was meant for her benefit all along. A store clerk greets them, though he seems slightly nervous around the powerful wolf warrior. Lang Xiao's fierce expression forces the clerk to quickly explain he is only offering shopping assistance. The clerk shows them a beautiful new dress on a mannequin to ease the tension. Bai Yue envisions how much more comfortable and agile she would be in such light clothing. She points to the dress, signaling her desire to purchase the new outfit immediately. They head toward the fitting room area to see if the size is correct. Realization hits Bai Yue as she wonders how she will manage to change her clothes in secret. She worries that Lang Xiao's assistance will reveal that she has been pretending to be helpless this entire time. The duo exits the store under a bright neon sign. Lang Xiao carries Bai Yue past a pair of curious onlookers who are eyeing them from the shadows. A muscular lion beastman and his companion watch with clear judgment as the pair passes by. Carrying his prize and a new shopping bag, the wolf warrior heads toward their next destination. They arrive at a designated game room filled with other humans. Lang Xiao carefully places the girl on the ground to let her explore. He explains that he needs to attend a specialized course on how to properly care for her. The warrior tells her to play by herself for a while, but she looks completely overwhelmed by the crowd. Terrified of being left alone, she reaches out and grabs onto his belt. She begs him to take her along, refusing to let go of her protector. Lang Xiao's heart skips a beat as he realizes just how much she relies on him. Looking at her tearful expression, he finds it nearly impossible to walk away. He pulls her into a firm embrace, torn between his duty to learn and his desire to stay. Eventually, he has to gently pry her hand away so he can leave for his class. He leans down for a quick farewell, promising to return exactly 1 hour. The warrior finally heads out, leaving her under the watchful eyes of the room's security. Left alone with her keepsake charms, she sighs at how clingy her master has become. She takes the opportunity to observe the other humans, noticing they are all being treated like pampered pets. Her attention is suddenly caught by a voice calling out from nearby. A large girl in a bear onesie approaches, demanding to eat the items Bai Yue is holding. Startled, she raises her charms as the other human speaks clearly. Seeing another human speak makes her realize she might not have to hide her own voice forever. In her shock, her foot slips on a stray toy ball. She takes a hard tumble to the floor, much to the amusement of some nearby witnesses. An arrogant voice mocks her fall, immediately getting on her nerves. The lion beastman from earlier steps forward, looming over the play area with an intimidating presence. She senses his massive energy and realizes this man might be a dangerous rival to Lang Xiao. The strangers continue to insult her, calling her both thin and unintelligent. Boiling with rage, she clenches her fists while trying to maintain her act. The lion steps closer, his heavy boots thumping against the wooden floor. He suddenly crouches down to her level, causing her to recoil in fear. He puts on a fake, charming smile and invites her to come play with him. Recognizing the trap immediately, she turns around and bolts for the exit. Before she can get away, a large hand reaches out and snags her clothing. He hoists her into the air like a doll, while she desperately tries to push him away. The lion beastman carries Bai Yue away, while a subordinate warns him that Lang Xiao will be furious if he finds out. Bai Yue panics internally, realizing she needs to find a way to escape this dangerous situation. The lion beastman cracks his knuckles, showing he isn't afraid of any consequences for his actions. Bai Yue tries to fight back by pounding on the lion beastman's head as he holds holds her. The lion beastman easily snatches the snacks away from Bai Yue's hands. He offers the stolen food to the little bear girl while still holding Bai Yue captive. Bai Yue is absolutely fuming because her meal was taken from her. She struggles and shouts at the bear girl to give her food back immediately. Bai Yue's hunger and anger peak as she glares at the ones who stole her belongings. The lion beastman holds her firmly, noting that despite her struggles, she can't escape his grasp. Bai Yue realizes these beastmen are looking for revenge, and she's in serious trouble if they leave the building. Desperate to stay in the safe zone, she shouts out that she isn't going anywhere. The nearby daycare workers freeze in shock at hearing a human speak so clearly. The crowd of beastmen turns their attention toward the exit, gossiping about the rare talking human. The lion beastman's subordinate is stunned, noting she speaks even better than their own human. The lion beastman realizes Bai Yue is actually quite smart, while she regrets blowing her cover in a moment of panic. He tightens his grip on her arm, telling her that her luck has run out. A sign for the game room hangs near the entrance of the daycare center. Two daycare workers discuss whether it was really okay to let the lion beastman take another warrior's companion. One worker tries to justify the decision, believing the high-ranking lion beastman wouldn't dare break the law. They recall the lion beastman lying to them, claiming Lang Xiao entrusted him to pick up the human. The bear beastman expresses his doubts, remembering how scared the human girl looked. The wolf-eared worker starts to piece together that they might have witnessed a kidnapping. He tries to brush it off, citing the lion beastman's high social standing and connection to the city leader. The lion beastman is shown with his own human, appearing to have no reason to steal another. The workers debate the daycare rules, wondering if they should have been more strict. They stand in the lobby, realizing it's been over an hour since the girl was taken. Suddenly, a pair of glowing yellow eyes narrows in pure, unbridled rage. A massive explosion rocks the daycare center, sending debris flying through the air. Lang Xiao stands in the middle of the wreckage he just created, staring down the terrified workers. Furious, the wolf warrior demands to know exactly where the kidnapper took his human companion. The lion beastman carries the girl away despite warnings that Lang Xiao will be furious when he discovers her missing. The captive girl looks on in shock, realizing the gravity of her situation. Confident in his own strength, the lion beastman snaps his fingers and dismisses any fear of the wolf warrior. The tiny captive tries to fight back, swinging her snacks at the massive beastman holding her. Without breaking a sweat, the captor easily swipes the items from her hands. He ignores her protests and hands the stolen snacks to a child in a costume. Shaking with rage, the girl is pushed past her limit as her precious meal is given away. She struggles wildly against the beastman's grip, desperate to reclaim her belongings. Her anger boils over, and she drops her facade entirely as she prepares to shout. Despite her best efforts, the lion beastman keeps a firm hold on her as he heads for the exit. Realizing she's about to be taken out of the building, the girl panics at the thought of what comes next. In a moment of desperation, she shouts a clear refusal to go any further. The entire room falls into a stunned silence at the unexpected sound of the girl's voice. Bystanders can't believe their ears, as hearing such a clear voice from her is incredibly rare. The subordinate is completely baffled by how articulate the captive truly is. The lion beastman smirks, realizing his captive has been hiding her high intelligence all along. Fear washes over the girl as she realizes her impulsive outburst just blew her entire cover. The scene shifts to the quiet hallways outside the game room. Staff members begin to question the suspicious circumstances of the girl's sudden removal. One worker wonders if the lion beastman's claims were actually legitimate. They recall the beastman claiming he was sent by Lang Xiao to retrieve the girl. Looking back at her terrified expression, the workers realize she didn't seem to know the man at all. The reality of the situation begins to sink in as they realize an abduction has likely occurred. Despite his high position and connections, it seems the lion beastman has knowingly broken the law. The workers note that the captain already has a companion and shouldn't have had a reason to take another. They debate the daycare's rigid rules versus the need for flexibility in the moment. The staff realizes far too late that Lang Xiao should have arrived to stop this an hour ago. Sudden fury ignites in a pair of golden eyes as the true owner arrives. A massive explosion rips through the wall of the daycare, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Lang Xiao stands amidst the rubble, looking like a force of nature as he confronts the terrified staff. Enraged by the abduction, the wolf warrior demands to know exactly where his companion was taken. The lion beastman instructs his group to hide Bai Yue to prevent Lang Xiao from finding her, while she looks on with growing concern. Confident in his scheme, the lion plans to bring in the leader as a witness to frame the situation in his favor. One of the subordinates questions whether the leader will actually go along with this deceitful plan. The lion explains that he will fabricate a story about encountering danger in the wild to justify their actions. He boasts about his status as the leader's favorite nephew, certain that his family connection will guarantee support. The group envisions a scenario where Lang Xiao is left unable to explain himself once the leader arrives. The subordinates are impressed by the captain's cunning strategy to outmaneuver their rival. Watching the scene unfold, Bai Yue is disgusted by their blatant bullying and unfair tactics. The lion basks in the praise of his crew, already imagining how they will order Lang Xiao around after his capture. As they joke about humiliating Lang Xiao with menial chores, Bai Yue realizes just how despicable these beastmen truly are. Realizing the gravity of their plan, she determines that she must find a way to escape immediately. She surveys the dense forest, knowing that a successful escape will be difficult given how easily she could be tracked. Her eyes land on a dragon fruit tree heavily laden with ripe fruit nearby. A spark of an idea flashes in her eyes as she realizes this might be her only chance for a distraction. She points toward the tree and shouts out for the fruit, hoping to lure the hungry beastmen away. The lion recognizes the tree, noting that while the fruit is delicious, the tree itself is dangerously aggressive toward anything that approaches. When the young child they are holding also asks for the fruit, the lion's focus shifts away from guarding his prisoner. Thinking he has plenty of time, the lion decides to indulge the request and pick some fruit for the group. The entire group rushes toward the tree, completely distracted by the prospect of a snack and the challenge of the aggressive plant. Bai Yue is stunned that her simple distraction worked so perfectly on the unsuspecting beastmen. Seizing the moment, she quietly begins to back away from the group while their attention is occupied. She turns and sprints into the woods, leaving the distracted beastmen far behind. Her feet pound against the forest floor as she moves as fast as her small legs can carry her. She pushes through the undergrowth, determined to put as much distance as possible between herself and her captors. While running, she tries to recall the path they took earlier to avoid falling into any hidden traps. She suddenly skids to a halt, her eyes widening as she faces a difficult decision. The path ahead splits into two directions, leaving her unsure of which way leads to safety. Trusting her instincts, she chooses the brighter path and continues her desperate flight. She stops briefly to mark a tree, ensuring she can find her way back if she ends up going in circles. She races past a tree marked with a wolf symbol, hoping she is heading toward help. After 10 minutes of continuous running, her lack of food and energy begins to take a serious toll on her body. Suddenly, she feels a chilling presence and spots a mysterious red eye watching her from the shadows. Terrified, she spins around to face the unknown threat, demanding to know who is stalking her. Bai Yue stands in a silent part of the forest, surrounded by towering trees. She touches a trunk, wondering if her exhaustion is causing her to see things. Panic flashes across her face as she makes a startling discovery. There on the bark is the wolf mark she had carved earlier, proving she is lost. Fear takes over as she realizes she is caught in an endless loop. Nearby, a wolf sprints through the dense woods at a frantic pace. The beast sniffs the ground, focused entirely on tracking a specific scent. Lang Xiao realizes the trail is growing stronger and knows his target is close. He stops in his tracks upon spotting the group of lion beastmen ahead. Baring his teeth, the wolf prepares to strike the intruders. A massive explosion of dirt erupts as he launches a violent surprise attack. Lang Xiao shifts and grabs the lion leader by the throat with immense force. He demands to know where the girl is, showing no mercy to his captive. The terrified lion points toward a glowing, cursed tree and claims she was consumed. In a modern residence, a scout reports that the target's team is at the big banyan tree. The leader oversees a room filled with botanical specimens while discussing the threat. An advisor confirms that the area is a dangerous zone that has existed for decades. A vision shows how the banyan tree's glowing branches have claimed many lives in the past. The goat horn man questions how a seasoned warrior could let this happen. A powerful figure sitting in the shadows orders an elite team to mobilize immediately. Back in the woods, Bai Yue begins to carefully retreat from the glowing trunks. She suspects she has wandered into the territory of a high-level plant spirit. Energy ripples through the air, revealing that the trees are actually part of a massive trap. She tries to maintain her composure while analyzing the entity's spiritual signature. Closing her eyes, she focuses on finding the core of the banyan tree. A sudden shock causes her eyes to snap open in alarm. She realizes with horror that the entire forest floor is controlled by a moving spirit. She notes that the outer trunks are merely weaker roots used for detection. She attempts to tiptoe across the roots, hoping to sneak out of the area unnoticed. A thick, vine-like appendage suddenly looms behind her, ready to strike. The heavy root slams into her, knocking her backward with a powerful thud. Her foot catches on a branch as she loses her balance and falls. A blinding flash of light marks the impact of the plant's aggressive defense. She collapses to the ground, her body trembling from the sudden assault. Looking back in confusion, she wonders how the tree sensed her intent to flee. A thick green vine wraps firmly around her ankle, securing its hold. She cries out as the plant suddenly drags her across the ground into the darkness. A thick vine suddenly snatches the protagonist's ankle, dragging her away. Captured by the plant spirit, she's whisked through the forest at high speed. Thinking fast, she manages to grab onto a sturdy branch to halt her momentum. Desperate to escape, she hangs on for dear life while the vine continues to pull. Realizing her situation is dire, she calls out for help. Nearby, Lang Xiao hears her cry and immediately charges toward the source of the sound. The group explains that the trouble began while they were out gathering resources in the woods. Lang Xiao maintains a firm grip on the lion leader while demanding answers. After picking up her scent, the wolf warrior leaps into action to track her down. The surrounding forest comes alive with movement as the search intensifies. Suddenly, the vine loosens its grip and releases her leg. She hits the ground hard, finally free from the plant's grasp. Confused by the sudden change, she looks around to see what caused the release. In the distance, she spots a massive, glowing tree pulsating with energy. Her eyes widen as she catches sight of a familiar presence in the distance. Lang Xiao arrives in a burst of energy, striking at the plant's spirit with incredible force. Tears of relief well up in her eyes upon seeing her protector. Overjoyed, she calls out to him, knowing she's finally safe. The wolf warrior stays focused on the threat ahead, ignoring everything else. Seeing that his companion is unharmed, his resolve only grows stronger. Releasing a powerful howl, he surges with electrical energy to end the fight. From the shadows, a mysterious figure watches the battle with intense, predatory eyes. The wolf warrior dives straight into the thicket of vines to finish the job. Watching from the sidelines, she realizes she needs to find a more secure location. She quickly retreats to avoid becoming a distraction during the heat of battle. A sudden gust of wind kicks up, blinding her with dust and sand. As she tries to clear her vision, she finds herself standing before a group of strangers. An elder observes her with curiosity, questioning her presence in such a dangerous area. Still blinking from the dust, she tries to identify the voice of the newcomer. Standing before her is an imposing group led by a powerful-looking warrior. The sheer pressure coming from the stranger is overwhelming, far exceeding anything she's felt before. The figure stands with a massive lion's spirit manifesting behind him, radiating immense power. Just when she thought she was safe, she realizes she may have run into an even bigger problem. An elder beastman with long white hair and a younger warrior observe the chaotic situation from the sidelines. The elder looks down at Bai Yue, who appears startled by his sudden and imposing presence. He places a hand on her shoulder to steady her, checking to see if she has sustained any injuries. The elder carries Bai Yue with ease, questioning how she could have been left alone in such a dangerous part of the forest. A group of beastmen gathers behind the leader as he receives a formal report regarding Lang Xiao's whereabouts. The elder reacts with intense focus and a grimace upon hearing the name of the wolf warrior. The entire group is suddenly startled by a loud, thunderous sound echoing through the clearing. A massive explosion of energy erupts from the forest, catching everyone's attention as dust fills the air. The elder shields Bai Yue from the resulting shockwave while she watches the destruction in awe. Two warriors look toward the source of the blast, wondering if the banyan tree has finally been brought down. Bai Yue's eyes widen as she spots movement through the thick, settling dust. Relief washes over her as she sees the group of warriors emerging successfully from the battle zone. A pack of powerful animal spirits, led by a glowing wolf and a lion, charges forward toward the group. Bai Yue calls out joyfully, her face lighting up as she sees her companion return safely. The wolf spirit locks eyes with her, acknowledging her presence immediately amidst the chaos. A warrior leaps forward with incredible speed, leaving a trail of golden light in his wake. The elder is caught off guard as someone suddenly intercepts the girl he was carrying. Lang Xiao lands firmly on the ground, having successfully retrieved Bai Yue from the elder's grasp. He holds Bai Yue closely, his expression softening now that she is finally back by his side. Lang Xiao closes his eyes, clearly overwhelmed with relief at finding her unharmed after the separation. He lifts Bai Yue into the air, celebrating her safety with a firm and protective embrace. He holds her tight, unwilling to let go after the terrifying close call with the spirit tree. Bai Yue struggles slightly against the tight grip, telling him that his enthusiasm is becoming a bit overwhelming. He slowly loosens his hold, though the intensity of the emotional moment remains between them. Lang Xiao shows his deep affection with a friendly gesture on her cheek as they stand together. The closeness between the two is evident as they share a quiet moment of connection. Bai Yue looks surprised and a bit flustered by the sudden display of affection in front of the others. Lang Xiao promises to protect her, emphasizing his total dedication to her future safety. The surrounding warriors watch the scene unfold, feeling a mix of amusement and awkwardness at the display. One of the warriors calls out for them to stop the public interaction, finding it inappropriate for the setting. Bai Yue tries to pull away and scolds Lang Xiao for his impulsive and public habits. Lang Xiao smiles warmly at her, seemingly unbothered by her protests or the eyes of the crowd. The observers continue to comment on the scene, with some expressing envy at the strong bond the two share. The lion warrior watches the group with a stern and analytical expression, processing the new arrivals. A small, hooded figure nearby holds onto a piece of fruit while watching the interaction with interest. The small figure gets close to the lion warrior, showing a surprising level of comfort with the powerful leader. The lion warrior is momentarily confused by the sudden and playful attention from his smaller companion. The elder clears his throat to regain control of the situation and refocus the group's attention. Earlier, a thick vine snaps tightly around Bai Yue's ankle, dragging her backward into the shadows. She is pulled away suddenly, her face filled with shock and fear as the forest floor moves beneath her. She desperately grabs onto a nearby branch, trying to stop herself from being dragged further into the darkness. Despite her best efforts, the vine lifts her off the ground while she clings to the wood. Trapped and helpless, she cries out for Lang Xiao to come to her rescue. The wolf spirit sprints through the woods at full speed, sensing her distress through their connection. Back at the gathering, the lion warrior and his companions realize that Bai Yue has gone missing. The wolf focuses its senses, tracking her unique scent through the dense and dangerous undergrowth. The trees rustle violently as the pursuers move quickly through the forest to find her. The vine finally releases its grip on Bai Yue's leg, dropping her onto the ground. She falls heavily to the forest floor, landing in a heap after the harrowing experience. Bai Yue looks up, breathless and questioning if she has finally been saved from the spirit. She watches as several beast spirits are tossed around by the banyan tree's massive and glowing power. Her eyes catch a glimpse of a brilliant light emanating from the center of the fierce conflict. A powerful wolf spirit wreathed in energy strikes at the heart of the corrupted tree. Tears of relief fill Bai Yue's eyes as she recognizes the unmistakable power of her protector. She calls out his name, her face lighting up with newfound hope and joy. The wolf spirit turns its head toward her, acknowledging her call even in the heat of battle. The wolf looks determined, knowing he must finish the fight quickly to ensure her safety. He lets out a powerful howl, channeling a massive surge of spiritual energy through his body. His eyes glow with intense focus as he prepares a final, decisive move against the spirit tree. The wolf spirit charges back into the fray, clashing against the massive, glowing blue vines. Bai Yue watches the intense magical battle from a distance, realizing the power being displayed. She decides to run toward a safer location to avoid distracting her companion during the dangerous fight. A sudden gust of wind kicks up sand and dust, forcing her to shield her eyes as she runs. She stops in her tracks as she realizes she has run right into the path of another group of beastmen. An elder warrior observes her with curiosity, noting how small and vulnerable she seems on her own. Bai Yue tries to clear her eyes, attempting to identify the unfamiliar voices surrounding her. She finds herself standing before the imposing leader of the Lion clan and his warriors. Bai Yue senses a power radiating from the leader that feels even more overwhelming than Lang Xiao's. The leader stands tall, his massive lion spirit manifesting behind him as he assesses her presence. Bai Yue realizes she has escaped one danger only to encounter the formidable leaders of the lion tribe. A large wolf lunges fiercely at a blonde warrior. The beast lands with a heavy thud, marking its presence on the battlefield. A massive lion stands defiant among a diverse assembly of animal-themed fighters. The wolf maintains a sharp, focused gaze as tensions remain high. Something catches the creature's attention, causing it to look back in surprise. Bai Yue runs toward the center of the gathering, calling out for a companion. Hands reach out to grab the thick mane of a giant lion. Bai Yue boldly tugs on the lion, seemingly unafraid of its size. Lang Xiao warns her of the danger and tells her to step away immediately. The girl insists on helping, claiming they need to use strategy against so many foes. She clings to the wolf warrior, while labeling the lion as a bad influence. Lang Xiao's expression shifts as he processes her unexpected accusation. He directly confronts the sweating lion about stealing food from the girl. Lang Xiao notes the scent of fruit on the other members of the group. The entire assembly watches as the wolf warrior questions the integrity of the lion tribe. The lion chief stands firm, absorbing the weight of the public accusation. A foot steps forward with authority, drawing everyone's eyes to the movement. The chief demands to know if the wolf claims are accurate. The accused lion trembles in fear while the chief berates his lack of sense. The chief turns his attention to Bai Yue, asking for her side of the story. Lang Xiao interjects, protecting the girl and noting her limited communication skills. In a small, simplified moment, the girl nods in agreement with her protector. The onlookers react with shock as the truth of the stolen food comes to light. The chief pats the girl on the head, much to the annoyance of a jealous Lang Xiao. He asks her to identify who she was with before she went missing. Bai Yue points dramatically, ready to reveal the culprit behind the trouble. She singles out the nervous lion, labeling him as the one who wronged her. The lion chief and his men are stunned by the girl's clear and direct speech. The surrounding warriors express their envy of Lang Xiao's intelligent companion. Internally, Bai Yue worries if her act is becoming too conspicuous for the observers. Lang Xiao is impressed, believing that she is far more capable than he initially thought. The accused lion breaks down in tears, desperately claiming she is lying. The subordinate tries to discredit the girl by showing off the bite marks she left on him. Lang Xiao shuts down the argument, asserting that his companion is truthful and stable. He argues that her aggressive behavior was a natural reaction to being kidnapped. The blonde warrior shakes with anxiety, asking for actual proof of the kidnapping. The two factions stand opposite each other as the investigation reaches a critical point. The confrontation between the wolf and lion tribes reaches a boiling point in front of the village. A reserve member of the lion tribe steps forward to challenge the status quo. He decides to follow his conscience and expose the truth rather than wait for a promotion. He looks toward Lang Xiao's group, admiring their intelligence and integrity. He points an accusing finger at Bai Yue, revealing the fake security plot. Bai Yue collapses as his crimes are laid bare before the entire clan. The surrounding beastmen look on with disgust as the truth is revealed. The lion chief expresses his deep disappointment in the disgrace brought to his clan. He sternly orders the guards to take the criminal away for punishment. Lang Xiao and Bai Yue share a small moment of satisfaction as justice is served. The chief heads off to conduct a full investigation into the matter. Lang Xiao reassures Bai Yue that the ordeal is finally over and they can head home. At the entrance to Lang Xiao's residence, someone is making a loud commotion. Hai Feng, the persistent bear man, is busy working on the pavement. He uses his hands to clear out a clogged section of the drainage system. He works with total focus, determined to prove his worth as a worker. Mud splatters onto the ground as he continues his manual labor. Lang Xiao and Bai Yue arrive to find the applicant performing chores at their their doorstep. Bai Yue looks on with a mix of surprise and confusion at his dedication. The bear man proudly shows off his progress. Despite his messy appearance, he explains he'll grab some tools to finish the job quickly. He goes back to work, clearly desperate to secure the position. Bai Yue feels sympathetic toward the man's struggle to make a living. She wonders if his hard work will be enough to sway Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao ignores the man entirely and walks straight toward the door. The bear man's face remains hopeful even as he's being brushed off. Lang Xiao carries Bai Yue past him, maintaining a stern and cold demeanor. He reaches out and firmly pushes open the gate to their home. The pair enters the building, leaving the applicant behind in the courtyard. The bear man stands still, reflecting on his interaction with the duo. Bai Yue feels a pang of guilt for leaving the hardworking man empty-handed. She looks over Lang Xiao's shoulder, deciding to give the man a small token. She drops a small charm as a gesture of kindness while they move. The item lands softly right at the bear man's feet. He watches them leave, staring at the gift they left behind. He picks up the small charm, holding it with a sense of reverence. Mistaking her pity for affection, his heart races with a new sense of hope. The confrontation between the wolf and lion tribes continues as the village watches on. A reserve member of the lion tribe steps forward, tired of the corruption. He decides to follow his conscience and expose the truth to the public. He looks toward Lang Xiao's group, admiring their intelligence and integrity. He points an accusing finger at Bai Yue, revealing the fake security plot. Bai Yue collapses as his crimes are laid bare before the entire clan. The surrounding beastmen look on with disgust as the truth is revealed. The lion chief expresses his deep disappointment in the disgrace brought to his clan. He sternly orders the guards to take the criminal away for punishment. Lang Xiao and Bai Yue share a small moment of satisfaction as justice is served. The chief heads off to conduct a full investigation into the matter. Lang Xiao reassures Bai Yue that the ordeal is finally over, and they can head home. At the entrance to Lang Xiao's residence, someone is making a loud commotion. Haifeng, the persistent bear man, is busy working on the pavement. He uses his hands to clear out a clogged section of the drainage system. He works with total focus, determined to prove his worth as a worker. Mud splatters onto the ground as he continues his manual labor. Lang Xiao and Bai Yue arrive to find the applicant performing chores at their doorstep. Bai Yue looks on with a mix of surprise and confusion at his dedication. The bear man proudly shows off his progress. Despite his messy appearance, he explains he'll grab some tools to finish the job quickly. He goes back to work, clearly desperate to secure the position. Bai Yue feels sympathetic toward the man's struggle to make a living. She wonders if his hard work will be enough to sway Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao ignores the man entirely and walks straight toward the door. The bear man's face remains hopeful even as he's being brushed off. Lang Xiao carries Bai Yue past him, maintaining a stern and cold demeanor. He reaches out and firmly pushes open the gate to their home. The pair enters the building, leaving the applicant behind in the courtyard. The bear man stands still, reflecting on his interaction with the duo. Bai Yue feels a pang of guilt for leaving the hardworking man empty-handed. She looks over Lang Xiao's shoulder, deciding to give the man a small token. She drops a small charm as a gesture of kindness while they move. The item lands softly right at the bear man's feet. He watches them leave, staring at the gift they left behind. He picks up the small charm, holding it with a sense of reverence. Mistaking her pity for affection, his heart races with a new sense of hope. The provided panels contain highly suggestive content and depictions of characters. Haifeng lets out a heavy breath, his face flushed from the humid environment. Lang Xiao continues assisting the girl with her cleansing while Haifeng watches awkwardly from the entrance. A sponge is squeezed out, letting water cascade over her back as she rinses off. A small object falls into the water with a splash near the flustered bear man. Haifeng struggles to keep his composure, his face turning a deep shade of red while he holds a glass of water. Lang Xiao demands the cup, instructing the nervous bear man to help administer the medicine. The girl is internally panicked at the thought of the newcomer assisting her, while she is vulnerable. Haifeng tentatively holds out a pill, his nerves clearly getting the better of him. Wanting to end the awkward encounter, the girl quickly takes the medicine from his hand. The bear man stares at her, completely captivated and blushing intensely. Lang Xiao orders the dazed bear man to fetch more water, but he seems too overwhelmed to move. Haifeng's heart is racing as he tries to process the close encounter, gasping for air. Lang Xiao's eyes glow with a fierce intensity, showing his growing irritation. With a sudden bang, the wolf warrior kicks his companion out of the room to regain some privacy. Haifeng hits the floor outside with a thud, finally separated from the tense situation. He takes a moment to compose himself in the hallway, letting out a long sigh of relief. The bear man gently touches his fingers, reminiscing about the brief contact. A soft smile crosses his face as he realizes that joining this group was a life-changing choice. Back inside, Lang Xiao remains vigilant, deciding he can't leave the new recruit alone with the girl just yet. The girl is visibly relieved to have some quiet time now that the chaotic bear man has left. Lang Xiao watches her with a rare, gentle expression, finding comfort in the sound of her voice. She discovers a small, shimmering keepsake and holds it up to the light in wonder. The charm sparkles brilliantly between her fingers, catching everyone's attention. In a sudden turn of events, the crystal is swallowed and begins to react inside the girl's throat. Lang Xiao's face pales in shock as he tells her to spit it out, warning that the power within could be fatal. Lang Xiao explains the dangers of of colored keepsakes with a grave expression. These elemental items are specialized tools typically used by beastmen for high-level training. If used incorrectly, the raw energy can cause a massive overload that endangers even the strongest warriors. He strictly warns Bai Yue that she must never consume them, as the power could be fatal to a human. Deep within her subconscious, the swallowed keepsake begins to resonate with a quiet splash. Ethereal echoes of the wolf and bear spirits swirl together in a vast, cosmic mental space. This energy eventually coalesces into a radiant human silhouette, signaling a transformation. Later, Bai Yue wakes up in her bedroom feeling slightly groggy. As she stretches, she notices strange, shimmering lines of light filling the air around her. Luminous blue threads snake through the empty house, mapping out the architecture of every room. Shocked by the sight, she wonders if she is still trapped in a vivid dream. She concentrates, feeling a distinct buzz as her senses explore the living room through the energy. One long tendril reaches out toward the yard before her spatial vision starts to flicker. Her perception stabilizes as she realizes the world around her has fundamentally changed. It dawns on her that these glowing threads are actually extensions of her own mental power. In the past, she could only observe the overwhelming power radiating from beastmen like Lang Xiao. She ponders how she managed to achieve such a massive breakthrough in her abilities so suddenly. She concludes that the transparent keepsake she swallowed must have acted as a catalyst for her growth. With this newfound strength, she feels she might finally be able to survive in this world independently. She hops onto the floor with a firm thud, feeling more capable than ever before. She strikes a triumphant pose, noting that the keepsake was surprisingly nourishing. Looking around the room, she spots some hand-drawn notes and a monitor on the wall. She reaches out to activate the screen, hoping for some news from her companions. A pre-recorded message from Lang Xiao pops up, instructing her to wait safely at home for his return. Bai Yue checks the clock and realizes it is already 2 p.m., calculating the time since her last activity. Her purple eyes sharpen as she realizes she has at least an hour of solitude. The young woman celebrates the opportunity to finally investigate the secrets of this world. She walks past the monitor where Lang Xiao left his recorded message, feeling optimistic about her luck. On the screen, Lang Xiao's recording explains that he will receive a notification the moment she wakes up. The scene shifts to the exterior of the Beastman Administration Bureau, a large modern facility. Inside, Lang Xiao and a bear beastman named Xiang Yao stand before a registration desk to scan their terminals. Xiang Yao looks forward to officially becoming a legal partner within the household. However, Lang Xiao quickly blocks the other man's hand from reaching the registration tablet. Lang Xiao stares him down, asking if he is already having second thoughts about the arrangement. Lang Xiao sternly explains that all property and future income will be transferred to his personal account for management. He asserts his role as the absolute leader of the household and sets strict boundaries regarding proximity to Bai Yue. Xiang Yao listens intently, wondering if these harsh terms are simply a tactic to scare him off. He lowers his head in contemplation while Lang Xiao watches for any sign of weakness. Lang Xiao observes the silence, misjudging the hesitation as a lack of resolve. The wolf warrior offers a final chance to withdraw from the agreement if he is unwilling to comply. Xiang Yao suddenly shouts his commitment, declaring that he is fully willing to accept the terms. The loud outburst draws the attention of everyone else waiting in the bureau. Xiang Yao explains that he has carefully studied the entry rules and is making an informed choice. He expresses a sincere desire to assist in the care and protection of their household member. Lang Xiao maintains a stoic expression, silently evaluating the sincerity of the bear beastman. Eventually, he accepts the answer and taps the digital interface to finalize the process. The terminal emits a series of beeps as it processes the new registration data. A digital notification confirms that the entry has been successfully completed. Xiang Yao gazes at the official household registration file with a look of pure relief and joy. The two men stand together outside the bureau doors, having concluded their official business. Lang Xiao reviews the account balance, noting a massive transfer of 100,000 contribution points. Xiang Yao suggests heading back soon, assuming that Bai Yue's rest period should be ending. Lang Xiao scolds his new teammate for being clumsy, and insists on teaching him proper caretaking protocols. His gaze becomes incredibly intense as he prepares to deliver a serious lecture. Xiang Yao appears flustered and overwhelmed by the strict expectations being placed upon him. Lang Xiao mentions booking a guidance class for the both of them while Xiang Yao holds a package of specialized protective gear. Suddenly, Lang Xiao's terminal pings with a high-priority message, catching his full attention. A lone, mutated plant sits in the middle of a manicured lawn outside the modern residence. The kitchen counter is littered with scraps and a sharp blade, while books pile up on the floor. A strange vortex of water erupts from the bathroom, suggesting someone is experimenting with their powers. Books are scattered across the stairs and hallway near a mysterious puddle of water. Bai Yue has turned the living room into a makeshift library, surrounding herself with stacks of research material. Lounging on the sofa, she focuses intently on a book while trying to piece together the world's secrets. The texts reveal a brutal history where beastmen constantly battle for survival against aggressive, mutated vegetation. A map illustrates how beastmen are forced into small settlements, surrounded by vast forests of hostile plants. Frustrated by the lack of historical records, she realizes that the local information is heavily biased toward warfare. She attempts to use a computer to find more answers, but a strict biometric locks her access. Bai Yue remains confused about why humans are treated as pets and why they share her original language. Outside the window, a small bird rests peacefully on a railing, unaware of any lurking danger. Bai Yue spots the small creature and watches it with curiosity from inside the room. She observes the bird through the glass, reflecting on the dangers of the jungle compared to the city. Despite the earlier warnings, she assumes the urban environment offers a safe haven from mutated plants. Suddenly, a predatory vine lashes out from the shadows and ensnares the helpless bird. Miles away, Lang Xiao sprints through the streets, consumed by worry after receiving a wake-up alert. He fears the worst, imagining a rival beastman breaking into the home to kidnap his ward. The wolf warrior grits his teeth, regretting his decision to leave her alone for even a moment. He finally reaches the perimeter of the residence, moving with desperate speed. A sharp scream from within the walls causes him to freeze in momentary shock. In a fit of rage, Lang Xiao delivers a powerful kick that shatters the heavy entrance gate. The gate crashes to the ground as he storms into the yard to face whatever is threatening his home. He finds Bai Yue suspended in the air, trapped upside down by a massive, carnivorous plant. She is visibly distressed and weak, struggling against the plant's firm grip. Lang Xiao acts instantly, tearing the mutated vegetation apart with his bare hands to free her. Once safe in his arms, Bai Yue explains that she feels dizzy from being held upside down so long. A closer look reveals that her lips have taken on a concerning purplish hue. Panic sets in as Lang Xiao realizes she has been poisoned by the plant's toxins. Without wasting a second, he carries her at full speed toward the nearest medical facility. Back at the residence, a single mutated plants suspiciously in the middle of the lawn. The kitchen area is left in disarray with various items and books strewn across the surfaces. A powerful jet of water swirls out of the plumbing, indicating an active use of elemental abilities. Piles of books and puddles of water are left in the wake of Bai Yue's frantic search for knowledge. The living room is covered in open books, as she tries to understand the history of this world. She lies on the couch, completely absorbed in the text detailing the war between beastmen and plants. The documents confirm that mutated flora has become the dominant and most dangerous force on the planet. A historical map depicts the small, isolated zones where beastmen are forced to reside. Feeling dejected, she laments that she can't find any solid information regarding the origins of humans. The home computer remains locked behind a security interface that she cannot bypass. She ponders the strange coincidence of the language being identical to her own world. A small bird chirps on the balcony, providing a brief moment of normalcy in the chaotic environment. Bai Yue's eyes widen as she notices the small creature visiting the balcony. She watches the bird from the safety of the interior, thinking about its survival in the wild. The protagonist incorrectly assumes that the city's lack of vegetation makes it a safe zone. Her assumption is shattered when a rogue vane snatches the bird right before her eyes. Lang Xiao continues his frantic dash home, terrified that his ward has encountered a threat. His mind races with worst-case scenarios involving intruders or hostile rivals. The warrior is visibly shaken by the thought of failing to protect his household member. He sprints toward the outer wall of the compound, his focus entirely on the residents. Hearing a cry for help from inside, he looks up with a fierce expression. He launches a devastating kick to the gate, forcing his way into the yard. The impact of his entrance sends debris flying as he searches for the source of the danger. He finds Bai Yue caught in the clutches of a massive pitcher plant that has invaded the yard. She is in pain and fading fast, calling out for her protector to save her. With a roar of fury, the wolf warrior tears the predatory plant to pieces. He catches her as she falls, while she tries to regain her bearings after the ordeal. Her lips show clear signs of discoloration, indicating the presence of a dangerous toxin. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lang Xiao prepares to rush her to a doctor. He carries her through the city, heading straight for the emergency wing of the hospital. Lang Xiao holds Bai Yue's hand after a blood draw, praising her for being brave throughout the procedure. Bai Yue finds the wolf warrior's concern a bit much, as she's perfectly used to medical checkups. The situation turns comical as Lang Xiao becomes overly dramatic about her recovery. Looking around the ward, Bai Yue notices another human girl being coddled by a beastman while crying over a simple shock. Lang Xiao covers her ears to shield her from the noise of the busy hospital room filled with other couples. Nearby, a beastman nurse and a doctor discuss patient care while carrying medical supplies. Bai Yue reflects on the strange world she's in, realizing she hasn't seen a single female beastman or male human since her arrival. A look of shock crosses her face as she considers the biological implications of this demographic imbalance. The doctor checks in on them while Lang Xiao continues to comfort his seemingly distressed companion. The medical professional warns that females are highly sensitive to temperature changes and require constant vigilance. Lang Xiao vows to be more careful, holding Bai Yue close to ensure she stays protected. However, the doctor remains skeptical, noting that humans under Lang Xiao's care always seem to end up in a frail state. The doctor advises advises the wolf warrior that Bai Yue is far too skinny and needs to be fed more to reach a healthy weight. Looking at the other humans in the room, Bai Yue is horrified to see they are all heavily overweight and that the doctor wants to prescribe weight gain supplements. The situation worsens when the doctor suggests she might need keepsakes for hygiene, because sick patients often lose physical control. The doctor maintains a clinical, unimpressed expression even as Bai Yue's temper begins to flare. To prove she is perfectly healthy, she jumps out of bed and starts stomping around the room with surprising energy. Lang Xiao watches in a panic, begging her to stop before she accidentally injures herself. Bai Yue continues her demonstration by performing high knee exercises to show off her stamina. The doctor watches the sudden outburst with growing concern for her mental well-being. She defiantly claims that she doesn't need any supplements and is much fitter than the other humans. Seeing her erratic behavior, the doctor decides she is overexcited and plans to prescribe sedatives. Bai Yue immediately clings to Lang Xiao, adamantly refusing to take any medication. Lang Xiao defends her actions, arguing that her strange behavior must be a side effect of the pitcher plant's toxins. He then sternly asks when the official medical report will finally be ready. The doctor finds her high energy suspicious, noting that the specific plant toxin should actually be acting as a sedative. Lang Xiao suggests they exchange contact details to ensure she has a dedicated physician for her ongoing recovery. An assistant hands over the medical results to the lead doctor. The doctor carefully reviews the data on his digital clipboard with a serious expression. His eyes widen in sheer disbelief as he processes the information. Lang Xiao demands an immediate update on the examination results. The doctor begins to tremble, stating that he has never encountered a report like this before. A wide shot of the room shows the group waiting tensely for the medical verdict. Lang Xiao holds Bai Yue close, worried that her condition might be critical. He asks if the poisoning is severe, but the doctor seems completely baffled. The doctor clarifies that she is actually perfectly healthy and shows no signs of being poisoned. Bai Yue feels a wave of relief, but is annoyed by the doctor's overly dramatic delivery. Lang Xiao places a reassuring hand on her as the panic subsides. Overcome with joy, Lang Xiao tosses Bai Yue into the air to celebrate the good news. He beams with pride, declaring her to be the healthiest human he has ever seen. Bai Yue is caught off guard by his sudden and energetic display of excitement. The doctor watches them, contemplating if her lean physique is the key to her unprecedented health. He views this as a groundbreaking medical discovery that requires deep study. Lang Xiao carries Bai Yue out of the hospital to return home. A digital profile appears for Dr. Leopard, detailing his 15 years of medical experience. Lang Xiao interacts with a holographic interface on his wrist device. He explains to Bai Yue that this doctor will be her personal physician from now on. Bai Yue agrees to cooperate as long as she isn't forced into any weight gain programs. Lang Xiao questions how she managed to get trapped by a plant in the yard earlier. Bai Yue recalls the struggle with the hazardous plants while trying to look defiant. She suddenly looks panicked as she remembers the state of the house. A realization dawns that she hasn't had time to tidy up the living area. They walk into the house to find books and belongings scattered all over the floor. Lang Xiao is furious, immediately suspecting that a thief has broken in. He uses his keen sense of smell to search for any signs of an intruder. His expression turns stern as he realizes that no stranger has been inside. Bai Yue tries to distract him by performing a silly butterfly dance. Lang Xiao stares her down, seeing right through her attempts to be playful. He looms over her and demands to know if she is responsible for the mess. Bai Yue retreats into her hood, trying to hide from his interrogation. She decides that playing dumb is her best strategy for avoiding trouble. Lang Xiao's stern facade breaks as he finds her antics amusing. He pulls her close for a playful, affectionate gesture, deciding to be patient with her instead of strict. Lang Xiao promises Bai Yue that he won't restrict her freedom as long as she remains safe. Touched by his words, Bai Yue stands on her tiptoes in her pink onesie. She gives him a quick peck on the cheek to show her appreciation for being a great guardian. Lang Xiao turns bright red, completely caught off guard by the sudden display of affection. He immediately pulls her into a firm hug, clearly moved by her gesture. He continues to nuzzle against her, finding comfort in their close proximity. Bai Yue looks on with a bewildered expression, surprised by his intense reaction. She finds the physical closeness a bit overwhelming and asks him to let go. A sudden knocking at the door breaks the moment and draws their attention away. Bai Yue hopes it's their friend Zhang Yao returning home just in time. She rushes toward the entrance, ignoring Lang Xiao's warning to slow down. Lang Xiao is visibly irritated that someone interrupted their private time. Outside, a tall figure stands at the door, dropping something on the ground. They are both stunned to see a beastman who was supposed to be in custody. Bai Yue is shocked and confused, wondering how he managed to get out. She quickly hides behind Lang Xiao's back for safety. Lang Xiao stands his ground, keeping a protective arm in front of her. He sternly asks the intruder if his previous sentencing wasn't enough to keep him away. The lion beastman looks incredibly stressed and holds out a dragon fruit as an offering. Bai Yue starts to panic, thinking the dangerous criminal has staged a jailbreak. Lang Xiao threatens the lion, who insists he's only there to deliver the fruit as ordered. Bai Yue worries that the lion might have hidden followers lurking nearby for an ambush. She closes her eyes to focus her special detection abilities on the surrounding area. A blue pulse of energy scans the entire property to search for hidden threats. She confirms that there are no other beastmen in the vicinity. Knowing Lang Xiao's superior strength, she realizes the lion wouldn't stand a chance in a fight. The lion beastman grumpily hands over the fruit, claiming he's just fulfilling his requirements. Lang Xiao takes the fruit, but demands that he bring better variety next time. This makes the lion erupt in frustration, feeling like a common delivery worker. As the lion walks away, Lang Xiao lists off his numerous past offenses. He then pulls out a bottle to thoroughly disinfect the fruit before letting Bai Yue touch it. Bai Yue stares in disbelief at how strange the laws of this world seem to be. Lang Xiao agrees that the punishment for the lion's crimes was far too lenient. He shoots a terrifying glare at the criminal, threatening to appeal for a much harsher sentence. The lion beastman freezes in pure terror at the thought of more punishment. The narrative explains that the criminal shows no remorse and continues to speak harshly to his victim. Lang Xiao glares with intense fury, his teeth bared in an angry snarl. The lion beastman breaks into a cold sweat, clearly terrified by the guardian's reaction. He clenches his fist tightly, struggling to maintain his composure under the heavy pressure. The lion bows low in a display of submission, promising to find whatever food Bai Yue desires immediately. Internally, he resolves to endure the humiliation in order to fight for a reduced sentence later. Lang Xiao dismisses the criminal, who quickly turns and begins to leave the premises. Bai Yue taunts the departing lion with a playful and insulting gesture. The lion is shocked by her unexpected display of cleverness and personality. He compares her sharp wit to other females he has known, realizing she is far from defective. As the lion tries to linger for a better look at her, someone else approaches the scene. Lang Xiao's sharp eyes narrow as he senses another presence nearby. A powerful hand suddenly grabs the lion's collar from behind. Xiang Yao, the bear beastman, demands to know why a prisoner is loitering at the front door. Lang Xiao explains that the criminal is only there to deliver fruit as part of his court-ordered punishment. Xiang Yao releases a terrifying, predatory aura that completely dwarfs the lion's spirit. The lion trembles, realizing he is completely outmatched by the bear's overwhelming strength. Xiang Yao maintains a stern and intimidating expression while dealing with the intruder. Blue energy crackles around the bear's hand as he exerts his dominance over the prisoner. He discharges a burst of energy into the air as a warning before promising to return the next day. Bai Yue watches the display of strength with wide eyes, looking impressed by his capabilities. Xiong Yao smiles and brushes off his hands, appearing proud of his role as a potential bodyguard. Bai Yue cheers for the newcomer, which seems to catch Lang Xiao off guard. Lang Xiao watches her reaction closely, looking a bit contemplative about the situation. The guardian carries Bai Yue as they interact with their new team member in a friendly manner. Later, the group gathers around the dining table to share a meal together. Bai Yue is horrified to see that the main course consists of grilled fruit once again. Lang Xiao leans in to check on her, wondering why she isn't eating her food. Bai Yue points toward the fresh produce on the counter, desperately wanting something that hasn't been cooked. Lang Xiao gives her a gentle pat on the head, mistaking her frustration for a strange new craving. He insists that raw fruit is unsafe and pulls the tray back to prepare it his way. A small, dejected version of Bai Yue appears, mourning the loss of her fresh snacks. Lang Xiao happily prepares a salad of baked fruit, while Bai Yue stares on in complete despair. Xiang Yao holds Bai Yue back as the group deals with her health needs. Lang Xiao approaches with a bowl of medicine, but the bodyguard stands firmly in his way. The wolf guardian insists that the doctor's medicine is mandatory for her physical recovery. Refusing to take a single sip, Bai Yue hides behind her protector and shakes her head. Xiang Yao steps in to block the advance, suggesting they find another way to improve her health without the bad taste. He warns that forcing the issue will only cause her more stress and a negative reaction. Lang Xiao questions her dislike for the tonic while she confirms her hatred for both the taste and its effects. The kitchen standoff ends as Lang Xiao gives up for now, and the bodyguard tells her to stand up. Relieved to have avoided the bitter drink, she lets out a heavy sigh. Lang Xiao decides to convert the health supplements into pills by tomorrow, hoping she'll find them more acceptable. Refusing to listen to any more health talk, she retreats to her room and slams the door shut. Xiang Yao tells his companion to finish up and rest while he goes to check on their charge. He asks when the next battle will be to earn more points for her expensive medical needs. As the captain, Lang Xiao dismisses the rush, stating he has his own strategy for their resources. He walks away, giving his teammate permission to go fight alone if he can't stay still. Left alone with the bowl, the bear beastman reflects on his own desire to grow closer to her. He remembers her leaning on him earlier, a moment of rare trust between them. Blushing at the thought, he feels like their relationship has truly made progress today. Later that night, a quiet figure approaches the door to her bedroom. Lang Xiao finds her buried under the covers, seemingly ignoring him over the medicine dispute. He tiptoes across the floor to avoid waking her up during his visit. Finding her bundled up like a ball of anger, he realizes she's actually already drifted off. He looks down at her sleeping face, noting how peaceful she finally looks. Deciding to stay close, he prepares to settle in for the night as well. He joins her in the sleeping area to rest alongside her for the evening. Waking up slightly, she blushes and realizes how persistent the wolf has become. The sun rises over the modern estate the following morning. Downstairs, she feels her stomach growling but hesitates to find the others. She struggles with the dilemma of being hungry while still technically being in a fight with her guardian. She tries to shake off the confusion and get her thoughts back in order. The quiet morning is suddenly interrupted by a loud banging at the glass. Bai Yue steps out onto the balcony, starting her morning with a view of the courtyard. She spots Lang Xiao down below, busy doing some heavy landscaping work. He puts his strength on full display as he effortlessly hauls a large plant across the lawn. Watching from above, Bai Yue can't help but be impressed by his incredible physical conditioning. Lang Xiao catches her staring and gives her a sharp, knowing look from the garden. He offers a friendly smile, clearly enjoying the chance to show off his hard work. The sudden attention makes Bai Yue's heart race as she feels a rush of heat to her face. She stands frozen on the balcony, trying to maintain her composure while he remains in the yard. Confused by her own reaction, she wonders if the morning sun is already giving her heat stroke. Lang Xiao approaches and suggests they head inside for breakfast before the day gets too hot. He adds a special promise, telling her he'll take her to an amusement park later that afternoon. The mention of a park leaves Bai Yue stunned, triggering deep memories of her past life. She recalls the long years spent in a sanatorium, where she could only watch festivities from a distance. As a child, she spent countless nights staring through a window, dreaming of one day being free. Back then, all she wanted was to break out from the confines of her medical facility. Now she finally has the chance to run wild and enjoy the sights for herself. However, the fun is interrupted when Lang Xiao insists she wears a bulky safety harness for protection. Bai Yue is completely caught off guard by the strange and restrictive request. She immediately takes off running, refusing to be seen in such a clunky accessory. Lang Xiao tries to be helpful, holding up the sturdy charm as he explains its necessity for her safety. Feeling mortified, she weaves through the crowd to get away from the embarrassing situation. Lang Xiao shouts for her to slow down before she accidentally runs into someone in the path. Ahead, a small boy stands quietly holding a red balloon, oblivious to the incoming chaos. Bai Yue nearly collides with the child as she charges forward through the park. A firm hand suddenly grabs her, pulling her back just in time to avoid a messy disaster. She stops right in front of the boy, looking down at him with wide-eyed surprise. Upon closer inspection, something about the child's appearance catches her eye immediately. She realizes that the little one standing before her is actually a human boy. Bai Yue's eyes widen in absolute shock as she spots something completely unexpected in the crowd. A small child in a sailor outfit clutches a balloon, appearing quite timid and fragile. Lang Xiao struggles to keep a grip on Bai Yue while insisting she needs her safety harness in the busy park. Refusing to be held back, Bai Yue breaks away and dashes toward the mysterious boy. She reaches out and pulls at the boy's collar, causing his blue beret to tumble off his head. Beneath the hat, a pair of distinct animal ears pop up, revealing the child's true nature. Bai Yue stares in disbelief, realizing the person she thought was human is actually a beastman. Feeling threatened, the young beastman snarls and shows his fangs to ward off the stranger. Lang Xiao steps in to shield Bai Yue, giving the boy an intimidating look that stops him in his tracks. The frightened boy runs back to his father, who is accompanied by other Beastman family members. Lang Xiao offers a calm explanation to the father, apologizing for Bai Yue's sudden excitement. The father gently comforts his son, assuring the group that the boy is tough enough to handle the surprise. As the family walks away to find the bumper boats, Bai Yue watches them with a growing sense of confusion. The two continue their walk, though Bai Yue remains preoccupied with the strange social dynamics of the park. Lang Xiao looks down with a soft, knowing smile, seemingly amused by her interest in the children. He pulls out the safety harness again, insisting she wear it if they want to try the rocking car ride. They join the crowds on the grand staircase, surrounded by various Beastman families enjoying the day. The duo hops onto a carousel, though Bai Yue looks far less enthusiastic about the ride than her guardian. They stroll past the vendor stalls, taking in the sights and sounds of the bustling amusement park. Bai Yue observes other couples around them, noting the absence of anyone else like her. Her expression turns solemn as she realizes she still hasn't seen a single human male or female Beastman. Lang Xiao leads her toward the food area, asking what kind of snack she might be in the mood for. He stops and turns around when he notices she has lagged behind, lost in her own thoughts. He catches up and places his hands on her shoulders, giving her a start as he checks on her. He leans in to speak softly, trying to lift her spirits by focusing on the local cuisine. Bai Yue looks away, her mind still troubled by the unsettling lack of diversity in the crowd. A rooster lets out a loud crow from atop a hay bale near a small farm exhibit. Bai Yue's eyes sparkle with joy at the sight of the birds, her mood shifting instantly. She excitedly points at the chickens, listing off all the ways they could be prepared for a meal. Panicked by her suggestion, Lang Xiao quickly clamps a hand over mouth to silence her. He explains with great urgency that in this world, animals are strictly not for consumption. Bai Yue stares with deep suspicion, wondering if her guardian is lying about the meat being poisonous just to stop her from eating it. Lang Xiao has his hands full trying to restrain the frustrated girl as she attempts to reach for the nearby animals. He immediately regrets teasing her about food earlier, seeing how much it has upset her. Lang Xiao tries to pacify her by leaning in and whispering that meat is a treat they can only enjoy in private at home. The pair stops at a food stall where he points out various fruits and snacks as alternatives, but Bai Yue remains unimpressed. Her attention is suddenly caught by a sign for hot, sweet soup displayed on the counter. A clever idea strikes her as she realizes just how hot the soup is served. She looks over at a nearby chicken coop, watching the birds huddled in the hay. A mischievous smile spreads across her face as she formulates a secret plan to satisfy her cravings. Bai Yue points excitedly at the sweet soup, urging Lang Xiao to buy a cup for her immediately. Lang Xiao heads to the register and places the order, completely distracted by her sudden change in mood. While he is busy paying, Bai Yue reaches into the hay underneath the chirping chicks. She looks absolutely delighted as she successfully carries out the first step of her plan. She manages to swipe a fresh egg, recalling how she used to prepare them as simple snacks back in her world. She envisions using the boiling heat of the soup to cook the egg into a perfect soft-boiled treat. Lang Xiao catches her kneeling inside the coop and quickly tells her to get out before they cause a scene. Bai Yue hops over the wooden fence to rejoin him, acting as if nothing happened. She snatches the hot soup and runs off, ignoring his warnings about the high temperature. Lang Xiao looks back at the chickens with a puzzled expression, unaware that one of their eggs is now missing. He remains silent for a moment, watching her with a mix of concern and confusion. Bai Yue hugs the soup container tightly, overjoyed that she finally has a way to get some protein. Her focus shifts to a water attraction where visitors are floating inside giant transparent spheres. She imagines herself having a private, quiet picnic while drifting peacefully on the lake. Holding her soup container with determination, she leads the way toward the boarding dock. Lang Xiao observes the other visitors enjoying the water activity as they prepare to take their turn. He agrees to join her for a round of play, hoping the activity will cheer her up. As they begin to move inside the sphere, Bai Yue delivers a sudden, forceful kick directly to Lang Xiao's face. Lang Xiao reels back on the dock in shock, while Bai Yue's sphere drifts away onto the open water. He rubs his face, completely bewildered by her sudden aggressive outburst. Now alone on the lake, Bai Yue sits quietly inside her sphere to focus on her task. Lang Xiao assumes she just wants some space to play by herself and decides to let her be for a while. He reaches out to take the soup container so it won't spill during her ride, but Bai Yue reacts with defensive alarm to protect her hidden snack. Lang Xiao agrees to her request to play by herself. He reaches for the bamboo container to prevent a mess, but she immediately objects. He lifts the heavy tube, noticing a strange movement inside. Inside the liquid, 2 round keepsakes rattle against the container walls. The Guardian is instantly suspicious of what might be hidden in the soup. Terrified of being caught, she hugs the tube tightly and refuses to let go. The massive water sphere is pushed away from the platform and into the lake. He warns her about the sticky mess a spill would cause, but she remains stubborn. She decides that a bit of syrup is worth the risk for her secret snack. Her sudden protective behavior over the food leaves him completely confused. A staff member explains that females are often protective of their meals in public. Lang Xiao isn't convinced, but watches as she huddles inside the floating ball. He chooses to trust her and gives a small, reassuring smile. He offers a gentle pat of encouragement through the sphere's flexible wall. He tells her she take the container with her after all. While he gives safety instructions, she nods innocently while planning to open the tube. The operator pulls the handle to launch the attraction. The sphere gains speed, sending her gliding quickly across the water. Lang Xiao stands at the edge of the dock, watching the sphere's drift. He prides himself on her intelligence and independent spirit. The rattling sound from earlier suddenly comes back to haunt his thoughts. The staff member points out that she is already consuming something round and white. Far on the lake, she is clearly seen enjoying her illicit prize. Panic sets in as he realizes she is eating forbidden items from a nest. He grabs the worker and demands immediate transport to the middle of the lake. He races across the water in a small boat, determined to stop her. She holds up the last round keepsake, planning to savor the flavor. She prepares to take a large bite of the forbidden snack. The Guardian suddenly tears open the water sphere, catching her in the act. In a frantic move to hide the evidence, she stuffs the whole item into her mouth. He grabs her and demands she spit it out, as consuming animals is illegal. He holds her jaw firmly, attempting to force her to reveal the hidden food. To confirm his suspicions, he conducts a thorough clinical examination of her mouth. Lang Xiao looks dazed as he imagines small winged wolves celebrating the flavor of the forbidden snack. A nearby bear beastman is absolutely floored, shouting out that a female is actually consuming eggs. To dispose of the evidence, Lang Xiao spits the remains into the lake, while the shocked onlooker watches from a nearby boat. Bai Yue is left completely flustered and blushing after the intense confrontation over her meal. Back in the city, Lang Xiao's team makes their way through the streets, while carrying heavy supplies. Xiong Yeo maintains a stern expression as they approach the entrance to their residence. On the sidewalk, citizens gossip about the scandal of a female eating eggs at the local amusement park. A woman with cat ears notes that even if the eggs weren't fertilized, the act is considered incredibly cruel in their society. Chibi versions of the citizens discuss how Lang Xiao's ruthless reputation perfectly matches his willingness to break such taboos. The gossiping pair is suddenly interrupted by a massive figure looming over them. Xiong Yeo demands a full explanation of the egg incident, terrifying the 2 citizens with his intense aura. After hearing the details, Xiong Yao's face darkens as he processes the potential legal trouble for the group. Lang Xiao eventually arrives home carrying a cheerful Bai Yue, who waves a friendly greeting to the waiting Guardian. Xiong Yeo rushes over with a crate of fruit, while the group reflects on how serious the meat-eating taboo is in this world. Lang Xiao explains that a doctor found no physical issues, and that he managed to intercept the forbidden food before it was fully consumed. Bai Yue looks on with a quiet, contemplative expression as she listens to them discuss her health. The group enters the modern apartment, heading inside to settle down after the chaotic day at the park. Lang Xiao holds the door open and asks Bai Yue if she would like to freshen up or rest first. Instead of answering, Bai Yue slams the door shut in his face, leaving both Lang Xiao and Xiang Yao completely startled. Lang Xiao stares at the closed door, confused by her sudden defensive behavior. Inside the room, Bai Yue sits alone in the dark, feeling overwhelmed by the restrictive laws of this new world. She realizes she was far too naive about her situation and how difficult it is to live as a human among beastmen. She recalls a moment of Lang Xiao being kind and caring, thinking that being his ward might actually be okay. However, that memory is quickly replaced by his aggressive demand for her to follow the rules and spit out the food. She worries that the ban on meat is just one of many bizarre rules she will be forced to follow. Her anxiety spikes as she imagines a terrifying future, where she is treated like livestock and sent to a specialized facility against her will. Hiding under her hood, she feels trapped and uncertain about how to navigate her future. Looking out with a somber gaze, she wonders what she should do when her most basic habits are considered crimes. Empty response. Bai Yue huddles on the floor, looking completely overwhelmed and terrified. A close-up shows her wide eyes as she struggles to process the weight of her situation. Xiang Yao confronts Lang Xiao, arguing that catching animals for food is a serious crime. Lang Xiao remains defiant, believing that real food is worth the risk for their guests' health. The two men stand over a table of fruit, debating the biological history of their species. Lang Xiao explains that their ancestors were once hunters before laws forced a vegetarian lifestyle. A flashback shows various wild creatures coexisting in the forest long ago. The scene depicts the harsh reality of the natural food chain where predators hunt to survive. Guoguo is shown as a survivor of the wilderness, having adapted to a much harsher environment. Lang Xiao decides that forcing a change in diet might actually cause her more harm than good. From the shadows of the hallway, a tearful Bai Yue listens to their conversation in silence. The men stop their debate when they hear the sound of footsteps approaching the room. Bai Yue's feet become visible as she slowly steps out from the darkness of the hall. She stands before them, looking small and fragile compared to the two powerful guardians. Lang Xiao offers a reassuring smile, promising to find a way to provide for her needs. He adjusts his stance as he prepares to welcome her back into the common area. Lang Xiao leans down to meet her gaze, showing a much softer side to his personality. He extends his hand toward her, inviting her to choose from the fresh fruit on the table. Bai Yue stares at the offered hand, hesitating as she tries to find the courage to trust him. She eventually reaches out and places her small hand in his, signaling a moment of connection. 2 weeks later, a flock of chickens is seen wandering through a dense sugarcane forest. A large paw steps onto the grass as a predator prepares to make its move. The birds remain completely unaware of the danger lurking just a few feet away. Lang Xiao lunges out from the brush in his beast form, letting out a fierce roar to startle the group. The sugarcane stalks swing wildly as the chaotic hunt begins in the thick vegetation. A close-up of a sharp eye shows the hunter's intense focus during the fast-paced chase. The hunter gets knocked back by the aggressive environment as the prey successfully evades capture. Xiang Yao protects Bai Yue as he laments their failure to catch anything in the dangerous woods. Hostile sugarcane stalks lash out at any animal that dares to approach the field. This environment acts as a natural fortress for chickens, who live safely within the thick greenery. This unique ecosystem creates a symbiotic relationship where the plants and birds provide mutual protection. Capturing prey in this difficult terrain requires the extreme speed and agility of a wolf beastman. Xiang Yao offers the girl a piece of the sweet plant after carefully removing its tough outer layer. The young girl suddenly feels a heavy discomfort in her abdomen, causing her to double over in pain. Xiang Yao grows deeply concerned when she explains that her stomach has felt unusual since the morning. A sudden realization hits the girl as she experiences a significant biological shift. Xiang Yao's heightened senses pick up the distinct scent of blood in the air. He immediately takes a defensive stance, scanning the surrounding forest for any hidden threats. He vows to protect her, assuming a predator must be lurking nearby. Confused by the lack of visible tracks, he suspects they might be experiencing hallucinations from local flora. Overwhelmed by the timing of this natural milestone, the girl begins to cry in frustration. Xiang Yao decides to rush her to a nearby plantation to find medicine for what he thinks is a botanical poison. He prepares to carry her to the populated area to seek help from other beastmen. The girl realizes that bringing her current biological situation to a public crowd would be incredibly awkward. She imagines the embarrassment of being the center of attention, while in such a vulnerable state. She tries to push away, insisting that they return home immediately instead of seeking public help. Her body continues its natural cycle, marking her transition into a new stage of maturity. Drained of energy and feeling miserable, she can only weep at the confusing situation. Xiang Yao notices her lack of strength and becomes even more desperate to find a cure for her condition. Lang Xiao suddenly arrives on the scene, landing heavily after his successful hunt. He presents a bag full of captured chickens, but is immediately distracted by the strange scent in the air. Xiang Yao explains his theory about hallucinogenic plants causing the girl's sudden illness. Lang Xiao looks skeptical, noting that they had already cleared the area of any dangerous vegetation. Sensing something is wrong, the wolf beastman demands that the girl be handed over to him immediately. After passing the girl to his companion, Xiang Yao is shocked to find a red stain on his hand. Lang Xiao takes the girl into his arms, showing a much calmer and more understanding demeanor. The bear beastman panics, believing the girl has sustained a serious injury that requires a hospital. Lang Xiao criticizes his companion's lack of basic biological knowledge regarding human development. He realizes that the girl is not actually hurt, but has simply reached a significant milestone in her growth. Xiang Yao spends his time outdoors tending to the sugarcane crop. He suddenly stops his work and looks toward the house after hearing a distressed shout. His expression shifts to one of concern as he realizes something is wrong. Xiang Yao enters the room and cites a book, explaining that Bai Yue has reached a biological milestone and needs to be left alone. Bai Yue is left wide-eyed and paralyzed by the sudden revelation regarding her own maturation. Lang Xiao remains composed, stating that he has plenty of patience to wait for her to recover. The intensity of the conversation leaves Bai Yue looking completely shell-shocked and overwhelmed. A visual of a shattering world represents Bai Yue's sudden realization that her life has changed forever. She eventually sits up and tells the men to leave so they can focus on planting sugarcane and raising chickens. A dark screen confirms her suspicion that she is no longer viewed as just a pet. She stares off into the distance, trying to process the shift in her social standing. The weight of being considered a life partner creates a heavy, dark aura of confusion around her. As the two men continue their bickering by the door, Bai Yue collapses back onto the bed in total exhaustion. Lang Xiao slams the door shut, clearly annoyed by the constant presence of his companion. He turns his gaze back toward the bed to check on the girl's well-being. He gently reaches out to pull the blanket over her so she doesn't catch a cold while resting. Watching her sleep, he notes how much energy this natural growth milestone drains from a human. Bai Yue keeps her eyes shut and blushes as she ponders the true meaning of her current identity. She is eventually woken up by a distinct tapping sound coming from right next to her. She glances over to see Lang Xiao busy working on a laptop computer. Seeing the device, she realizes she can finally use technology to research and understand the rules of the beast world. Lang Xiao stares intently at his laptop screen while finishing up his research. Bai Yue wakes up and finds him looking up recipes for chicken, asking if he disturbed her sleep. In a cute moment, the two of them sit together to look at the device. Lang Xiao asks if she wants to join him in browsing the web. She eagerly points at the screen, ready to see what he has found. He reaches out to lift her closer so they can share the space comfortably. Lang Xiao settles her on his lap to look at the screen together. He offers to find a cartoon for her to watch while they relax. Bai Yue realizes she needs a distraction and acts a bit clingy to get her way. She puts on a hungry face and begs for some meat to eat. Lang Xiao finds her request adorable and calls her a little greedy cat. He agrees to the meal and heads out, leaving the laptop for her to use on her own. Once he's gone, she celebrates her successful plan to get some private research time. Lang Xiao steps outside and orders Xiang Yao to catch a chicken for the meal. Xiang Yao struggles to round up the energetic birds while they run around the area. Bai Yue focuses her energy as she prepares to dive into her own digital investigation. She begins typing quickly, utilizing her knowledge of technology from her original world. She pulls up a search engine to uncover the hidden history of the beast world. Her expression hardens as she prepares to see the truth of this reality. With a single click, she starts her search for information regarding the world's origin. The records show that over 2,000 years ago, humans were the original rulers of the planet. Scientists are seen working in labs to create a plant growth accelerator to save a dying environment. However, the liquid they developed caused the local flora to grow out of control. Massive vines quickly overwhelmed human civilization, leading to widespread chaos and destruction. In desperation, the International Scientific Alliance began researching animal genes to improve human survival. An experiment results in a blinding flash of light as the first genetic transformations occur. A powerful beast warrior emerges as humanity's final hope against the encroaching nature. Soon, a massive army of beastmen was created to reclaim the world from the invasive plants. The beastmen successfully cleared habitats, allowing the human race to survive under their protection. Eventually, the superior beastmen stopped following human orders and formed their own independent tribes. The humans began to fear the overwhelming power of their former guardians. To prevent the beastmen from becoming too strong, humans destroyed the research labs and all the data. The story shifts to the beastmen's natural cycle, as they sought ways to continue their lineage. Initially, they paired with female animals, but this only produced more animals rather than beastmen. They soon discovered that pairing with human females could result in beastmen offspring. This led to the beastmen gathering human females to ensure their race could continue. Meanwhile, human males were driven out of their homes and forced to live in the wild. A new problem arose when they realized these pairings only resulted in male beastmen children. The ancestors eventually tracked down the last 3 surviving human males to help preserve the human race. A heavy strike symbolizes the harsh start of an era defined by difficult survival tactics. A rose begins to wither, representing the genetic decline that followed over the centuries. A falling petal highlights the fragile state of modern human women. The long history of limited genetic variety resulted in modern women suffering from severe health and cognitive issues. Finally, the record emphasizes that only by working together can the races find a better path forward. Bai Yue is startled while looking at a screen as Lang Xiao enters the room. Lang Xiao looks confused, calling out to her. Lang Xiao tries to get her attention, noticing she's completely absorbed in what's on the screen. He glances over and sees a simple cartoon playing on the laptop, making him think she's just distracted by a show. A close-up shows Bai Yu's hand near her face as she reacts emotionally to the historical data she just read. In a chibi-style panel, Lang Xiao tries to cheer her up, thinking she's just hungry for the food he's preparing. Bai Yue begins to sob, her tears falling as she hides her true distress behind the facade of a simple-minded human. Lang Xiao watches her closely, his expression turning serious as he tries to figure out why she's crying. Bai Yue breaks down into full-blown tears, maintaining her cover while processing the heavy truth about her species. Lang Xiao pulls her into a protective embrace, desperately trying to comfort her and asking what's wrong. He holds her gently, his heart aching at the sight of her distress. Xiang Yao bursts into the room with a plate of cooked chicken, confused by the sudden emotional scene. Lang Xiao snaps at the bear beastman, telling him he's scaring her and asking if the food is finally ready. Zhang Yao presents a plate with a bird that looks completely charred and unappetizing. After peeling away the burnt exterior, the meat inside appears surprisingly well cooked and juicy. The group gathers at the table, where Lang Xiao encourages Bai Yue to give the meat a try. Lang Xiao and Zhang Yao bicker over the cooking method, with the wolf critiquing the bear's lack of preparation. Lang Xiao notices Bai Yue reaching for a salt shaker on the table. The beastmen panic, warning her that salt should only be used in very small quantities. They try to stop her from over-seasoning the meat, worried she'll ruin the flavor. Lang Xiao realizes she must have learned the habit of seasoning food by watching him in the past. Lang Xiao takes a small piece of the salted meat to test it before letting her eat. He places the seasoned meat into his mouth, curious about the result of her inspiration. The flavor is so intense that Lang Xiao's inner wolf howls in delight, showing just how much better the food tastes. Seeing his reaction, Zhang Yao and Bai Yue both demand a taste of the chicken. Zhang Yao stuffs a large piece into his mouth, eager to see if it's really that good. The bear beastman is instantly overwhelmed by the flavor, letting out a roar of pure culinary satisfaction. Lang Xiao nods in agreement, acknowledging that the salt made a massive difference. The two beastmen start fighting over the chicken, completely forgetting they were supposed to be sharing it with Bai Yue. Left with nothing to eat, Bai Yue cries out in frustration, demanding they give her back the food they made for her. The group finally settles down at the table to eat together, with Lang Xiao even providing some juice to wash it down. Lang Xiao is amazed by how a simple ingredient like salt could transform a meal so completely. He suggests going back to the forest to find even more variety in their diet. Lang Xiao decides it's time to move past the old beastman taboos regarding food and explore new flavors. He looks forward to finding something even tastier than chicken, inspired by Bai Yue's simple addition. Bai Yue watches him, surprised that her small act of seasoning has sparked such a change in his perspective. Lang Xiao wonders how many other unknown delicacies are hidden in the world, waiting to be discovered. Bai Yue realizes she successfully opened a new door for her wolf guardian, making him a useful ally in her quest for better food. She imagines herself leading the way to a future full of delicious meals, finding this research much more enjoyable than studying history. Bai Yue contemplates whether she should finally reveal her secrets to the wolf guardian. Lang Xiao notices her hesitation, casting a sharp glance in her direction. He turns with a charming air, asking if there is something she needs to tell him. Feeling the weight of her deception, Bai Yue's face flushes with awkwardness. Lang Xiao maintains a friendly expression as he observes her reaction. He reaches out, tapping the surface near her hand to get her attention. He leans in close, causing her to startle while she tightly grips her food. Lang Xiao reaches toward her face, making her worry that he is becoming too aggressive. Panicked, she tells him to stay back and keep his distance. It turns out he was only trying to help, as he gently wipes food scraps from her cheek while she stares in a daze. She huffs, insisting she is perfectly fine as long as he avoids touching her. Lang Xiao teases her, asking if she shared her chicken leg because she has a crush on him. Xiang Yao suddenly has a realization about their current situation. The group gathers at table to discuss their next steps over a meal. Xiang Yao reminds them that a major sacrificial ceremony and a leadership challenge are only 5 days away. Bai Yue listens intently, realizing this event could be a massive spectacle. The trio discusses the challenge, noting that the current leader has been undefeated for a decade. Lang Xiao remains confident, claiming that timing and luck are the real keys to victory. Xiang Yao is impressed by the wolf's fearless attitude towards such a powerful opponent. The current leader, a formidable lion beastman named Shiquan, represents a massive hurdle for anyone seeking power. Lang Xiao prepares himself, with the spirit of a wolf driving his ambition to end the lion's reign. Xiang Yao continues his preparations, while reminding the guardian to be extra attentive to their human charge. Lang Xiao continues to clean the girl's face while discussing how active and intelligent she is. He notes that smarter individuals require far more precautions to keep them safe. Bai Yue is struck by the realization that her handlers are much more observant than she thought. Suddenly, a powerful wind begins to whip around the exterior of the house. The windows rattle as the sun begins begins to set much earlier than expected. Xiang Yao warns that the temperature will plummet, and they need to turn on the heater for the girls' safety. Lang Xiao looks concerned, wondering if the protective barrier around their territory is beginning to fail. He decides to investigate the sacrificial altar the next day and orders the bear to guard the home. Outside, the moon rises over a landscape of tall, rustling plants. The house sits quietly under the night sky as the environment continues to shift. Lang Xiao stays in his wolf form to guard Bai Yue while she sleeps. She lies awake, resolving to keep up her act to ensure her survival in this world. By morning, the tall stalks outside begin to crack and grow with unnatural speed. Bai Yue hears the commotion and checks the sliding door to see what is happening. Her eyes widen in complete shock at the transformation of the backyard. Overnight, a massive field of sugarcane has sprouted and matured, surrounding the entire house. Xiang Yao harvests tall sugarcane stalks while explaining to Bai Yue that the loosening barrier caused the plants to sprout overnight. He mentions that the wolf guardian, Lang Xiao, already left for the altar earlier that morning to address the situation. Playing her part, Bai Yue acts confused by the technical terms, prompting the bear to feel a need to impress her. He approaches her on the balcony, promising to explain the history of the city's ceremony in a way she can understand. The history lesson begins with a flashback to the early beast world, which was once overrun by massive, carnivorous plants. Ancient beastmen lacked any permanent safety and were forced to live as nomads to avoid being consumed. They fought a never-ending war against the encroaching vegetation, just to secure a small amount of living space. Powerful lion beastmen would roar in defiance even when trapped by the dark, suffocating vines. Through generations of struggle, the ancestors finally discovered the most effective way to neutralize the plant threat. By using their raw strength, they targeted the core of the sentient flora to break its influence. The ancestors sought out the most dangerous and influential plants that dominated the landscape. They used powerful charms to bind the heart of the forest, sealing the threat deep underground. Safe cities were eventually constructed directly on top of these ancient seals to ensure they remained contained. To maintain this peace, a monthly sacrificial ceremony is held where high-quality fuel is added to the sealing fires. Xiang Yao concludes the tale, noting that reinforcing the seal is the only way to keep the wild plants from reclaiming the city. He pauses and stares at her, hoping his detailed explanation managed to win her over. Xiang Yao begins to worry that he overwhelmed her with too many complicated details about the world's foundation. Internally, Bai Yue realizes that the entire city is essentially a giant lid on a botanical nightmare. She accidentally lets her intelligent side show and has to quickly snap back into her simple-minded persona. As he looks at her expectantly, she struggles to find a nonsensical response that fits her fake identity. She blabs out a ridiculous comment about animal waste to throw him off the trail. The bear is left completely speechless by her bizarre and totally unrelated conclusion. Bai Yue mentally facepalms, wondering why she chose such a gross topic to maintain her cover. Xiang Yao simply laughs it off and playfully pinches her nose, finding her lack of understanding charming. He decides that complex history is too much for her and resolves to tell only simple stories from now on. He begins a silly tale about farm animals while Bai Yue continues to act entertained despite her internal embarrassment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoes across the city, signaling that the ritual has finished. He informs her that the leadership challenge is officially about to begin. Bai Yue realizes this is the high-stakes competition that Lang Xiao intends to win. The bear guardian asks if she wants to head to the arena to see the lively event for herself. She gives an enthusiastic yes, happy for a chance to see the city's power structure in action. She hops down from the railing, ready to join the crowds heading toward the stadium. In the streets, eager beastmen are already placing heavy bets on whether Lang Xiao can successfully topple the current leader. The atmosphere is festive, with vendors selling sweets to the families gathering for the spectacle. The massive arena is a sight to behold, surrounded by towering pillars of flame and filled with citizens. Carrying her through the dense crowd, Xiang Yao helps her take in the vibrant and chaotic scene. A single boot steps onto the stone path, marking the arrival at the ceremony site. Bai Yue is hit by a sudden wave of intense heat as she approaches the glowing structure. Massive plumes of fire erupt from the top of the giant vessel, illuminating the sky. The group navigates the narrow walkway circling the massive, heat-radiating altar. Xiang Yao keeps a firm grip on Bai Yue as she feels an overwhelming sense of pressure from the flames. She focuses her senses, trying to peer through the blinding light of the ritual fire. Trails of blue energy spiral around the chamber, drawn toward the molten center. The energy crackles against the walls as the seal containing the ancient plant holds firm. Looking directly into the inferno, Bai Yue realizes she can't sense anything living inside the pit. Startled by a sudden realization, she clings to her protector while staring at the flames. Xiang Yao reassures her, explaining that the white bone vine is safely sealed beneath the altar. Laborers carry heavy bundles of fuel up the winding stairs to keep the containment fire burning. They stand back to observe the stabilized seal after the monthly ceremony concludes. Bai Yue can't shake the feeling that the energy from the sealed vine feels strangely familiar. Bright fireworks burst over the arena, signaling the start of the next highly anticipated match. A giant display board announces the face-off between Lang Xiao and the lion leader Shi Yu. Xiang Yao notes that one more win will allow their captain to challenge the city's top leader. Bai Yue gets fired up, worried that the sneaky lion might use underhanded tactics in the ring. To give her a better view of the action, The bear beastman prepares to lift her up. From her elevated spot, Bai Yue looks out over the massive crowd filling the stadium seats. The announcer calls for the contestants to enter the center stage for the final inspection. Lang Xiao scans the stands, hoping to find his teammates before the fight begins. He finally spots Bai Yue in the crowd and gives a confident smirk. His wolf ear twitches as he picks up the sounds of the roaring arena. Bai Yue watches with wide eyes as the tension between the two fighters reaches a breaking point. Lang Xiao calls out his opponent for trying to play mind games before the bell even rings. His eyes glow with a fierce intensity as he prepares to unleash his full power. Ignoring the taunts, the wolf warrior roars and initiates his transformation. Shi Yu bares his teeth, ready to prove why he's one of the strongest in the city. The lion and wolf collide in a spectacular explosion of power, officially starting the battle for the top 10. The wolf and lion collide midair in a fierce display of strength as their duel begins. A massive shockwave ripples through the arena, kicking up a cloud of dust and debris from the impact. The high-ranking leader watches the intense match from his ornate throne with a focused and stern gaze. He analyzes the combatants, noting the psychological pressure being applied in the heat of the ring. Suddenly, the leader's attention shifts as an unexpected sound cuts through the roar of the crowd. High in the stands, the girl shouts out at the top of her lungs to encourage her companion. She enthusiastically cheers for the wolf, her voice carrying across the entire stadium. Hearing her support, the wolf refocuses his energy on the lion standing across from him. The beast lets out a resounding howl that echoes throughout the arena, signaling his second wind. With renewed determination, he digs his claws into the stone floor to prepare for a high-speed charge. The wolf lunges forward, catching the lion off guard with a swift and aggressive strike. The girl continues to call out from the audience, drawing the curious eyes of nearby spectators. The bear bodyguard delivers a chilling stare that immediately intimidates and silences the surrounding beastmen. Sensing the guard's intense and scary presence, the crowd quickly backs away to give the duo space. To escape the heat and the suffocating crowd, the guard carries the girl toward a designated rest area. They approach a large, shaded structure that offers a reprieve from the harsh sun. The pair enters the building, leaving the chaotic noise of the arena entrance behind. The girl is instantly refreshed by a wave of cool air circulating within the well-ventilated hall. She looks around at the other attendees gathered in the comfortable space, wondering about the technology used. The guard lifts her onto his shoulders so she can navigate through the crowd and maintain her view. He carefully sets her back down on her feet. Once they reach a better vantage point, they head toward the edge of the platform to continue watching the high-stakes match from a safer distance. Down in the ring, the wolf pins his opponent to the ground in a dominant display of raw power. He maintains his aggressive stance, refusing to let the lion regain his footing or momentum. The girl watches with a look of shock as the intensity of the battle reaches its peak. The guard reassures her, confident that the wolf is significantly stronger than his opponent. The lion attempts a quick evasion, but the wolf's overwhelming speed makes it impossible to escape. Realizing his situation is dire, the lion struggles to even track the wolf's blurring movements. The wolf looms over the fallen fighter, preparing to deliver the final blow of the match. He secures a firm hold on the lion's neck, bypassing the thick defensive mane with ease. The wolf's grip tightens as he successfully breaches the lion's physical defenses to end the fight. Admitting total defeat, the lion cries out his surrender to bring the violent duel to a final close. Xiangyo protects Bai Yue in the crowd as everyone cheers for Lang Xiao's victory. The arena announcer celebrates Lang Xiao's 10th consecutive victory while the crowd roars with excitement. Lang Xiao is featured on the large arena screen as he prepares to leave the fighting grounds. Bai Yue watches with a slight smile, impressed by the wolf's unexpected skill. Lang Xiao spots his team in the stands and heads over to check in on them. A small representation of the wolf approaches them, asking if the match was too intense. Bai Yue looks flustered and covers her eyes as the wolf arrives while underdressed. Lang Xiao reaches out to Bai Yue, but she remains too embarrassed to look directly at him. Xiangyo steps in to provide Lang Xiao with a towel and a fresh change of clothing. Lang Xiao explains the tournament rules, noting that Shi Yu still has chances to reach the top 10. Xiangyo warns that the competition might stretch into the next day if too many competitors keep winning. Lang Xiao remains focused, viewing the current opponents as merely a warm-up for what's next. The wolf's gaze shifts toward the leader's stand, identifying his true target. A massive, glowing-eyed lion looms over the arena, representing the immense power of the current leader. Lang Xiao declares his lack of interest in the title, focusing solely on defeating the strongest opponent to prove himself. Bai Yue senses a dangerous aura coming from the leader, Shi Quan, who seems far more formidable than their previous foe. She reaches out her hand, hesitating as she thinks about the risks ahead. Lang Xiao looks back at her with concern, noticing her sudden change in mood. Bai Yue urges the wolf to prioritize his safety over the victory, acknowledging the danger he faces. Lang Xiao takes her hand, offering a silent gesture of reassurance before the next round begins. Bai Yue reacts with surprise and a slight blush at the wolf's calm confidence. He promises to avoid unnecessary risks, acknowledging that his safety is important for her sake. Bai Yue becomes flustered, trying to hide her growing embarrassment behind a playful outburst. Lang Xiao leaps over the railing to join the others in the stands for a short break. He lands gracefully on the platform, ready to rest before the next set of matches. Lang Xiao stands beside Bai Yue, suggesting they watch the remaining matches together as a team. Bai Yue agrees with a soft smile, her previous worries momentarily put at ease. Lang Xiao brings over some snacks to share while they observe the ongoing competition from their vantage point. A lion beastman aggressively chases a wolf across the arena floor as the crowd roars. Lang Xiao covers Bai Yue's eyes to shield her from the rough sights while Xiang Yao prepares some snacks. A bear beastman delivers a heavy blow to a lion, sending a shockwave through the air. Bai Yue cheers with excitement as the matches intensify, catching the attention of her companions. Lang Xiao offers Bai Yue a snack while a competitor on the big screen receives a broadcast ban. Dust clouds erupt from the arena as the combatants clash with incredible force. Explosive impacts continue to rock the stadium floor, signaling the end of the preliminary rounds. A large scoreboard displays the faces of the top 10 fighters who earned the right to challenge the leader. 3 tiger beastmen stand together, looking proud to have secured their spots in the finals. Shi Quan taunts Lang Xiao for staying in the stands, while Bai Yue grows visibly annoyed by his arrogance. Lang Xiao and Xiang Yao agree that the current lineup is final and no rematches are necessary. Lang Xiao sets his sights on the leader's platform, eager for the main event to begin. An advisor informs the leader that the time has finally come for his match. The leader stands up, his heavy footsteps and ornate jewelry drawing everyone's attention. The leader makes a grand entrance by leaping directly into the arena, creating a massive crater upon landing. Standing tall in the center of the dust, the leader challenges the top 10 to see who will face him first. The Tiger brothers look on in a cold sweat, overwhelmed by the leader's immense pressure. Shi Quan laughs at the hesitation of the other fighters, mocking their lack of courage. A small companion encourages Shi Quan to take the initiative and show off his strength. Shi Quan reacts with frustration when he is told what to do, while Bai Yue watches the bickering from the sideline. Lang Xiao suddenly drops into the arena, taking the initiative to start the final round. Bai Yue realizes that going first puts Lang Xiao at a massive disadvantage and worries for his safety. Lang Xiao remains calm and collected as he prepares for the toughest fight of the tournament. A hand gently pats Bai Yue's head, offering a silent moment of reassurance before the chaos begins. Lang Xiao prepares for his transformation, readying himself to unleash his full power. With a determined shout, Lang Xiao leaps toward the center of the arena to face the leader. The leader watches his challenger with a sharp, focused gaze, acknowledging the wolf spirit. A wolf form charges across the vast arena floor toward the stationary leader. The wolf lets out a fierce howl that echoes throughout the entire stadium. The leader smiles, having anticipated that Lang Xiao would be the one to step up first. The leader's keepsakes fly off as his body begins a massive physical transformation. A giant paw slams into the ground, revealing the scale of the leader's true form. A massive, golden-maned lion emerges and lets out a roar that shakes the very foundation of the arena. Bai Yue is stunned by the sight, noting that the leader's beast form is twice the size of Lang Xiao's. The two beasts face off in the open arena, setting the stage for an epic confrontation. Lang Xiao braces himself, feeling the immense pressure emanating from his opponent. He knows a head-on collision is a bad idea, so he begins pacing to find an opening. Shi Quan watches the wolf's movements with a steady, calculating gaze. From the sidelines, Bai Yue watches the two combatants circle each other in a tense standoff. Xiang Yao observes that the stronger fighter usually makes the first move after a few probing rounds. The leader finally breaks the silence, planting his paw firmly as energy begins to surge. With a deafening roar, Shi Quan launches a powerful frontal assault cloaked in golden energy. Bai Yue is startled by the sudden display of raw power coming from the arena floor. The sheer intensity of the leader's spiritual energy radiates outward as he charges. Even with her senses dampened by the altar, Bai Yue can see the distinct patterns of their energy forms. She notices that while Lang Xiao's energy is stable, the leader's is constantly expanding. Other spectators recognize the shifting momentum as the battle truly begins to heat up. Lang Xiao attempts a quick maneuver, leaving trails of energy as he circles the massive lion. Shi Quan remains unimpressed, tracking the wolf's movements with ease. Lang Xiao digs his claws into the ground to suddenly change direction. The sudden shift in momentum catches the leader off guard for just a split second. Lang Xiao lunges forward, barely avoiding a powerful swipe from the leader's claws. Shi Quan lets out another roar, mocking his opponent's speed during the exchange. The wolf realizes just how dangerous it is to get within reach of those massive paws. The leader connects with a heavy blow, sending the wolf reeling back. Lang Xiao narrowly avoids a follow-up strike, relying on his instincts to survive. The two beasts exchange a flurry of blows as they fight for dominance. Lang Xiao pushes his body to the limit, moving so fast he starts to disappear from sight. He remembers the lessons taught to him about overcoming a physically superior foe. His mentor once told him that a wolf's true strength lies in its explosive power. The key is to be so fast that the opponent can never land a clean hit. Focusing his spiritual energy, Lang Xiao prepares to unleash everything he has left. He executes a high-speed turn, positioning himself for a decisive counterattack. With a final surge of speed, Lang Xiao aims for a critical strike to end the duel. Lang Xiao lunges forward with a snarl, aiming a decisive strike at the lion leader's neck. Shi Quan narrowly avoids the lethal bite with a swift, calculated dodge. Despite the wolf's incredible speed, the leader remains composed, tracking his opponent's every move. A massive shockwave erupts as Lang Xiao's momentum slams into the arena floor. The impact is so powerful it leaves a massive crater, leaving the spectators in the stands completely stunned. Looking at the destruction, the crowd realizes that the wolf is pushing the leader to his limits. Other beastmen in the stands begin to whisper, wondering if a change in leadership is actually possible today. Zhang Yao and the others watch the chaos unfold as the spectators debate who will ultimately come out on top. Bai Yue looks on with a focused expression, questioning if Lang Xiao is truly a match for the lion. The wolf is clearly gasping for air, his physical exertion reaching a critical point. Exhaustion begins to show as Lang Xiao stands amidst the rubble, his spiritual energy starting to flicker. Across the arena, Shiquan sits with an air of absolute calm, looking entirely unfazed by the previous assault. The leader's gaze is steady and cold, showing no signs of fatigue or damage. A massive, golden aura of a lion looms over the arena, symbolizing the leader's overwhelming presence compared to the tired wolf. Refusing to back down, Lang Xiao prepares for another charge, his claws digging into the cracked stone. He unleashes a thunderous howl, channeling a new surge of purple spiritual energy for one final push. Shiquan bared his teeth in response, seemingly amused by the wolf's undying spirit. The two combatants clash again in a blur of motion, sending clouds of dust and debris flying across the stage. The crowd watches with bated breath, confused by the shift in the battle's momentum. Seeking clarity, Bai Yue covers her ears to block out the roaring crowd and focus on the spiritual vibrations. The sheer volume of the arena makes it nearly impossible for her to concentrate on the energy patterns. Seeing her struggle, Zhang Yao pulls her close to shield her from the noise and help her focus. Finally able to shut out the distractions, Bai Yue senses the true flow of power within the arena. Her eyes snap open as she realizes the terrifying reality of the situation. While Lang Xiao is giving everything he has, his spiritual energy is becoming increasingly erratic with every strike. The lion leader effortlessly tanks the incoming blows, as the wolf's attack power continues to drain. Bai Yue perceives that Shiquan's golden energy is remarkably stable and far denser, proving that he has been hiding his true strength all along. Shiquan the lion walks calmly toward the center, while Lang Xiao the wolf circles him, leaving deep claw marks in the dirt. Lang Xiao grits his teeth in frustration, realizing the lion might be trying to drain his energy to force a surrender. The lion continues his evasive strategy, making the wolf wonder if his opponent is simply too arrogant to fight at full strength. Lang Xiao huffs, his breath visible as he reaches his physical limits during the intense standoff. With a determined howl, the wolf gathers a swirling aura of energy around his body for a final effort. Shifting back to his human beast form, Lang Xiao's eyes glow with a fierce amber intensity. A mental image shows a scale balancing the wolf against the lion, emphasizing that victory goes to the one who takes the match more seriously. Vowing to make the leader pay for underestimating him, Lang Xiao charges forward with incredible speed. The wolf becomes a blur of yellow light, circling the lion rapidly to find a vulnerable opening. From the stands, Zhang Yao and Bai Yue watch the frantic movement with growing concern. Bai Yue notices that the wolf's energy is nearly depleted, signified by the flickering of his spirit form. Shiquan remains stationary as the wolf's energy trails whip around him like golden ribbons. Lang Xiao realizes he only has enough strength left for one last, all-out push to end the fight. Shiquan watches with narrowed eyes, acknowledging the wolf's impressive explosive power. The lion recalls how much Lang Xiao has improved compared to his performance the previous year. The wolf skids across the arena floor, preparing to launch his final strike with everything he has left. Lang Xiao leaps through the air, baring his fangs for a direct hit on his opponent. Shiquan stands his ground, confident that he has already seen through the wolf's repetitive attack pattern. The lion considers that if the wolf keeps improving at this rate, he might actually become a threat in a few years. Deciding to end the match now, the lion roars with a renewed, terrifying ferocity. Shiquan stomps his heavy paw onto the ground, bracing himself for the incoming impact. Lang Xiao lunges toward the lion's neck with a desperate, final howl. Shiquan rears back and lets out a powerful roar, preparing to crush the wolf with a single, massive blow. The lion swings his heavy paw, but the wolf suddenly vanishes from his line of sight. Stunned, the lion looks around, realizing he has completely missed his target. Lang Xiao drops from above, delivering a forceful, crushing blow right to the lion's head. The impact sends Shiquan tumbling backward onto the arena floor in a cloud of dust. Seeing the leader down, Zhang Yao cheers from the sidelines, thinking the match has been decided. Lang Xiao goes for the finishing move, diving toward the lion's exposed underside to seal his victory. Suddenly, Shiquan's expression shifts to a confident grin as a massive surge of golden energy erupts. A blinding flash of light forces the wolf back, just as he attempts to land his final strike. Bai Yue gasps in shock at the sudden and overwhelming turn of events. Lang Xiao's eyes widen in disbelief as he faces a level of power he didn't think possible. A violent shockwave of energy sends droplets of blood splattering across the arena floor. The spectators watch in horror, unable to believe the raw power being unleashed in the stadium. Another warrior watches the display with a grim smile, recognizing the leader's true strength. The crowd is stunned into silence by the sheer scale of the energy manifestation occurring before them. Shiquan stands tall, completely enveloped in a massive, flaming aura of golden energy that signals a breakthrough. Shiquan unleashes a massive eruption of golden energy that shakes the entire arena. Zhang Yao braces against the shockwave, shielding Bai Yue as the blast ripples through the spectator stands. Standing tall in his primal form, the lion roars with a newfound, overwhelming power. Bai Yue watches the display with wide eyes, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the breakthrough. Lang Xiao struggles to remain standing, his fur matted with blood from a significant wound on his back. Xiang Yao reassures the girl that the wolf managed to avoid a direct hit and should only be lightly injured. Despite the encouragement, the bear warrior privately admits that the captain has no chance of winning now. Bai Yue remains deeply worried, her face showing the strain of watching her friend in pain. Nearby, a spectator laughs and declares that the leader's position is now secured for life. The crowd discusses the rarity of energy materialization, noting that the leader is now effectively invincible. Xiang Yao reflects on the difficulty of this breakthrough, as no one else in the city has achieved it in decades. Bai Yue clutches her hood tightly, feeling a sense of dread as the match reaches its inevitable end. From the edge of the stands, she watches the battered wolf face down the towering lion. The arena floor is completely demolished, centered around the spot where the energy first exploded. Shi Quan paces forward with predatory focus, his golden aura still radiating from his body. The lion lets out a final, thunderous roar to signal the end of the challenge. Shi Quan lunges forward with a decisive strike intended to finish the weakened wolf. Lang Xiao stares directly at the oncoming threat, refusing to look away even in his exhausted state. The wolf digs his claws into the stone floor, bracing for the impact of the final blow. Shi Quan's eyes remain locked on his target, showing no intention of slowing down his assault. Realizing the power gap is insurmountable, Lang Xiao finally collapses and whimpers in surrender. Xiang Yao commends the wolf's grit, noting that holding on this long is an impressive feat of strength. Bai Yue looks on with a heavy heart, her gaze fixed on the severe injury on the wolf's back. Blood continues to pool on the ground beneath Lang Xiao as he lies defeated on the cold stone. Shi Quan pauses mid-movement, his nose twitching as he catches an unexpected scent in the air. The lion's eyes glow with a renewed, aggressive light as he reacts to the sudden distraction. Driven by instinct, Shi Quan prepares to strike again despite the opponent's clear surrender. Lang Xiao looks up in surprise, sensing the sudden shift in the lion's volatile energy. Bai Yue watches the escalating tension with a look of confusion and growing alarm. The wolf remains alert, his sharp eyes tracking the lion's every erratic movement. Shi Quan charges once more, but a small wooden charm is suddenly thrown into the arena to intercept him. The lion is momentarily dazed as the object disrupts his path and draws his focus. Shi Quan catches the wooden keepsake in his teeth, sniffing the air as he tries to identify its origin. Bai Yue watches the projectile fly past, surprised by the sudden intervention from the sidelines. Xiang Yao suddenly leaps onto the battlefield, physically stepping between the two beasts to stop the fight. The bear warrior stands his ground firmly, declaring the match officially over due to the wolf's concession. Shi Quan spits the wooden object onto the ground, his expression full of frustration at the interrupted finale. Fireworks burst over the stadium as the crowd erupts into cheers for the official victor. Lang Xiao stands up and looks toward the stands, wondering if Bai Yue was the one who saved him from the final strike. Lang Xiao recalls hearing a desperate warning from the stands as the battle reached its peak. The wolf wonders how his companion managed to sense the impending danger before anyone else. Above the arena, a massive screen displays the victor while confetti rains down on the gathered crowd. Bai Yue watches from the railing, her eyes fixed on the injured wolf in the center of the pit. Overcome with worry, she begins to climb over the barrier to reach him. Lang Xiao quickly catches her in his arms to prevent a dangerous fall. He looks at her with concern, making sure she isn't hurt from the sudden jump. The wolfman is momentarily stunned as she clings to him, clearly shaken by the previous events. She buries her face against him, relieved that the life-threatening combat has finally ended. A vision of a peaceful domestic life serves as a reminder of what they both have to lose. Bai Yue's expression hardens with the resolve to never be left alone again. They share a moment of mutual support amidst the chaotic aftermath of the tournament. A wide shot reveals the severe damage on the wolf's back, a testament to the brutality of the fight. Lang Xiao asks if the intensity of the Beastman duel was too much for her to handle. She notices the deep wound on his shoulder and reaches out to check the severity of the injury. Despite the pain, he flashes a confident smile and dismisses the wound as a minor setback. He lifts her up completely, though she continues to lecture him for being so reckless with his life. Her face flushes with anger and relief as she continues her heated scolding. Lang Xiao is visibly touched, realizing just how much his well-being means to her. He pulls her closer, finding happiness in the fact that someone is finally looking out for him. To emphasize her point, she reaches up and firmly pinches his ear. In a playful display of frustration, she gives his ear a light nip to ensure he listens to her warnings. The warrior's expression softens as he accepts her unique way of showing care. He holds her steady while she continues to fuss over his safety. Nearby spectators watch the interaction with a mix of confusion and amusement. The crowd gossips about the strange behavior of the fighter's companion during the match. Fireworks erupt in the sky as the tournament concludes and the new leader is officially announced. Participants begin to vacate the sandy floor while the audience celebrates the end of the games. Shi Quan stands alone, his gaze filled with intense malice as he focuses on his next target. Shi Quan celebrates his victory while the injured Lang Xiao stands in the distance. The champion waves off his nephew to focus his attention on the defeated wolf. Lang Xiao remains stoic as the leader approaches and reaches out toward him. Shi Quan offers a hollow apology for the intensity of the match while placing a hand on the wolf's shoulder. Maintaining his composure, Lang Xiao acknowledges the leader's increased strength and offers his congratulations. The leader continues his friendly act, claiming the city's future depends on talented young fighters. Bai Yue stays close to the injured Lang Xiao, watching the exchange with a wary eye. She immediately recognizes the leader's performance as a deceptive facade. To break the tension, the girl makes a scene to keep the leader away from her companion. Shi Quan's expression shifts as he carefully observes her protective behavior. He picks up a piece of sugarcane she discarded, his curiosity clearly piqued. Crouching down, the leader tells the girl that her bold attitude is quite interesting. He asks if she was genuinely trying to shield her companion from any perceived danger. Shi Quan notes that she is remarkably intelligent compared to others of her kind. Lang Xiao realizes the leader's sudden interest in the girl is a major cause for concern. He tries to dismiss her actions as simple excitement, but the girl continues to stand her ground. The wolf looks down at her, wondering if she realizes how dangerous the situation has become. The girl remains focused, staring back with a mix of defiance and worry. She eventually looks away, feeling the heavy weight of the leader's intense observation. The leader snaps the sugarcane in his hand as his thoughts begin to pivot toward a new goal. Bai Yue maintains her troublemaker act, throwing things to keep the leader at a distance. Lang Xiao watches the leader's calculating expression, while the broken snack falls to the ground. Shi Quan begins to suspect that her cleverness is far more than just a random outburst. He recalls ancient records of prehistoric humans and wonders if she shares their legendary intellect. Xiang Yo steps in to carry the girl away, while the leader feigns indifference to the group. Internally, the leader decides to investigate the girl, believing such a rare find shouldn't belong to the wolf alone. As the groups separate, a lingering sense of unease follows the girl and her guardians. Xiang Yo safely sets the girl back on her feet once they reach a calmer area. Looking around the massive, emptying pavilion, she takes in the sheer scale of the tournament grounds. Nearby, other visitors gather around a basin, discussing the tradition of making wishes at the site. Bai Yue walks toward the edge of a mysterious stone structure. She peers into a glowing basin of holy water, mesmerized by the sight. The pool is filled to the brim with glittering transparent crystals. Bai Yue is shocked by the abundance, recalling how difficult these gems were to find in the past. Feeling incredibly lucky, she celebrates the chance to claim the treasure. Without hesitation, she reaches into the pool to start gathering the crystals. A faint vision of a mysterious figure appears as the water ripples. Xiang Ye watches as the girl splashes around, amused by her excitement. He attempts to sound knowledgeable, explaining that this is the legendary holy water platform. Legend says the water naturally condenses from the air into this sacred pool. Ancient ancestors once gathered around this spot to worship the purifying source. The water continues to swirl within its specially carved black stone container. Xiang Ye mentions that people often throw crystals inside to make their wishes come true. Suddenly, a massive splash occurs as Bai Yue falls directly into the basin. The water surges outward as she disappears beneath the surface. Xiang Yao quickly reaches in and grabs her to pull her back to safety. He scolds her with worry, warning that soaking in cold water while she is vulnerable will make her sick. Bai Yue stays in the pool, pointing out that she still wants to collect the stones. He shows her 2 crystals he already has, hoping to convince her to step out. She looks back at the countless gems remaining, unwilling to leave them behind. Xiang Yao tries to pull her out by her outfit to ensure she doesn't slip and get hurt. She tries to use her charm to convince him to help her scoop more out while no one is looking. He remains firm, insisting that stealing other people's wishing stones will result in bad karma. Bai Yue looks at him silently, seemingly coming up with a new plan. She moves toward the edge, prompting him to reach out and carry her out of the basin. Instead of exiting, she reaches up and grabs onto his clothing. She catches him completely off guard with a sudden, surprise kiss to get her way. Lang Xiao watches from a distance as things get heated near the water basin. His eyes widen in shock as a bystander points out the public display of affection between his teammate and Bai Yue. Lang Xiao's expression shifts into a glare of intense jealousy. Stunned by the encounter, Xiang Yao lets go of Bai Yue's sleeve. Bai Yue takes the chance to splash back into the basin, focused entirely on her loot. She wades through the pool, her feet churning up a field of sparkling charms. She laughs with glee, thrilled that her distraction worked well enough for her to continue gathering treasures. Back on the edge, Xiang Yao stands frozen as water drips from his face. He begins to shake, his face turning a deep shade of red from the embarrassment. Bai Yue looks back at the trembling warrior and wonders he's caught a cold from the water. Xiang Yao touches his face with a dazed, smitten look, completely misinterpreting her motives. The girl is left staring in confusion, weirded out by the big guy's sudden shift in attitude. She sees a vision of a loving Lang Xiao, realizing the bear is looking at her with that same level of devotion. The two stand awkwardly on opposite sides of the basin as the misunderstanding grows. Bai Yue decides to ignore the weird vibes and gets back to the business of scooping up more stones. She takes a huge gulp of air before preparing for another dive. A vision of a formal wedding ceremony with the bear flashes through her mind, causing her to panic. Underwater, she clutches a crystal keepsake while realizing that her plan might have backfired. She bursts back to the surface, gasping for air as the gravity of the situation hits her. With a worried look, she realizes she only wants her original partner and no one else. She turns her back to the group, feeling a wave of regret for being so reckless. Suddenly, a set of hands reaches into the water to grab her. Lang Xiao hauls her out of the basin, while she desperately holds onto her stolen goods. He stares her down with a look of intense concern, lecturing her about the dangers of getting sick in the cold water. Lang Xiao holds the shivering Bai Yue while Xiao Yao tries to assist with her wet clothes. Enraged by the bear's negligence, the wolf beastman slaps his hand away in a fit of jealousy. Lang Xiao shouts at Xiao Yao, demanding to know what he was doing instead of protecting the girl. He even grabs the bear's robe, threatening to take the matter to the Beastman administration. While the guys argue, Bai Yue clutches her prize of glowing crystals and wonders if the situation is spiraling out of control. Her eyes widen in realization as the conversation turns toward their complicated household dynamic. A senior Beastman intervenes, suggesting that Xiang Yao is simply inexperienced in caring for others. The elder laughs, misinterpreting the earlier interaction as a sign of deep affection between the bear and the girl. He rewards the blushing bear with a friendly pat on the head, further cementing the misunderstanding. Standing between the rivals, the leader lectures them on the importance of maintaining a harmonious family unit. He places his hands on Bai Yu's shoulders, declaring that they are now all part of one big family. The girl breaks into a cold sweat as she realizes her plan has worked a bit too well. She wears a look of pure dread, knowing she can't easily undo the elder's assumptions. Lang Xiao notices her distress and pulls her closer, worried she might be falling ill. The group prepares to leave the sacred basin as the sun begins to set. Carrying the girl, Lang Xiao gives the bear a stern warning to reflect on his mistakes. Bai Yue stares into the distance, contemplating the unique social structures of this world. Xiang Yao watches them from behind, his expression unreadable as they walk. Suddenly, the bear flashes a bright, smitten smile, clearly overjoyed to be considered family. As they move through the facility, the bear signals his goodbye with a wave. Both men keep a close eye on the girl, each processing the elder's words in their own way. Lang Xiao notices the handful of crystals she's holding and realizes she hasn't let go of them. In a small moment of bickering, he tries to take the keepsakes away for safekeeping. Bai Yue throws a tantrum, refusing to surrender the items she worked so hard to collect. The elder steps in again, telling the wolf to just let her keep the harmless crystals. Just as they are about to depart, a familiar voice calls out to the group. Shi Quan the lion appears, acting dramatic and expressing concern over the girl's damp clothes. Bai Yue looks over her shoulder, spotting someone else accompanying the persistent lion. She recognizes the young girl Yuan Yuan and her caretaker sharing a warm, friendly hug. Seeing the two of them so close highlights the difference in how families interact in this society. Shi Quan invites the whole group to his home to dry off and enjoy an upcoming festival. Lang Xiao's expression darkens instantly, remembering the lion's past troublesome behavior. Despite the wolf's hesitation, the lion's cheerful invitation leaves them with little choice but to follow. The group arrives at a modern, two-story residence belonging to the Shi Yu family. Inside the spacious living room, everyone settles onto white couches while snacks are laid out on the coffee table. Bai Yu observes Yuan Yuan, who is busy munching on fruit from her own plate. Suddenly, the girl reaches over to swipe a piece from the other plate. Bai Yu quickly pulls her snacks away, questioning why the girl is trying to take hers. Shi Quan finds the petty squabbling over food hilarious, though Lang Xiao remains more reserved. The lion beastman suggests they head out to spar since the bonfire festival is still a few hours away. Lang Xiao rejects the idea, stating they'll leave as soon as Bai Yue is done eating. Shi Quan won't take no for answer and physically tries to pull the wolf beastman along. Fed up with the persistence, Lang Xiao tells Xiang Yao to pack up so they can depart immediately. To calm the tension, Bai Yue offers a piece of fruit to the girl, hoping to stop the bickering. She gently feeds a grape to Yuan Yuan, who happily accepts the treat. With a warm smile, Bai Yue asks if the snack is delicious. Yuan Yuan beams with joy, finding the fruit absolutely wonderful. The two start playing and hugging, appearing to be the best of friends. Seeing the two get along so well, Shi Quan and Xiang Yao are deeply moved by the wholesome scene. Lang Xiao watches the sudden change in behavior with a suspicious eye. Bai Yue catches him looking and quickly peeks over her shoulder to gauge his reaction. She continues to play with the girl, wondering if Lang Xiao is actually falling for the act. Eventually, the wolf beastman softens and cracks a small smile. Confident that the situation is stable, he stands up and agrees to go spar with the others. He tells Bai Yue to be on her best behavior and to call them if anything happens. Left alone, the two females continue their snack time in the quiet room. Out the window, the beastmen gather in the courtyard to begin their training session. The living room is now empty of men, leaving only the two girls at the table. Bai Yue holds a piece of fruit back, initiating a little test. She tells the girl that she answer a question before she gets any more food. Looking out at the men, Bai Yue asks if they are simply acting as nannies. Yuan Yuan looks completely confused, not understanding the complex question at all. Bai Yue wonders if the men are caretakers or if they share a deeper bond like the lion. However, the girl is only interested in the fruit and keeps asking to eat. Realizing that the girl truly does have the limited understanding of a young child, Bai Yue feels a bit bad for overthinking. She gives up on the interrogation and hands over the snack to the happy girl. A kangaroo beastman suddenly appears at the glass door and knocks before entering the room. Yuan Yuan lights up with excitement and rushes toward him, calling out a friendly greeting. Bai Yue watches the interaction closely, surprised by the girl's sudden burst of energy. Bai Yue sits alone, realizing that a simple nanny wouldn't be this close to the master of the house. She recalls seeing Lang Xiao being incredibly attentive and close with the child. The thought of another beastman being her potential partner makes her feel completely overwhelmed. Standing among a crowd of beastmen, she realizes that as a rare female, her group of companions might only keep growing. Sudden, loud knocking interrupts her thoughts as someone demands she come out of the room. Shiquan stands outside holding Yuan, furious that someone has locked the door to the private washroom. Lang Xiao joins him, concerned that they haven't seen Guoguo since the bonfire festival is about to start. The two men panic, fearing that the girl might have accidentally trapped herself inside the small space. Lang Xiao tries a gentler approach, knocking softly and asking her to open the door for him. Inside, a hand reaches out to press the buttons on a modern control panel. The sound of water flushing echoes through the door, leaving the men outside completely stunned. Shiquan is baffled because he believes it's impossible for a female to handle their own hygiene tasks. Finally, the door swings open to reveal the visitor who was causing all the commotion. Bai Yue steps out wearing a fluffy animal onesie, looking quite bored with the situation. Lang Xiao greets her with a relieved smile, letting her know it's time for them to head out. Shiquan is in total disbelief that she managed to use the facilities without any assistance. He inspects her closely, shocked to find that her outfit is perfectly neat and clean. Bai Yue rolls her eyes internally, thinking that the beastmen are making a huge deal out of nothing. To keep up her act, she lunges forward and gives Lang Xiao a big, enthusiastic hug. The wolf beastman looks down at her with a look of pure affection and pride. He brags to the others that he's the one who taught her how to be so independent. While they argue, Yuan has a hygiene accident while being held, proving she isn't nearly as capable. Bai Yue stares at the situation with a deadpan expression, unimpressed by the lack of self-care. She vows to herself that she will never let herself become that helpless in this strange world. She marches past the group with Lang Xiao trailing behind her, feeling a bit annoyed. The men discuss the logistics of changing the child's clothes before they head to the sacrificial altar. Lang Xiao observes the other beastmen and realizes that Bai Yu's level of independence is unheard of. He begins to suspect that her intelligence might actually be on par with a beastman's. Bai Yue continues to lead the way, calling the wolf Clumsy as they head toward the festival. She looks back with a look of intense focus, ready to finally uncover the truth behind this world's secrets. A wolf howls at the sky as the bonfire festival begins. Beastmen beat large drums to set the rhythm for the celebration. The massive arena is filled with a cheering crowd and towering fires. Bai Yue is mesmerized by the magnificent sight of the festival. She rushes toward the excitement while young leopard cubs scamper nearby. Lang Xiao and his companion observe how much her stamina has improved. The lion beastman inquires about Lang Xiao's plans for their future offspring. Lang Xiao notes that the center has been monitoring her health progress closely. Bai Yue enjoys a playful moment with the energetic cubs. Lang Xiao expresses a genuine desire to start a family with her soon. However, he admits there is something important he needs to confirm first. He keeps his specific intentions a secret from the other beastmen. 8 days later, the scene returns to the modern architecture of the wolf's home. Bai Yue sits at the breakfast table, finally feeling the relief of a long recovery. Lang Xiao provides her with a meal to help her regain her strength after recent strain. She reflects on how special crystals helped alleviate her recent physical discomfort. She notices that these crystals didn't enhance her spiritual power as much as they did before. Looking at her reflection, she realizes she needs more resources to grow stronger. The group eats together, but Bai Yue is still feeling a bit drained. The lion beastman expresses concern over her low spirits. Lang Xiao acknowledges that her recent physical ordeal has cost her a lot of energy. He remains confident that she will bounce back with the right care. He checks in on her, but she seems distracted by her thoughts. Bai Yue avoids his touch, insisting that she only needs some fruit to feel better. Lang Xiao takes note of her cautious and guarded behavior. The lion beastman decides to head out to forage for nourishing snacks. Lang Xiao stops him, suggesting they go together once breakfast is finished. He confirms his plan to accompany the lion, leaving Bai Yue behind. Bai Yue is secretly thrilled at the thought of having the house to herself. She envisions a day of total freedom away from their constant watch. Lang Xiao catches her giggling while she eats her apple. He offers to let her come along, but she immediately declines the invitation. To sell the act, she lets out a big yawn. She claims to be far too sleepy to leave the house today. Lang Xiao gives a knowing, slightly suspicious grin. He bursts into laughter, clearly finding her attempt at deception amusing. He reaches out to pat her head as she looks on nervously. He agrees to let her stay home and rest while they handle the errands. He gives her cheek a playful pinch and warns her to stay out of trouble while alone. Lang Xiao and Shiquan walk down the street after leaving the house. Shiquan suggests that Lang Xiao should head back to keep the girl company. Lang Xiao insists that he's made plenty of preparations and there's no risk. He heads off on his own, telling his companion to go to the forest first. Inside the home, Bai Yue celebrates being alone by jumping for joy. She prepares a refreshing drink to start her solo party. She realizes the men are finally far enough away that they can't sense her presence. In her comfortable onesie, she happily gulps down her beverage. The taste is incredibly satisfying, bringing a bright smile to her face. She declares that it is finally time for her to rule the house once again. Bai Yue starts singing and dancing on the furniture, mocking the wolf's clumsiness. She even slides down the stairs, making the most of every room. Feeling completely free, she catches up on the news while using the bathroom with the door wide open. She laughs out loud, thrilled by the total lack of supervision. However, she is unaware of a hidden lens placed among the house plants. Lang Xiao is watching a live holographic feed and is so startled by her behavior that he spills his tea. He watches as she sets up a clever basket trap to catch chickens in the yard. Later, a perfectly seasoned chicken is roasting inside the oven. Bai Yue sits in the kitchen, eagerly waiting as the delicious scent fills the air. She rests her head on her hands, happily recalling the cooking techniques her mother taught her. In a private cafe room, a hand reaches for a cup of tea. Lang Xiao remains seated, focused entirely on the holographic display in front of him. He smiles to himself, impressed by her unexpected level of intelligence. The feed shows her successfully trapping a chicken using a simple but effective method. He considers how his people have always used brute force to solve their problems. He remembers his own difficult experiences, trying to hunt chickens with nothing but his claws. On the screen, Bai Yue easily handles the captured bird. She looks very proud of her successful hunt. She uses boiling water to quickly remove the feathers before preparing the meat. Lang Xiao watches as she expertly seasons the chicken with tomatoes and salt. He starts to wonder about her mysterious past and why she's hiding her true self. As she sits alone in the kitchen, he questions what kind of life she lived before they met. Bai Yue waits in the kitchen until the oven timer goes off, signaling that her meal is ready. She opens the door to release a massive cloud of steam as the cooking process finishes. Inside sits a perfectly roasted chicken, glistening with a mouth-watering golden brown color. She leans in close to inhale the delicious aroma, looking completely satisfied with her culinary work. After placing the tray on the counter, she prepares to dig in immediately. She takes a massive chomp right out of the side of the bird, unable to wait any longer. The heat is intense, forcing her to jump back and fan her mouth while struggling with the temperature. Once it cools slightly, she chews with an expression of pure bliss, savoring every bite. Her eyes light up as she realizes this might be the best thing she's ever cooked. She even stomps her feet in a little dance of joy while standing on her stepping stool. She beams at her creation, celebrating the successful solo feast. The chicken features perfectly crispy skin and is dripping with rich gravy. In her mind, she's a tiny whirlwind of hunger, devouring the drumsticks with total abandon. Watching the live feed from his monitor, Lang Xiao finds himself gulping in hunger as he witnesses the feast. He's so tempted by her appetite that he considers heading back just to grab a bite for himself. He quickly stops himself, realizing he needs to maintain his cover and pretend he hasn't been spying on her secret skills. He imagines a future where they are close enough for her to trust him with all her secrets willingly. He even visualizes a tender moment where she affectionately pets his ears while they spend time together. Reverting to his devious side, he chuckles at the thought of how much fun it will be to keep teasing her. Returning his gaze to the screen, he notices she isn't finished with her meal yet. Bai Yue heads over to the refrigerator and flings the doors wide open to find a dessert. She spots exactly what she's looking for and blushes with excitement. She pulls out a large, fresh dragon fruit that hasn't been prepared or heated in any way. This sight causes Lang Xiao to break out in a cold sweat, looking absolutely panicked by her choice. Unaware of his reaction, she scoops out a perfect spoonful of the chilled fruit. She pops it into her mouth, enjoying the refreshing contrast to the hot chicken. The sweetness and juice exceed all her expectations, making her look like she's in food heaven. She twirls around the kitchen, convinced that fresh fruit is far superior to anything roasted. Suddenly, the front door security system beeps as a hand slams onto the keypad. Bai Yue freezes in place with the fruit still in her hand, hearing her name being called from the entrance. She panics, realizing that Lang Xiao has returned home hours earlier than his usual schedule. His footsteps thud rapidly against the ground as he rushes toward the kitchen. In a desperate attempt to hide the evidence of her secret feast, she tries to shove the rest of the fruit into her mouth all at once. Lang Xiao bursts through the door with a frantic shout, telling her to stop eating immediately. He stands there breathing hard, catching her red-handed in the middle of her private banquet. Bai Yue stands nervously in the kitchen after finishing her meal, noticing the leftover dragon fruit on the counter. Lang Xiao looks on in pure horror as he realizes half of the dangerous fruit has already been consumed. He rushes toward her immediately, shouting for her to come to him at once. Bai Yue suddenly clutches her midsection, feeling an uncomfortable sensation of bloating. She holds her stomach, wondering if the discomfort is simply from eating the cold fruit too quickly. Panicked, Lang Xiao scoops her up into his arms, declaring that they need to reach the hospital right away. Bai Yue tries to reassure him that she is fine, but the physical distress is becoming harder to hide. Lang Xiao remains focused on the mission, determined to get her medical help within 10 minutes. Bai Yue looks on in shock as she realizes the gravity of her mistake. He sprints through the courtyard, urging her to hold on tight as he increases his speed. Clinging to his neck, she notices that he seems even more terrified now than during her previous injuries. Lang Xiao leaps over the perimeter fence while calling ahead to the doctor to prepare for an emergency treatment. They arrive at the large medical facility in record time. Inside, the staff is already on high alert, bracing for a potential poisoning case. Lang Xiao bursts through the doors, shouting for the crowd to clear a path. The bumpy ride makes Bai Yue feel even more nauseous as her midsection continues to swell unnaturally. The distension in her stomach becomes impossible to ignore as the reaction progresses. Dr. Bao is stunned to see such a drastic physical change in her condition in such a short time. Lang Xiao frantically explains the situation while the doctor attempts to maintain order. The medical team's faces turn pale with fright the moment they hear she ate a raw dragon fruit. The doctors spring into action, calling for the immediate preparation of the intensive care unit. They sprint down the hallway, rushing to get the patient into a treatment room. The room is soon filled with activity as the team prepares a medics and specialized equipment while Lang Xiao stays by her side. Bai Yue is gripped with fear when she hears the staff discussing a gastric lavage procedure. She tries to protest the invasive treatment, but the doctors continue their urgent preparations. Deep inside her system, the dragon fruit seeds begin to sprout rapidly, forming a tangled web of glowing green vines. Bai Yue suddenly doubles over as the internal growth causes a sharp, agonizing pain. She begins to retch violently as her body reacts to the invasive plant life. The medical team and Lang Xiao hold her steady as she struggles through the sudden bout of illness. Dr. Bao insists that they must induce vomiting immediately to clear her stomach. They quickly administer a pill to help her expel the contents of her stomach. Bai Yue grimaces at the foul odor but is forced to keep the medicine down. With a difficult gulp, she manages to swallow the treatment. Moments later, she leans over a bucket and begins to vomit profusely. She looks down with a mix of exhaustion and regret over her lost meal. Her expression quickly shifts to pure terror as she looks into the collection bucket. Inside the container, a writhing, glowing mass of green vines continues to grow and move on its own. The door to the hospital room remains closed while the medical staff finishes the emergency procedure. Dr. Bao steps into the hallway to inform Lang Xiao that the patient is stable, but must stay overnight for observation. The doctor expresses suspicion regarding the timeline, noting that the seed's advanced germination suggests they were ingested much earlier than reported. Lang Xiao looks away, realizing his mistake in monitoring the time while they were at home. The two continue their heated debate through the glass windows of the hospital corridor. Lang Xiao snaps at the doctor, insisting that their personal living arrangements are none of his concern. Dr. Bao shouts back, asserting that as the personal physician, any threat to the girl's health is his direct responsibility. He threatens to report the negligence to the development center to have their household situation officially reassessed. Inside the quiet room, a medical drip slowly provides necessary fluids to the patient. Bai Yue lies in bed feeling completely drained and hungry after the grueling stomach treatment. She shudders at the memory of the glowing vines that had been growing rapidly inside her. Outside the door, Lang Xiao's ears perk up as he prepares to check on her. He enters the room with a cheerful smile, asking if she is feeling any better. When she complains of hunger, he gently reminds her she cannot eat anything immediately after such a procedure. Bai Yue reacts with sheer terror when he mentions preparing fruit soup for her the following day. Lang Xiao finds her sudden phobia of fruit amusing and can't help but laugh at her dramatic reaction. Internally, his expression softens as he vows to be more careful and prioritize her safety above all else. A sudden chime breaks the silence, catching Bai Yue's attention. A digital hologram appears in the air, displaying an official notice about an upcoming inspection from the center. Lang Xiao reads the message with a serious expression, knowing the authorities are coming to check on them. He sits by her bedside to explain the gravity of the situation. He warns her that because of this hospitalization, the center will likely try to force more roommates into their home. Bai Yue looks horrified at the prospect of her quiet life becoming even more chaotic. She bolts upright in protest, nearly dislodging her medical equipment. Lang Xiao quickly catches her hand to keep the needle steady and prevent her from hurting herself. He teases her by asking if she wouldn't prefer having more companions around to help out. Bai Yue immediately imagines the overwhelming energy and intensity that more people like the bear would bring. The mental image of a crowded, high-stress house leaves her trembling with anxiety. She pushes Lang Xiao away, making it very clear that she is perfectly content with the current team. Lang Xiao wears a smug grin, clearly satisfied to hear that she prefers his company over others. He gives her a reassuring pat on the head to help her relax. With a confident smile, he promises that he will handle the center and ensure no new members are added. Bai Yue turns away with a bright blush. Annoyed by his shameless confidence, she bats his hand away, trying to maintain her dignity while recovering. Despite her grumbling, she admits to herself that she needs to keep him from getting too arrogant. The two share a brief moment of peace in the quiet hospital ward. Suddenly, the peace is shattered as Xiao Yeo bursts through the door, shouting frantically as he searches for his friend. Lang Xiao stays alert as he senses a sudden arrival. He quickly puts a hand out to stop a frantic Xiao Yao from rushing further into the room. The bear Beastman skids to a sharp halt, his boots screeching against the floor. Distraught over the news of the poisoning, Xiao Yao lets out a worried shout. Lang Xiao immediately tells him to be quiet, explaining that Bai Yue is currently resting after having her stomach pumped. Xiang Yao is stunned to learn that she ate raw fruit, and that the house is now overrun with chickens. Lang Xiao takes responsibility for the situation and warns him not to mention the mess to anyone at the hospital. He gives the bear a sharp, questioning look, wondering why he's being so talkative today. Lang Xiao then reveals that the center is sending an inspector tomorrow, ordering Xiang Yao to head home and clean everything up immediately. His expression is grim as he explains that there will be serious consequences if the inspectors find anything unusual. The next day, the residence looks orderly, with the large outdoor plant securely fenced off. Xiang Yao greets Bai Yue with a smile as Lang Xiao carries her back into the house. Bai Yue looks worried, feeling overwhelmed by the realization that Xiang Yao is also her partner. Lang Xiao ignores the tension and asks if the house has been properly prepared for the arrival of the center's staff. Xiang Yao confidently confirms that he cleaned the place multiple times following the specific methods provided to him. He leads them inside, guaranteeing that the inspectors won't be able to detect any lingering scents. The interior is shown to be spotless, with the living room and kitchen sparkling with cleanliness. Watching from the sidelines, Bai Yue is genuinely impressed by how thorough Xiang Yao was with his work. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, signaling that the inspection team has arrived. Lang Xiao and Xiang Yao exchange a serious look before heading toward the door. Xiang Yao leads a stern inspector with horns into the courtyard to begin the official assessment. The official starts by checking the yard, noting the condition of the greenery and the livestock. He then moves inside to inspect the bedroom, meticulously checking for any signs of negligence while the residents watch from the hall. The inspection continues in the kitchen, where he examines the organized contents of the refrigerator. After finishing his rounds, the inspector marks down a perfect overall score of A on his assessment form. Standing in the kitchen, the official declares that the living environment is perfectly suitable. Lang Xiao impatiently tells the man to leave and report his findings so they won't be bothered again. However, the inspector stops and reveals a major issue. The current household team is too small and must add more members. He taps a device on his wrist to pull up official records. A holographic screen appears, displaying a list of recommended candidates for new roommates. The first profiles shown are for a rugged boar beast and a cunning hyena beast. The list continues with a powerful gorilla beast who appears ready for manual labor. Finally, the inspector presents a large mandrill beast and demands that the group choose 2 of these candidates to join their home. The inspector displays multiple potential candidates on a series of holographic screens, demanding an immediate decision. Bai Yue cowers behind her companion, clearly distressed by the thought of adding more strangers to the house. Panicked, she imagines a scenario where they choose 4 clones of the bear instead of the new candidates. Lang Xiao pulls her close to comfort her, while she covers her ears to block out the pressure. He stares forward with an intense gaze, determined to maintain their current household. Placing a hand on her head, he promises that no outsiders will be allowed to invade their lives. Lang Xiao confronts the official directly, stating they have no need for additional team members. The official argues back, claiming that the current group is insufficient for proper care. Lang Xiao dismisses the official's concerns, calling the previous incident a one-time accident. The official gestures to his list, insisting that more help is the only way to ensure total safety. Refusing to listen, Lang Xiao begins to lead the girl away and orders the guests to be escorted out. The inspector continues to point and shout as the group retreats, refusing to let the matter drop. He yells that the expansion is mandated by law and cannot be ignored. Lang Xiao stops in his tracks, questioning the official's interpretation of the legal statutes. He points out that the law only requires additions if there is no family expansion after 3 full months. Since they have only been together for a month, he argues that the official has no right to force the issue. Lang Xiao accuses the man of abusing his position to push specific candidates for personal gain. The official reacts with sheer outrage, claiming the accusation is nothing but slander. He tries to defend his actions as professional advice tailored to the current situation. Lang Xiao holds the girl firmly, declaring that her wishes are the most important factor in any decision. Bai Yue looks up at him with a blush, surprised and touched by his fierce defense of her autonomy. He threatens to take the dispute to the higher-ups if the official continues to pester them. The official huffs in visible frustration as he realizes he has lost this round of the argument. Checking his device, he declares he will return in 2 months to enforce the regulations if things haven't changed. Later, during a relaxation session, Bai leans against the edge of the pool, exhausted by the day's stress. She reflects on her happy memories in the home and her desire to protect the peace they've found. A deep blush covers her face as she considers the ultimatum the official left behind. Startled by a sudden noise, she accidentally slips beneath the water's surface for a moment. Lang Xiao watches her with a serious expression, his mind focused on the risks of exposing her secret to more people. He remains deeply committed to keeping their current circle small to ensure her safety. Lang Xiao shows a look of supreme confidence, believing they can meet the official's deadline on their own terms, as no panel numbers were included in the allowed tags list, and the provided visual content primarily depicts a bathing scene that conflicts with the strict safety requirement. Bai Yue's eyes snap open as she suddenly wakes up from a deep sleep. She realizes she is safely in her bedroom, while Lang Xiao stands nearby holding several different outfits for her. Remembering the details of a vivid dream, she immediately pulls the blankets over her face in total embarrassment. She remains hidden under the covers, frustrated that the wolf's recent comments have clearly affected her subconscious. Lang Xiao notices she is finally awake and watches as she cautiously peeks out from the safety of the bedding. He excitedly presents a variety of dresses, encouraging her to pick one out to wear for a meal. As she looks over the options, Lang Xiao continues to display the colorful wardrobe he has prepared for her. He explains that he specially made these garments as wedding dresses for their big day. Bai Yue is left feeling completely overwhelmed and nervous by his sudden fashion presentation. She quickly tosses the elaborate dresses aside, opting for a much simpler clothing choice. Choosing a blue onesie instead, she brushes past a confused Lang Xiao to start her day. Lang Xiao admits that her preferences are difficult for him to fathom as she finishes zipping up her casual outfit. He gently reaches out to pat her head, though she remains focused on keeping her distance to clear her mind. He looks at her with a soft expression, genuinely curious about what she actually likes. Determined to stay away from the wolf for the rest of the day, Bai Yue hurries toward the door. She hears someone calling for her and spots guests arriving at the entrance of the home. Bai Yue looks thrilled to see the visitors, while Lang Xiao remains skeptical about why they have shown up so suddenly. She rushes out to greet her friend Yuan, leaving Lang Xiao to trail behind her while carrying the discarded clothes. At the gate, a frustrated guest demands entry, reminding the group that they had previously agreed to visit each other more often. The man looks on with a serious expression as he listens to the group's conversation. Standing firmly at the entrance, the man with dark hair maintains a stern and unwelcoming posture. A young child in a lion outfit is lifted up by a man with a wild man of hair. The man in the white robe observes the child closely as the lion-like man holds her. Bai Yue excitedly runs toward her friend while wearing a blue animal onesie. Yuan rushes forward to meet her friend with her arms outstretched. The two friends share a happy embrace, while both are dressed in their animal-themed outfits. Lang Xiao watches the interaction with a calm smile while addressing the group. A hand reaches out to grab another person's arm to stop them from moving. The two girls in onesies run off to play together while the men watch from the side. Lang Xiao stands alone, looking slightly puzzled by the sudden turn of events. The group of men gathers in the yard, with the visitor looking quite pleased with himself. The man with the mane looks surprised as the atmosphere suddenly shifts. Lang Xiao releases a powerful blue aura as he prepares to settle matters through a duel. The house stands quietly against the backdrop of a vibrant orange sunset. As the sun sets, the visitors begin to make their way out of the compound. The men discuss how quickly the two friends bonded as they watch the guests depart. The friends struggle to say goodbye, clinging to each other as the visit comes to an end. Lang Xiao remains deep in thought, noticing something unusual about the interaction. A close-up highlights the intensity and focus in the man's golden eyes. Lang Xiao walks through the corridor alone, wondering if he is being avoided. The interior of the room is shown in the quiet, dim light of the evening. Bai Yue sits tucked away in a corner, looking down with a somber expression. A close-up shows the young woman's wide eyes as she reflects on her personal history. Lang Xiao sits quietly on the edge of the furniture, lost in his own thoughts. The man smiles gently to himself while thinking about the positive impact of meeting his partner. His tail thumps against the surface as he continues to sit in silence. Lang Xiao looks forward with a soft, hopeful expression on his face. He remains seated, contemplating his own shortcomings and his inability to understand his partner's thoughts. From her hiding spot, Bai Yue watches the man from a distance. Lang Xiao lies down and stares at the ceiling, worrying that his actions might be causing fear. The young woman looks down with a conflicted expression, while still wearing her hood. Lang Xiao is startled when he notices someone entering the room. A close-up shows a foot stepping softly onto the floor. Bai Yue stands in front of the man, ready to address him directly. Bai Yue recalls a happier time when she was a young girl gardening with her loving parents. In the memory, she leans in to tell her mother and father a secret. However, her parents' expressions turn cold and distant upon hearing her words. The watering can drops and the flower pot shatters as dark, unsettling roots erupt from the ground. Shadowy hands tear her parents away as she begs them not to leave her behind. Trapped by the dark vines, she wonders if staying silent would have prevented her abandonment. Back in the present, she stands before Lang Xiao in her animal onesie, still haunted by those painful thoughts. She remains quiet, unable to find the words to reveal her true self just yet. Lang Xiao observes her with a patient look, sensing her inner struggle. He decides not to push her and turns to leave the room to give her some space. Before walking away, he reaches out and gives her a reassuring pat on the head. He tells her to get some rest and offers to prepare a snack for her. Bai Yue suddenly speaks up with a serious tone, catching him completely off guard. She finally admits that she can speak normally and that her mental state is perfectly fine. Standing tall, she prepares to drop her act and face him as her real self. She decides to stop pretending and take a chance on trusting him with the truth. Lang Xiao stands frozen in place, processing the shocking revelation. Panic begins to set in for Bai Yue as she worries he might hand her over to others for study, instead of reacting with hostility. Lang Xiao pulls her into a protective and firm embrace. He holds her close, assuring her that he will never hand her over to anyone else. Bai Yue is moved to tears by his unexpected kindness and acceptance. He promises that once he becomes the leader, she will finally be free to live without a disguise. She tells him he is holding her a bit too tight, though she clearly trusts him now. He maintains the warm embrace, overwhelmed with relief and joy. A genuine smile spreads across his face as he realizes she has finally opened up to him. He lifts her up and spins her around in a celebratory and happy gesture. Later on, he hands her a piece of fruit as they sit down to talk. He asks her about her life before she arrived at the center in the wild. Bai Yue looks down at the fruit, her expression turning pensive as she thinks about her history. A dark memory surfaces of her sitting alone in a cold, isolated room during her time at a sanatorium. Bai Yue admits she doesn't recall the specifics of her past while sitting with Lang Xiao. She nervously rubs the surface of a piece of fruit as she tries to explain herself. Lang Xiao gently comforts her, suggesting she set aside the painful memories she can't recall. He encourages her to focus on building a brighter future, filled with better experiences. The two relax together, with Lang Xiao emphasizing that they have plenty of time for positive moments. Bai Yue offers a soft smile, clearly moved by his supportive words. Lang Xiao suggests they share the snack she's holding to start making those happy memories right away. He takes a bite of the fruit, signaling a new level of comfort between them. The pair shares a lighthearted moment as they enjoy the simple snack together. Lang Xiao bursts into a fit of genuine laughter, feeling truly content in her presence. Seeing his joy makes Bai Yue feel equally happy and at peace. In a sudden burst of affection, she leans in to give him a quick peck on the cheek. They share a quiet, intense look as the atmosphere between them shifts. Their hands slowly meet, marking a moment of deep emotional connection. Bai Yue blushes intensely, feeling the weight of the moment. Outside the residence, the night remains still except for the rustling of the nearby foliage. Moisture gathers on the leaves of the plants in the garden. A single drop of water falls from a leaf onto the greenery below. Suddenly, a man bursts into the hallway as Lang Xiao rushes out carrying Bai Yue. Lang Xiao urgently explains there's an emergency, and they must head to the medical facility immediately. Left behind, the man gazes into the room with a look of extreme concern. He approaches the disarrayed bed and spots a concerning red mark on the linens. The man is visibly horrified, jumping to a dark conclusion about what transpired in the room. A close-up reveals a distinct red stain on the white sheets, fueling the man's suspicion. The scene shifts to a large medical facility glowing under the night sky. A heavy sliding door whooshes open as the group rushes the patient inside. In the treatment room, Lang Xiao and his companion wait anxiously while the doctor assesses the situation. The doctor scolds Lang Xiao, asking why he failed to use proper protective aids during their physical encounter. Lang Xiao is stunned, having no idea that such medical precautions were even necessary for her safety. He argues that he has memorized every textbook and study guide available regarding her care. The doctor remains skeptical as Lang Xiao tries to justify his lack of practical knowledge. A memory reveals that Lang Xiao deleted a biological tutorial because he felt it was inappropriate to view others. In a moment of frustration, the doctor is baffled by Lang Xiao's refusal to study essential safety protocols. The doctor's anger boils over as he demands Lang Xiao learn the most basic health procedures immediately. After dismissing his assistant, the doctor prepares to discuss sensitive medical findings in private. The door slams shut to ensure their conversation remains strictly confidential. The group gathers around the bed as the girl finally begins to regain consciousness. She wakes up in tears, but Lang Xiao is right there to offer a comforting hand on her head. The doctor drops a bombshell, revealing that her anatomy is fundamentally different from other females in this world. Fear grips the girl as she worries that a serious medical condition is being kept from her. Lang Xiao demands a clear explanation of how this unique trait will impact her long-term health. The doctor explains that she possesses a rare anatomical feature only found in ancient human records. He illustrates how modern biology has evolved away from these ancestral human traits over thousands of years. It turns out she is a living medical marvel, possessing a trait thought to be extinct in the current era. The doctor theorizes that her body is a perfect example of a rare reversion to ancient biological standards. He is visibly excited, believing her unique biology could be the key to major medical breakthroughs for their species. Lang Xiao and his ally watch the doctor closely, sensing his growing obsession with her case. The doctor's smile becomes unsettling as he talks about the potential to advance the health of all females. Terrified, the girl realizes the doctor might view her more as a research subject than a patient. She looks to Lang Xiao for protection, fearing she will be trapped in a laboratory. Lang Xiao stands tall, his protective instincts flaring as he shields her from the doctor's intense gaze. He fiercely rejects the idea of her being judged or used for unverified medical research. A heavy, threatening atmosphere fills the room as the men warn the doctor against leaking any information. Sensing a lethal threat, the doctor breaks into a cold sweat and realizes he has crossed a line. He frantically clarifies that his intention was only to protect her privacy by clearing the room first. Lang Xiao narrows his eyes, questioning if the doctor truly intends to keep her status a secret from the world. The doctor insists that her safety and health are his absolute top priorities as her physician. Lang Xiao acknowledges the man's honesty, but remains wary of the doctor's scientific curiosity. Lang Xiao sets strict conditions, allowing the research only if the results are shared and kept completely secret. The doctor listens carefully, realizing the weight of the wolf's demands. They finalize the deal with a firm handshake, ensuring a temporary alliance. Back at the house, the tension remains high as the group considers their next moves. Xiang Yao is much more aggressive, arguing that eliminating the doctor is the only way to truly protect their secret. Lang Xiao punctuates the conversation by sharply slicing a piece of fruit on the kitchen counter. The two discuss the risks while preparing a meal, with Xiang Yao viewing the doctor as a constant threat. Lang Xiao remains composed, his mind working through the tactical implications of their situation. He argues that constant violence will only attract more attention and fail to solve the underlying problem. Xiang Yao counters that they can't just wait around to be discovered and captured for research. They stand off in the kitchen, debating the best course of action to ensure safety. Lang Xiao reveals his grand plan. He will defeat the current leader and take control himself. He is determined to master energy materialization and begins his intensive training immediately. Meanwhile, Bai Yue rests in bed, her body glowing with a faint spiritual energy as she recovers. She feels a deep desire to contribute more to the group's efforts, rather than just being protected. The following morning, she wakes up in the quiet room, still feeling the effects of her ordeal. She reflects on her pain and remembers the crystals they found previously. Reaching for a small, glowing gem, she hopes it will provide the boost she needs. She eats the crystal, feeling its restorative properties begin to work within her. Resting on her pillow, she realizes she will need even more of these crystals to reach full strength. In a flashback to the night before, Lang Xiao sat by her side to discuss her progress. He noted that the crystals, which are usually just currency for beastmen, have a unique effect on her biology. Bai Yue practices focusing her spiritual power, manifesting a vibrant purple aura around her hands. She worries about hitting a limit and decides to keep her training a secret for now to avoid causing worry. Looking up, she vows to eventually stand beside Lang Xiao and protect their home. In a lighter moment, Lang Xiao shows his appreciation with an affectionate nuzzle. Happy she is so determined. He promises to bring her to the sacred water pool during the next ceremony to gather more resources. Lang Xiao's expression turns confident as he swears to resolve every crisis they face. The next morning, Bai Yue wakes up feeling optimistic and ready to improve. Xiang Yao enters the room, checking in while the wolf captain is out training. He gives her a bright, friendly smile and offers to lead her to breakfast. Bai Yue feels a bit of internal tension, remembering her promise to keep up appearances around him. Her eyes widen in shock when he mentions it's time to help her change her medical bandages. Lang Xiao warns Bai Yue that she needs to maintain her act around Xiang Yao for her own safety. He admits that he still doesn't fully trust the bear beastman to keep her secrets if they ever separate. Bai Yue defends Xiang Yao, believing he is an honest person who wouldn't betray her trust. Lang Xiao snaps back, warning her that beastmen can be dangerous and may take advantage of others when their leaders are away. He continues to lecture a startled Bai Yue about the potential risks of being home alone with someone he doesn't trust. Lang Xiao stands firm, insisting that things have changed and she needs to stay alert at all times. He offers a stern warning, emphasizing that she needs to be extremely careful. Despite his concerns, Lang Xiao promises to keep an eye on the household while he is out. Later, Bai Yue protests loudly when Xiang Yao tries to assist her with her recovery. She backs away as the bear beastman insists on cleaning and medicating her wound to prevent a serious infection. Xiang Yao tries to reassure her that he will be gentle and that the treatment won't cause her any pain. Bai Yue remains stubborn, shouting for him to stay away so she can handle the task herself. She slaps his hands away, refusing any help with her medical care. Their argument is interrupted when Xiang Yao receives an urgent incoming call from Lang Xiao. A hologram of the wolf captain suddenly pops up, catching both of them off guard. Lang Xiao appears on the screen covered in blood and grime from a recent conflict. He stands alone in the woods, looking battered but still focused on the situation at home. Lang Xiao tells Xiang Yao to focus on the meals while he handles the medical care personally when he returns. Seeing the blood on the hologram, a worried Bai Yue rushes over to check on the projection. Xiang Yao watches her reaction closely, wondering if she would show the same concern for him if he were injured. Following his orders, Xiang Yao heads to the kitchen to prepare baked eggs for breakfast. He remains deep in thought while beginning the culinary task. Bai Yue approaches him with a bowl, suggesting they make a smooth steamed egg custard instead. Xiang Yao sniffs the mixture, noting that she added a significant amount of water to the eggs. She explains that the combination of salt and water will make the dish tender once it is heated. Bai Yue looks happy to share a recipe she used to prepare for her mother in the past. Xiang Yao agrees to help and takes the bowl to the appliance to begin the cooking process. The egg mixture is placed inside the oven to cook thoroughly. The timer goes off, revealing a perfectly successful and jiggly steamed egg custard. The two sit down together as Xiang Yao marvels at how the liquid solidified into a soft food. He is genuinely surprised by the result, while Bai Yue enjoys his reaction to her cooking. The process begins as an egg is cracked into a bowl for a simple meal. Bai Yue offers the prepared food to the stunned beastman, who can hardly believe the gesture. Xiang Yao's heart races as he stares at the gift, completely overwhelmed by the attention. From across the kitchen, the young woman urges him to take it, unaware of the cultural significance of her actions. She gets frustrated with his hesitation, shouting for him to hurry up before her arm gets tired. In a sudden move, he accepts the food directly, leaving her stunned and annoyed by his lack of manners. He proceeds to eat every single bit, clearly finding the simple dish to be the best thing he has ever tasted. Watching from the side, she can only think about how strange his behavior has become. She decides to ignore the weirdness and focuses on enjoying her own portion of the custard. Lang Xiao gazes at her with a soft, blushing expression, deeply touched by the interaction. He reveals that he still carries a special keepsake she gave him a long time ago. The news leaves her completely baffled, as she has no recollection of ever giving him a gift. A memory shows a younger version of him treasuring a small, discarded item, as if it were a priceless heirloom. Reality hits her hard as she realizes he has held onto a random piece of debris for years. The misunderstanding deepens when he explains that sharing food is a sign of deep affection in his culture. She collapses in internal despair, realizing her simple act of kindness was interpreted as a full-blown confession. Now more devoted than ever, the Beastman kneels at the table and promises to protect her forever. His face is flushed with emotion as he silently vows never to let her down. Night falls over the quiet estate as the day's chaotic events finally settle. Tossing and turning in bed, she worries about how to clear up the massive confusion without hurting his feelings. She wonders if keeping her distance would be the kindest way to let him down gently. The weight of the situation keeps her awake, searching for a solution that won't cause any unnecessary pain. Her thoughts drift back to the wolf captain, wondering when he will finally return home. Frustrated and unable to sleep, she hides under the covers to block out the world. A sudden noise at the door catches her attention, sparking a glimmer of hope that he is back. She sits up as she hears muffled voices discussing her status in the other room. Her expression shifts to pure shock when she overhears that Lang Xiao is actually hurt. Throwing off the blankets, she sprints out of the room to find out what happened. She rounds the corner into the main hall, her eyes searching frantically for the captain. Lang Xiao stands before her covered in stains and marks from the field, looking completely drained as he meets her gaze. Lang Xiao sits on the bed, his torso covered in heavy bandages as he recovers from his recent battles. He uses his teeth to pull a bandage tight while Bai Yue watches him with an expression of deep concern. To ease her mind, Lang Xiao offers a gentle smile and insists that getting hurt during training is perfectly normal. Bai Yue gently touches his bandage back, feeling guilty that he is pushing himself so hard. Lang Xiao pulls out a small, glowing red crystal he obtained during his mission to show her. He looks determined, knowing this fire attribute crystal is the key to unlocking his true power. In a smaller moment, the two sit together as he warns her that the object contains a dangerous amount of energy. Bai Yue carefully examines the small charm, realizing how much effort went into securing it. Lang Xiao explains that only the most powerful plants in the forest are capable of producing these rare crystals. He shares a memory of a giant tree they encountered previously that held a similar transparent treasure. Lang Xiao admits he went deep into the forest alone to take down a plant that an entire squad couldn't handle. This revelation shocks Bai Yue, who immediately starts scolding him for being so reckless. She continues her lecture, shouting that he could have easily died out there without any help. Lang Xiao pulls her into a brief embrace to quiet her down and reassure her that he is safe now. He explains that he must master his energy before the leader's challenge to defeat Shi Quan. Bai Yue remains hesitant, still worried about the extreme risks he is taking to get stronger. Lang Xiao promises to cherish his life more now that he has her to protect and look after. 5 days later, the house remains quiet under the night sky as the wolf captain continues his intense routine. Lang Xiao sits in the living room among medical supplies while the doctor brings him a tray of refreshments. The doctor notes that while Bai Yue has fully recovered, Lang Xiao is still coming home covered in fresh wounds. He warns the captain to take it easy, reminding him that the final deadline is approaching. Lang Xiao shifts the subject, asking if the special bedding set he ordered for the room has finally arrived. The doctor mentions that the delivery arrived, but Bai Yue seems strangely agitated after seeing the contents. Lang Xiao dismisses the doctor for the night, heading toward his room to check on the situation. The doctor leaves him with one last piece of advice to be careful and not cause any more trouble. Lang Xiao reaches for his bedroom door, frustrated by the constant hovering and unsolicited advice. Inside, Bai uses a remote to dim the lights as she prepares for the night. The captain enters the room, finding Bai Yue waiting for him with a very serious expression. She points toward a strange leather strap lying on the bed, demanding to know what it is. Bai Yue looks completely baffled and suspicious of the odd safety gear he brought into the house. Lang Xiao sits down and explains that it is part of a specialized kit meant for their rest periods. He holds up the leather keepsake with a blush, claiming that according to his research, it is a scientific way to prevent injury. Finding the whole explanation ridiculous and embarrassing, Bai Yue knocks over the presentation and tells him to stop the nonsense. Bai Yue reacts with shock and a flush of embarrassment to the unusual safety protocol. She expresses her frustration while leaning against the bandaged wolf captain. Lang Xiao smiles warmly as the two share a close moment. The captain lets out a light-hearted laugh while resting on the bed. Bai Yue remains skeptical of the situation despite the captain's attempt at persuasion. Lang Xiao looks back with a sincere expression, reflecting on his previous mistakes. A hand reaches for a specific tube of topical ointment to assist with the upcoming task. Bai Yue holds the medicinal tube while the captain promises to prioritize her safety. Standing across the room, she voices her concerns about his constant self-inflicted injuries. Despite his rapid healing abilities, she insists that he stop pushing himself so hard. She advises him to focus on his health and get proper rest instead of more training. The captain reaches out to firmly take her hand in a display of his current strength. He pulls her closer, insisting that his physical condition is perfectly fine for the next steps. A rooster signals the break of dawn from a balcony overlooking the lush bamboo. Lang Xiao and Bai Yue share a quiet breakfast, though the atmosphere remains heavy with silence. Xiang Yao enters the room to ask if Lang Xiao is truly ready to discard his set of leather training straps. Lang Xiao dismisses the gear as useless, noting that it required external help just to be removed the night before. He plans to consult a doctor for better equipment while praising Xiang Yao's constant reliability in helping them. In a brief chibi-style flashback, Lang Xiao playfully tugs at Bai Yue's sleeve. Bai Yue hides her face against him, clearly overwhelmed by the awkwardness of their current situation. Suddenly, she storms away from the table, leaving her meal unfinished as the men look on in confusion. She rushes through the hallway, her face flushed as she tries to process the strange features of the beastman world. Losing her balance, she cries out in surprise as she accidentally charges toward the oncoming Xiang Yao. She ends up slamming directly into the bare beastman's solid chest with a loud thud. Both men immediately panic, reaching out to check if she sustained any injuries from the impact. Bai Yue rubs her bruised forehead, feeling dazed and comparing the collision to hitting a literal wall. Lang Xiao snaps at Xiang Yao for standing still like a log instead of catching her. Xiang Yao looks incredibly guilty and worried, asking if she is in any pain. He leans in close to inspect the bump on her head, his own face turning red with intense concern. Bai Yue stares up at him, her embarrassment reaching a fever pitch due to their sudden proximity. She imagines a small rabbit character straining with all its might to pull a giant carrot from the earth. The imaginary carrot finally starts to loosen its grip on the soil as the effort continues. With a final pop, the carrot is successfully harvested, and the rabbit character celebrates the victory. Snapping back to reality, Bai Yue sprints away in a panic, wishing the ground would just swallow her whole. Lang Xiao and Xiang Yao discuss Bai Yue's condition after her sudden exit. Lang Xiao decides to take her out for a walk to help her clear her mind. The duo arrives at the goddess mansion to do some shopping. They browse through various styles in a brightly lit clothing boutique. Lang Xiao encourages her to pick out anything she wants, but she remains flustered. Bai Yue feels frustrated that the wolf captain doesn't understand her perspective. She turns away in a huff, her irritation reaching its peak. Lang Xiao remains patient despite her cold shoulder. He tries to cheer her up by offering a cute stuffed animal. He continues the effort by carrying a massive pile of gifts and toys. They even visit a playground where she starts to relax on a slide. Laden with shopping bags and snacks, her mood slowly begins to improve. Other beastmen stroll through the common areas of the rest stop. A timid deer beastman expresses concern about the real plants nearby. His companion scolds him for being overly cautious about the domestic flora. The two continue their bickering as they move through the plaza. Bai Yue stands near a flower bed, unaware of the subtle movement in the leaves. The white lilies begin to rustle unexpectedly. The lion beastman looks back, annoyed by a sudden command to move. Lang Xiao stands tall with a menacing aura, demanding everyone clear the path. The onlookers are terrified by the wolf captain's intense presence. Bai Yue watches in confusion as everyone scrambles to get away from them. They find a quiet table to sit down and enjoy a meal together. Lang Xiao tries to lighten the mood while they wait for their food. He gently asks her to explain exactly why she has been so upset. Bai Yue looks up at him, her face turning a bright shade of red. She admits that the morning's events left her feeling incredibly awkward. She worries that these uncomfortable situations will only continue in this new world. Lang Xiao tries to reason with her, but she quickly shuts down the conversation out of embarrassment. He reaches out a hand to comfort her. He leans in to explain that such interactions are perfectly normal for beastmen. Bai Yue stirs her bowl, struggling to adapt to customs that feel foreign to her. Lang Xiao listens intently, realizing the depth of her distress. He promises not to force her into any situations she isn't ready for. He vows to stop asking others for assistance if it makes her feel this way. The wolf captain expresses his sincere wish for her to be happy above all else. Bai Yue finally beams with a genuine smile, her anger completely gone. However, a clumsy comment about their future progress sends her temper skyrocketing again as the plants behind them stir. Lang Xiao's gaze sharpens instantly as he detects an immediate threat. The domestic plants explode into a giant, glowing monster with a violent boom. Officials arrive to clean up the remains of the mutated plant, while evacuating the area in an orderly fashion. Lang Xiao holds Bai Yue close as a medic confirms she is uninjured but needs rest after the shock. Bai Yue remains visibly shaken, her mind racing as she processes the close call she just experienced. She remembers the terrifying moment Lang Xiao shielded her from the thrashing, giant vines. Overhearing the guards, she learns that domesticated plants across the city are suddenly acting out of character. Lang Xiao deduces that something must have gone wrong at the altar and decides they need to investigate immediately. He remains focused and determined to uncover why the protective seal is failing. Bai Yue agrees to follow his lead, though her expression betrays her growing anxiety about the situation. Lang Xiao carries Bai Yue through the arena-like structure where massive fire pits are burning low. She clings to him tightly, noticing that the heat radiating from the altar is much weaker than usual. They move quickly across the sandy floor, heading toward the heart of the disturbance. Upon reaching a safe spot, Lang Xiao carefully sets Bai Yue back on her feet. He tells her to stay put while he gathers fuel to help stabilize the flickering seal. Bai Yue pleads with him to be careful and to prioritize his own life if the seal completely breaks. He holds her gloved hands firmly, offering a sense of security before he steps away. With a confident smile, he reassures her that he's just performing a routine reinforcement. He shares a quick, supportive gesture with her to keep her spirits up while she waits. Lang Xiao sprints off toward the altar, leaving Bai Yue to watch him go from a distance. She stands alone in the vast arena, hoping the crisis can be resolved without further chaos. Suddenly, a mysterious voice echoes through the air, and a strange green light begins to swirl around her. Bai Yue turns toward a nearby water source, sensing something unusual calling out to her. She approaches the holy water pool, curious about what might be hidden within its depths. Realizing she can gather valuable crystals from the pool, she prepares to take action. The bottom of the pool is shimmering with a vast collection of glowing, diamond-like gems. She dives into the clear water, swimming down toward the treasures resting on the pool floor. While submerged, a vision of a mysterious figure with long green hair briefly appears before her. A spectral hand reaches out through the darkness, offering a glowing sprig of vegetation. Bai Yue continues her descent, surrounded by rising bubbles and the soft glow of the submerged crystals. She reaches out to grab the mysterious plant as it floats near the gems. Holding her breath, she manages to secure a handful of the crystals and the strange greenery. She bursts back to the surface, gasping for air while tightly clutching her new finds. She examines the water plant, confused as to why such a thing would be growing in the holy pool. Looking closely at the leaves, she feels a strange sense of familiarity, as if she has seen this species before. Suddenly, the plant emits a brilliant flash of light that catches her completely by surprise. Bai Yue stands in the pool, looking startled as green, hair-like energy swirls around the water. Her eyes widen in shock as a mysterious presence begins to manifest directly in front of her. A tall, ethereal figure with long green hair and a vine-covered physique emerges from the center of the pool. The entity stands atop the water's surface, towering over a stunned Bai Yue as she looks up in disbelief. Confused by the sight, she rubs her eyes and wonders if she is simply experiencing a hallucination. She turns around to find that the mysterious figure has completely vanished into thin air. Realizing she might be dealing with something supernatural, Bai Yue begins to back away toward the edge of the pool. A sudden, desperate voice calling for help causes her to freeze in terror as she clutches the plants she gathered. She scans the empty, stone-lined pool, finding no one else around despite the clear voice she heard. Panicking, she tries to convince herself that ghosts don't exist, and it's likely just a monster or a spirit. Determined to escape the area, she starts swimming frantically toward the shore. Bai Yue reaches the edge and hauls herself onto the rocky ground. Desperate to get away from the pool, she scrambles away from the water, wondering if a dangerous plant entity has somehow escaped its seal. A glowing blue orb suddenly appears and swerves toward her, prompting her to shout for it to stay back. The orb emits a bright light, and Bai Yue's expression shifts from fear to sudden recognition. The orb pulses with energy, repeatedly calling out a familiar name and pleading for help. Hearing the name triggers a deep memory, causing tears to well up in Bai Yue's eyes. She reaches out toward the glowing light, realizing this entity might be connected to her forgotten past. A memory surfaces of a younger Bai Yue in her bedroom, playing with a similar glowing blue sphere. The young girl smiles while balancing the orb, which she calls Qiu on her finger. She giggles and holds the glowing friend close, considering it her very best companion. Outside her room, her parents watch with concern as she plays with what appears to be empty space. Her father whispers that her condition is worsening, and that she hasn't improved even with medication. Unaware of their worry, the young girl jumps happily on her bed, fully immersed in her playtime. The glowing orb bounces toward the window, prompting the girl to ask if it wants to go outside and play. The blue sphere bounces energetically against the glass, eager to escape the confines of the room. The girl hesitates, knowing her parents have forbidden her from leaving the house. She considers climbing down the drain pipe from the second floor, thinking she can sneak back in later. She giggles to herself at the thought of a secret adventure, sure that her parents will never know. The orb zips through the open window as the girl calls out for it to slow down and wait for her. Her parents burst into the room just as she reaches the window ledge, their faces filled with pure terror. A desperate shout rings out as the memory takes a dark and dangerous turn. A man hammers wooden boards over a bedroom window to prevent anyone from getting out. This wide shot reveals he is completely sealing off the room from the outside world. Downstairs, a mother sits on the couch with young Yu, trying to handle the situation. She lectures the girl about how dangerous it was to try and climb out of the window. Yu looks terrified as she explains that she only did it because the spirit orb Qiu wanted to play outside. The mother loses her temper, shouting at the child for continuing to talk about things that aren't there. Her face is a mask of pure frustration and exhaustion as she deals with her daughter's claims. Yu begins to cry, calling out for her mother in a state of panic. Instead of comfort, The mother grabs her and demands she admit that she is lying about seeing the spirit. The mother pulls Yu into a tense hug, pleading with her to stop seeing things. Behind them, the blue spirit orb floats closer, causing the young girl to look over in shock. Yu desperately tells the orb to go away so it won't upset her mother any further. The mother's eyes go wide with horror when she realizes her daughter is still interacting with the air. Her grip on the child's arm begins to slip as she reaches a breaking point. The mother looks down at her daughter with an expression of utter despair, wondering why this is happening. To calm her down, Yu lies and says she was just making it up while the orb nuzzles against her cheek. She secretly whispers for the spirit to hide and stay away until her parents are gone. As the girl tries to comfort her weeping mother, her father watches the scene from the doorway. He stands there with a grim, determined look on his face. A door handle clicks shut, signaling a final decision has been made. The scene shifts to a specialized medical facility, where 9-year-old Bai Yue is brought for treatment. She is strapped down and subjected to intense clinical therapy meant to cure her of her hallucinations. The young girl cries out in agony, begging for the spirit orb to appear and prove to everyone that she isn't sick. Back in the present, Bai Yue is submerged in the pool, looking completely overwhelmed by these resurfacing memories. She leans against the rocks in the water, looking exhausted and broken. The spirit orb slowly approaches her again, but she is too distressed to welcome it. She shouts at the floating light to stay away from her. Bai Yue accuses the spirit of abandoning her the moment she was sent away to the sanatorium. She huddles in the water, terrified that the orb's presence will lead to her being caught and punished again. Covering her head, she yells that she never wants to see the entity ever again. Nearby, a foot steps quickly onto the stone path as someone rushes toward the noise. Lang Xiao and his companion look over in shock, hearing the girl's frantic shouting. They race toward the edge of the pool where Bai Yue is having a complete breakdown. Without a second thought, Lang Xiao leaps into the water to reach her. He splashes into the pool and calls out her name to get her attention. Lang Xiao pulls her into a protective hold, asking her what happened to make her so upset. Finally looking up, Bai Yue sees him and begins to calm down, her eyes filled with tears. Lang Xiao holds the unconscious Guoguo tightly, his face full of worry as he tries to wake her. In the background, a medical monitor beeps steadily to track her vital signs. Guoguo slowly begins to regain consciousness, her eyes fluttering open as she returns to reality. A doctor reviews a medical report with Lang Xiao, discussing Guoguo's history and current condition. The physician explains that her previous medication was intended for mental health issues, suggesting a deeper struggle. Guoguo listens silently, resenting the fact that her past trauma is catching up to her in this world. A vision of a shattering orb represents the chaos and rejection currently unfolding in her mind. Frustrated and feeling trapped, she grips the hospital bedsheet until her knuckles turn white. Lang Xiao erupts in anger, refusing to believe that Guoguo is truly unwell or needs treatment. The doctor stands his ground, warning that ignoring her condition will eventually affect her physical health. Unwilling to let her be institutionalized again, Lang Xiao argues fiercely against the diagnosis. He points out that many people lose control of their emotions without being labeled as sick. The captain confronts the medical professional, demanding to know why Guoguo is being singled out. The doctor insists that modern treatments are advanced and shouldn't be rejected so quickly. Guoguo suddenly perks up and calls out to Lang Xiao from her hospital bed. She immediately jumps into his arms, surprising both the wolf and the doctor with her energy. Leaning in close, she whispers a secret plan directly into his ear to get them out of the situation. Lang Xiao is left completely baffled by her sudden change in demeanor and tone. Guoguo claims she wasn't having an episode, but was simply terrified of a buggy she saw. She acts out a dramatic display of fear to convince them she was just startled by an insect. Lang Xiao processes this odd explanation with a look of pure confusion and surprise. He asks for clarification, wondering if a simple insect in the pool really caused such a panic. Seeing her act, the doctor begins to reconsider the severity of her supposed disorder. He theorizes that her reaction might be a response to external stressors rather than a clinical illness. Lang Xiao vows to protect her from any future threats, including any bugs that might appear. With the crisis averted, the doctor gives them permission to pack up and head home. Guoguo clings to Lang Xiao, feeling relieved that her quick thinking dodged a medical intervention. Lang Xiao looks down at her with a gentle, affectionate expression as they prepare to leave. He places a steadying hand on her back to provide a sense of security and comfort. Guoguo looks up at him, feeling grateful for his unwavering support during the ordeal. He gives her a reassuring squeeze as they move toward the exit together. The duo shares a quiet moment of connection, finally moving past the stressful hospital visit. Sunset settles over the modern estate as birds fly across the orange sky. Inside, the kitchen is busy as a meal is prepared with fresh ingredients. Lang Xiao watches over Guoguo while she rests and reads on the bed. He directly asks her to tell the truth about what happened at the pool. Guoguo tries to avoid the conversation by focusing intensely on her book. She finally admits she suffered from a hallucination that left her terrified. Lang Xiao considers the possibility that a weakening barrier caused the vision. Guoguo remains firm, stating she has no intention of ever returning to that pool. She stays lost in thought, reflecting on her ancient connection to the city. A memory of the glowing water from the pool flashes through her mind. She decides to cast aside her worries and focus entirely on her current life. Lang Xiao Xiao leans down as Guoguo reaches up to touch his face. She pulls him closer, determined to cherish the present moment. Lang Xiao blushes, promising to keep her safe from the dangerous barrier. The two share a lighthearted exchange before deciding it's time for dinner. Lang Xiao's expression shifts as he reaches out to grab Guoguo's hand. Guoguo looks startled by the sudden and firm grip on her hand. He pulls her into a close embrace, catching her off guard on the bed. Her face flushes bright red as she reacts to the sudden proximity. The pair shares a quiet, romantic moment together before the night ends. Elsewhere, the worker prepares a special drink by crushing stalks into a cup. A small version of the worker carries a heavy load of supplies across the yard. Half a month later, the men discuss the lack of progress in their current plans. Lang Xiao stares into his glass, feeling the pressure of an approaching deadline. They realize they have less than 2 weeks left before time runs out. Guoguo calls out for more supplies while the men watch her from inside. She spends her time outside, happily caring for a group of small chicks. A bright smile lights up her face as she gently holds one of the birds. Lang Xiao's mood darkens as he vows to prevent any outsiders from entering the home. The other man stays focused on preparing food in the kitchen. Lang Xiao sits alone, brooding over the upcoming challenges they face. He lets out a frustrated growl, showing his sharp fangs. His anger boils over, causing him to shatter the glass in his hand. A hand slaps against the glass in a sudden burst of movement. Lang Xiao stands at the balcony with a heavy heart while Guoguo watches him from the floor. His face is etched with a dark, intense look of distress. Guoguo looks up at him, sensing the deep unhappiness radiating from his posture. In a fit of rage, Lang Xiao slams his hands onto the metal railing, bending the bars under his strength. Guoguo is visibly shaken by the sudden display of raw emotion. Lang Xiao lets out a thunderous shout, calling for Xiang Yao. Xiang Yao quickly approaches the balcony to see what the commotion is about. With a sharp gaze, Lang Xiao orders Xiang Yao to stay in Guoguo's room for the evening. Guoguo is completely stunned by the unexpected directive, her face flushing in shock. Xiang Yao is equally flustered, unsure of how to react to the sudden command. Guoguo reacts instantly, snatching an object away in a blur of movement. She slams the item directly into Lang Xiao's face in a moment of pure frustration. She demands to know why he would think of pushing her toward someone else. Xiang Yao watches the heated argument from the sidelines, looking entirely out of place. Lang Xiao catches the struggling Guoguo in a firm hold to calm her down. While restraining her, he tells Xiang Yao to go and prepare himself for the task. Xiang Yao nods with a blush, misinterpreting the tension as a sign of affection. Lang Xiao holds her close and insists that this is the only way to protect their home from outsiders. Guoguo leans against him, looking deeply hurt by his reasoning. He tries to convince her that Xiang Yao is a suitable companion, but she refuses to listen. She sharply slaps his hand away when he tries to reach out to her. Guoguo pokes him firmly in the chest, making her disapproval crystal clear. She gives him one final, stern warning not to regret his choices before walking away. Lang Xiao watches her go, feeling a crushing sense of powerlessness. He laments his perceived weakness, hating that he feels forced to make such decisions. In a final outburst, he punches the wall with enough force to shatter the surface. He stands alone on the balcony, questioning his own strength as the wall cracks under his fist. Inside her room, Guoguo sits on the bed, still fuming over the situation. She reflects on the local norms but refuses to be treated like a simple commodity. Determination fills her eyes as she decides that no one can force her into something she doesn't want. A sudden knock at the door breaks her concentration as Xiang Yao announces himself. Xiang Yao enters the room in simple attire, offering a cheerful apology for the wait. Xiang Yao enters the room while Guoguo sits on the bed, looking completely unimpressed by his presence. He approaches a dresser, explaining that he prepared some necessary items quite a while ago. Xiang Yao pulls a small charm from the drawer while Guoguo shouts at him in a fit of rage. Fearing his unpredictable behavior, Guoguo decides she needs to find a way to escape the room immediately. She tries to bolt past him, but he blocks her path and suggests listening to music to help her relax. Guoguo freezes in place as her heart begins to race with intense anxiety. In a moment of pure delusion, Xiang Yao imagines Guoguo running toward him with a look of pure affection. He pulls her into a firm embrace, completely misinterpreting her attempt to flee. Guoguo struggles against the contact, demanding that he stop touching her at once. She manages to break away and leaps onto the bed to put some distance between them. Guoguo trembles with fear, pleading with the man to keep his distance. Xiang Yao mistakes her genuine terror for simple shyness, maintaining a hopeful blush on his face. He ignores her protests and casually sits down on the edge of her bed. As he settles in, Guoguo continues to yell for him to get up and leave her alone. Overwhelmed by the stressful situation, she begins to tear up in frustration. Guoguo grabs the edge of the bed sheet, looking for any way to shield herself. She lifts the heavy blanket, determined to find a path toward the exit. Xiang Yao stops her by holding out a small, ornate box to capture her attention. He presents the jeweled container in the palm of his hand, hoping to pique her curiosity. He looks at her with a gentle expression, convinced that a gift will solve their conflict. With a soft click, he carefully opens the lid of the exquisite box. Guoguo peers over the edge of her blanket, wondering what could possibly be inside. Resting on a silk cushion is the simple piece of wood that she had previously thrown at him in anger. Xiang Yao explains that he kept the wood as a sentimental keepsake and couldn't bear to let it go. He gazes at the object fondly, mentioning that he wanted to save it for a special moment. Unmoved by the gesture, Guoguo reaches out and snatches the wood from his grasp. She immediately hurls the piece of wood against the wall with a loud thwack. Xiang Yao panics and dives to the floor to retrieve his prized possession. He checks the wood over carefully and sighs in relief once he sees it isn't broken. He looks up at her with a pleading expression, asking her not to throw the charm again. Guoguo stands her ground and reaches out her hand, demanding he return the object. He hesitantly offers the piece of wood back to her, worried about what she might do next. Without a second thought, Guoguo winds up to throw the wood once more, ignoring his desperate protests. The piece of wood crashes violently against the wall, shattering upon impact. Guoguo turns her head away as the object flies past her with a sharp whistle. Through the cracked glass of the partition, the tension between the two is palpable as the wood hits its mark. Xiang Yao looks completely dejected, asking if she truly dislikes the gift he provided. Guoguo reaches her breaking point, screaming that she hates the wood and her captor. She storms away, leaving the word hate echoing around the stunned and motionless bare subordinate. Xiang Yao staggers backward, physically rocked by the weight of her rejection. He finally realizes that her previous actions weren't a sign of affection, but pure disdain. The reality sets in that her constant avoidance was never about a weak connection, but a genuine lack of interest. He recalls how she always walked away whenever he tried to reach out to her. Standing frozen in the room, he looks at her with a mix of shock and heartbreak, while she maintains a cold distance. Despite her fear, Guoguo feels a momentary pang of guilt for the emotional damage she's caused. Xiang Yao moves toward her, his presence looming large in the small room. He suddenly reaches out and grabs her arm with a firm grip. Desperate to change her mind, he pulls her into a tight hold and declares his feelings once more. Suddenly, the door is kicked open as Lang Xiao bursts into the room, realizing he made a massive mistake by forcing this pairing. The wolf captain demands to know what is happening as he sees Guoguo clutching her stomach in pain. Xiang Yao maintains his hold on her, defensively claiming that nothing has happened between them yet. Lang Xiao observes the situation with intense concern, realizing the gravity of the situation. He immediately steps in and lifts her into his arms, stating they need to get her to a hospital right away. As he carries her out, he feels a sense of relief that he arrived in time to potentially fix his error. In a moment of frustration, a chibi-style Guoguo lashes out and bites the captain while he carries her. Lang Xiao doesn't let go, instead asking if she is still deeply angry for his earlier choices. Guoguo remains defiant and upset, refusing to offer him any comfort. The captain leans his head against hers, offering a sincere apology for his past actions. He promises to take her away to a safe location, where they can find a new place for themselves, surrounded by various keepsakes. The scene shifts to the city hospital, where the lights remain on late into the night. Inside the office, the doctor reviews the initial checkup results with Lang Xiao and Xiang Yao. Lang Xiao explains that a pregnancy is highly unlikely given the timing of her recent health cycles. He admits his own guilt in trying to force a pairing between Xiang Yao and Guoguo. Guoguo sits nearby, glaring at the wolf captain with visible frustration over his meddling. To be absolutely certain about the cause of her stomach pain, the doctor recommends an immediate ultrasound. The doctor leads the way to the examination room while Lang Xiao prepares to assist Guoguo. Still fuming, Guoguo refuses any help and pushes away from her captors. She demands to be left alone and storms toward the door on her own. Internally, she vows to make things clear with Lang Xiao and escape if he tries to force another pairing. Seeing her sudden burst of energy, the doctor wonders if her previous pain was truly serious. Lang Xiao realizes she might have been faking her symptoms to avoid Xiang Yao, and feels even more remorseful. In her haste to escape the awkward situation, Guoguo accidentally runs in the wrong direction. The clinical team eventually gathers in the exam room to begin the abdominal scan. Guoguo finds the medical procedure uncomfortable and just wants to get it over with quickly. The room falls silent as the doctor and Lang Xiao stare at the monitor with wide-eyed shock. The doctor instructs everyone to remain quiet as he focuses on the screen, leaving Guoguo confused. The medical professional carefully slides the scanner across her abdomen to get a clearer image. Both Lang Xiao and Xiang Yao wait with bated breath, sensing that something significant has been found. Guoguo looks up at them, sensing the heavy atmosphere in the room. A small smile forms on the doctor's face as he confirms the results. He gestures toward the monitor to show the group exactly what the scan revealed. The doctor officially announces that Guoguo is pregnant, leaving the room in a state of disbelief. Both Lang Xiao and Guoguo are frozen in place, unable to process the life-changing news. Xiang Yao stands in the background, completely stunned by the revelation. Lang Xiao demands an explanation, questioning how this is possible given her recent symptoms. The monitor clearly displays 3 healthy embryos, confirming a successful first litter. Guoguo touches her stomach, struggling to believe that there are 3 lives growing inside her. The doctor prepares the audio equipment so they can hear the heartbeats for the first time, as the sounds of the internal organs fill the room. Lang Xiao tells the others to stay silent and listen. A steady, rhythmic thumping confirms the health of the 3 little ones, bringing a stunned silence to the group. Guoguo's eyes widen in a dreamlike realization as she processes the news of her pregnancy. She smiles warmly while imagining the new life she now carries. With a hand over her heart, she feels a profound sense of peace and joy. Lang Xiao and the doctor confirm the cubs are healthy and active during the checkup. Sharing the excitement, Lang Xiao turns to Guoguo with a look of pure delight. Guoguo beams with happiness from her bed, surrounded by a celebratory atmosphere. The couple shares a supportive moment as they reflect on their growing family. They embrace tightly, overwhelmed by the emotional weight of the confirmation. The doctor observes their close bond, noting how rare such a connection is. Lang Xiao holds her protectively, finding comfort in their shared future. Guoguo leans into him, blushing with a sense of security and love. After receiving final medical instructions, the group prepares to leave the clinic. Xiang Yao watches them from a distance, feeling increasingly isolated from their joy. Night falls over the modern residence as the household settles in. Lang Xiao confirms Guoguo is resting before seeking out Xiang Yao for a private conversation. His expression turns grim as he prepares to address a difficult topic. Xiang Yao waits silently, sensing the heavy tension in the room. The two sit across from each other as Lang Xiao bluntly suggests they part ways. Xiang Yao reacts with immediate anger, refusing to be dismissed without cause. Lang Xiao remains cold and focused, unwilling to back down from his decision. Xiang Yao grows restless as Lang Xiao admits the issue is his own possessiveness. He declares that he cannot tolerate another male's presence near Guoguo. Reflecting on past trauma, Lang Xiao explains his need to protect his family alone. The discussion remains tense as they debate their future as team members. Lang Xiao insists that parting is for the best and encourages him to move on. He offers a significant amount of points as compensation to help Xiang Yao start over. Xiang Yao slams the table in a fit of rage, rejecting the offer entirely. His bear spirit manifests behind him as he vows to stay in his home. Lang Xiao's eyes glow with predatory intent, signaling he won't take no for an answer. He prepares to use force, asserting that the final decision rests with him. Lang Xiao stands over Xiang Yao at the table, asserting his absolute authority as the team's captain. Glowing with spiritual energy, Lang Xiao warns his subordinate to take the offered compensation and leave immediately. Xiang Yao grits his teeth in defiance, refusing to back down from the intense confrontation. The captain's wolf spirit begins to manifest as he prepares to use force to settle the matter. Lang Xiao openly challenges the bear's ability to actually defeat him in a direct fight. Infuriated by the threat, Zhang Yao grips the table so hard that the surface begins to crack under his strength. A massive bear spirit lets out a deafening roar as Zhang Yao prepares to risk his life to stay. Lang Xiao's wolf spirit snarls back, engulfed in a localized aura of spiritual flames. Their clashing powers cause a violent surge of energy that shatters the objects resting on the table. The sudden, thunderous noise startles Guoguo awake in the next room. She quickly sits up in bed, wondering what could be causing such a loud commotion. Back in the dining area, the two men stand amidst the wreckage of their brief exchange of power. Lang Xiao suggests they take their duel to the courtyard to avoid upsetting Guoguo any further. Xiang Yao chooses to sit down, stating he has no desire to fight while Guoguo needs proper care. He argues that Lang Xiao shouldn't kick him out while the captain is busy with his own training. Lang Xiao looks on in silence, seemingly caught off guard by the logic of the situation. Xiang Yao pleads to stay and help without asking for anything in return for his service. Deep down, he knows he cannot endure a single day without being near her. He rests his hand near the broken shards on the table, reflecting on his devotion. Clasping his hands together, he demonstrates his sincere commitment to her well-being. Xiang Yao insists that keeping him around is the most practical option for the household. Lang Xiao remains quiet, clearly torn between his possessive jealousy and the truth of the argument. A close-up reveals the captain's internal struggle as he weighs the necessity of a caretaker. The tension remains thick as the two men stare each other down across the broken table. Guoguo suddenly appears at the door, catching both of them in the middle of their dispute. She asks what happened, her expression full of genuine concern and confusion. Lang Xiao immediately puts on a cheerful face and blames an exploding light bulb for the loud noise. He warns her to stay back to avoid stepping on the scattered shards of glass. The captain finally relents, telling Xiang Yao he can stay for the time being to help clean up. Xiang Yao offers a quiet thanks, relieved that he isn't being forced to leave her side. Lang Xiao makes it clear that the arrangement is only temporary while he looks for replacements. Xiang Yao absorbs the harsh words, realizing his position in the home is still very precarious. Strong gusts of wind blow through the room's open window under the moonlight. A lone figure enters the dim bedroom as the wind continues to swirl around the furniture. A hand presses firmly against the door, accompanied by a sharp clicking sound. Xiang Yao stands in the center of the dark room, his back turned to the bed. He sits down and clasps his hands together in a moment of deep reflection. He holds a small, rectangular wooden keepsake in his palms, looking at it with concern. A vision appears of a small fox spirit striking a window in a fit of frustration. Xiang Yao looks down at the object in his hands with a pained expression. The wooden keepsake begins to crack under the pressure of an unseen force. Xiang Yao gasps in alarm as he watches the small object continue to deteriorate. He carefully places the fragile piece into a small, ornate jewelry box for safekeeping. The lid of the decorative box is shut with a definitive clasp. Xiang Yao lies flat on the bed, staring up at the ceiling in the quiet room. He rests his head on the pillow, keeping the small box right by his side. Gogo is shown resting comfortably, a slight smile on her face as she relaxes. The two spend a quiet moment together in the room, surrounded by a peaceful atmosphere. Tears well up in Zhang Yao's bright blue eyes as he looks on. He hunches over and clutches the keepsake box tightly against his chest. The scene shifts to the exterior balcony of the house during a bright morning. Zhang Yao prepares a meal and sets it down on the table for Guoguo. He looks tired, with dark circles under his eyes from a lack of sleep. Guoguo watches him closely, noting his haggard appearance and feeling concerned. She looks at her breakfast and feels a sense of awkwardness regarding their current living arrangement. Xiang Yao offers her a soft, warm smile despite his obvious exhaustion. Guoguo eats a slice of watermelon while Xiang Yao warns her to slow down so she doesn't choke. She chews her food while contemplating the increasingly complicated family situation. Lang Xiao approaches the dining area, giving instructions to stay calm and not startle anyone. Xiang Yao stands by Guoguo's side as she continues to eat her fruit. He shoots a sharp, suspicious look toward the approaching figure. Lang Xiao brings a newcomer into the room, introducing him as a temporary addition to the team. The new arrival, a white wolf named Husing, greets them while Guoguo shudders in surprise. Guoguo tries to process the logic behind these team member designations for household. She realizes that this new person is essentially another temporary spouse added to the mix. Overwhelmed by the news, Guoguo accidentally cracks her watermelon in half with a look of pure shock. Husing handles the fruit while Xiang Yao focuses on meal prep in the modern kitchen. While the newcomer asks for his next task, Zhang Yao worries about keeping their secret diet hidden from the temporary team member. The Bear Beastman imagines a worst-case scenario where Husing reports them for breaking the rules of the beast world. Determined to keep the kitchen off-limits, Xiang Yao clenches his fist, while the innocent-looking fox waits for instructions. Xiang Yao hands over a glass of sugarcane juice, ordering the newcomer to deliver it, and then clean the room. Husing happily accepts the task, flashing a bright smile as he takes the drink. Once alone, he reveals his true ambition to win over the household and secure a permanent position. He heads toward the bedroom, feeling optimistic about this chance to prove his worth. Zhang Yao watches him go with a stern expression, vowing to keep a close eye on the fox's every move. Inside the room, Guoguo rests on the bed, feeling deeply unsettled by the presence of a stranger. Guoguo confronts Lang Xiao, demanding to know why he's recruiting even more people into their home. Lang Xiao tries to calm her down, explaining that the new member is only there to provide extra help. He offers a reassuring gesture, insisting that this arrangement is necessary for her safety while he's away. Guoguo remains skeptical, worrying about being left alone with someone she doesn't know. She questions if the newcomer can really be trusted, but Lang Xiao maintains that the laws protecting her are absolute. Lang Xiao looks serious as he defends his decision to bring in reinforcements. He emphasizes that Husing has a spotless record and plenty of experience with household duties. In the background, the fox beastman is seen diligently working away at his assigned chores. Lang Xiao places his hands on her shoulders, reminding her that no one would dare cause trouble for his partner. He stands with total confidence, certain that his reputation alone is enough to keep her safe. Despite the reassurances, Guoguo hugs her plushie tightly, wondering if Lang Xiao is being far too overconfident. The door suddenly pushes open as the newcomer arrives to fulfill his duties. Husing attempts to look as charming as possible while presenting the freshly squeezed juice. Guoguo is completely immune to his dramatics, looking at him with a flat and unimpressed expression. She sits up to take a sip while the fox stands by, warning her to drink slowly. As she drinks, Guoguo observes that while he's a bit exaggerated, he doesn't seem like a dangerous threat. She keeps a watchful eye on him over the rim of her glass, trying to gauge his true character. Husing notices the attention and lets out a smug, self-satisfied smirk. He teases her for staring, though she insists she was looking at him quite openly. He makes himself comfortable on the edge of the bed, continuing his self-absorbed chatter, leaning in with a flourish. He asks if she finds him good-looking and assumes she must be a fan. He continues his flirtatious antics, making Guoguo visibly annoyed by his massive ego. Having reached her limit, Guoguo delivers a massive spit-take right into the fox's face. Husing panics over his sticky fur while Guoguo tells him he needs to sober up from his own delusions. Guoguo sits drinking her juice while the fox beastman makes a hasty exit, complaining about being sprayed with sugarcane juice. She continues to sip her drink, completely unimpressed by the new arrival's attempts at flirting. Finding the fox totally unreliable compared to her usual companions, she shakes her head in clear disapproval. Xiang Yao enters the room in his apron, checking in to make sure Guoguo wasn't actually frightened by the earlier commotion. He offers a warm smile and tells her to call for him immediately if she needs anything from the kitchen. Guoguo watches him leave with a pensive and somewhat conflicted expression on her face. Sitting alone on her bed, she reflects on her complicated feelings and her desire not to rely on him too much. She sets her glass down on the nightstand with a quiet clink before settling in for the night. Tucking herself under the covers, she tries to convince herself that she is perfectly safe staying at home alone. From the doorway, the fox beastman watches her rest, noting her strong-willed and wary personality. He looks down thoughtfully, wondering if her distance is simply a natural reaction to a stranger in the house. Deciding on a new approach, he quietly turns the doorknob and sneaks back into the room. Guoguo is startled awake when a large, fluffy tail begins nuzzling against her face. She sits up in a panic as the fox proudly displays his tail, suggesting that she might want to pet the soft fur. He wears a confident smirk, certain that his fluffiness is an allure that no one can possibly resist. A flashback shows how he has used this tactic to charm others many times in the past. He imagines a successful scenario where he completely wins Guoguo over with his superior tail. Guoguo tentatively reaches out and feels the massive tail, surprised by how soft the fur actually is. The fox beastman suddenly screams in pain when Guoguo plucks a tuft of fur, noting it would make a very warm scarf. Guoguo holds the piece of fur with a look of confusion, surprised by his dramatic overreaction to a single pluck. He quickly grabs her wrists, declaring that since she touched him, it is now his turn. The fox leans in with a flushed face, attempting to use his charm to get closer to her. Guoguo recoils in absolute disgust as he tries to lean in far too close for comfort. She shouts in anger, calling him out for his creepy and inappropriate behavior. Guoguo struggles to push him away while screaming at the top of her lungs for Xiang Yao to help. Xiang Yao slams the door open, still holding a kitchen knife and looking ready to deal with a major threat. Guoguo immediately rushes to his side for protection, leaving the fox beastman looking nervous in the background. The fox tries to play the situation off as a harmless prank that simply got a bit out of hand. Xiang Yao isn't buying it, glaring intensely as he warns the fox to keep his tail and his distance to himself. Guoguo whispers a final accusation into Xiang Yao's ear to ensure the fox stays in the doghouse. Xiang Yao's expression turns terrifyingly dark as he processes what he's just been told. A literal aura of fire erupts from the bear beastman, leaving the fox realizing he is in a massive amount of trouble. The morning starts peacefully with a rooster crowing in the courtyard. Suddenly, a window shatters as a body is hurled through the glass, sending the chickens scattering in a panic. Hu Xing flees in his fox form, desperately wondering how his scent was detected so quickly. The fox narrows his eyes, already plotting how he'll flip the narrative to his advantage later. He continues his escape, haunted by the image of a massive, glowing-eyed bear standing guard over Guoguo. From the balcony, Guoguo watches the pursuit, shocked that the intruder possesses such incredible speed and agility. Her protector quickly catches up, grabbing the fox by the scruff to put an end to the chase. With a powerful strike, Xiang Yao slams the intruder into the pavement, leaving a massive crater in the ground. The bear beastman stares down at his opponent with a cold gaze, barely containing his desire to finish the job. Hu Xing is unceremoniously dumped outside the property gates, landing hard in front of stunned onlookers. Back in the courtyard, Xiang Yao calmly dusts off his hands while Guoguo looks on from a distance. His expression remains stern, still processing the anger from the recent confrontation. Xiang Yao stands tall in the open space, ensuring the perimeter is completely clear of any remaining threats. He finally softens his look and gives Guoguo a warm, reassuring smile to let her know she's safe. Despite the reassurance, Guoguo remains visibly shaken by the raw power and unpredictability of the beastmen around her. Xiang Yao stays close by her side as they navigate the stairs, acting as a constant shield. Guoguo looks down, feeling a deep sense of vulnerability regarding her own safety and the safety of her child. Sensing her distress, the bear reaches out a steadying hand to offer her support. He offers to help her walk, proving that he is a much more reliable guardian than any of the others. The stress finally becomes too much, and Guoguo breaks down in tears, wishing for a simpler life. Seeing her cry sends Xiang Yao into a panic, and he immediately blames the fox for causing her so much emotional pain. Outside the gate, Hu Xing clings to the bars and shouts empty threats about reporting the incident to their leader. The bear's temper flares up again as he hears the fox's voice, regretting that he didn't deal a heavier blow. Guoguo quickly reaches out and grabs his sleeve to keep him from escalating the fight any further. She manages to steer him back toward the house, suggesting they focus on having a meal instead. Before heading inside, Xiang Yao stops to deliver one final, terrifying warning to the intruder at the gate. A massive bear aura erupts behind him as he promises a grim fate if the fox ever sets foot on the property again. Terrified by the overwhelming pressure, Hu Xing trembles and cowers behind the iron fence. The front door is slammed shut with a loud bang. Hu Xing looks completely dejected as he reflects on his current situation. Despite his worries, the fox beastman tries to maintain his arrogant attitude while adjusting his hair. He continues to comb through his hair while taunting Xiang Yao from the safety of the fence. From a distance, the fox watches the large bear beastman work in the courtyard below. Sharp cuts slice through several stalks of sugarcane in an instant. Xiang Yao hauls a massive bundle of the stalks over his shoulder, leaving Hu Xing in total shock. The heavy bundle is dropped onto the grass with a resounding thud. Xiang Yao settles into a chair to begin his work. The bear beastman starts preparing the snacks for Guoguo, while the fox continues to shout insults from the perimeter. Crouched on the fence, Hu Xing plots his revenge and waits for his leader to return. Guoguo watches the scene from the balcony, feeling a sense of security with Xiang Yao around. Xiang Yao stays focused on the task at hand, ignoring the noise from the fox. Gogo rests her head on her arms, enjoying the peaceful moment in the sun. An electronic beep signals that the main gate is finally opening. Lang Xiao makes a powerful entrance as the gates swing wide. The wolf captain walks into the yard, announcing his early return to the household. Xing immediately begins pointing fingers and accusing Xiang Yao of bullying him. Gogo runs down to Mang Xiao, eager to expose the fox's lies. Lang Xiao holds up a hand to stop Gogo from approaching any further. The captain gives a knowing smile, indicating he is already aware of the situation. Xing's face pales as his boss calls his name in a stern tone. Lang Xiao demands the fox come closer, radiating an intimidating aura. The fox Beastman jumps down from his perch and lands at his leader's feet. In the middle of the courtyard, Xing continues to spin a story about being attacked. Xiang Yao grinds his teeth in frustration, unable to defend himself without involving Guoguo. The two beastmen stand eye to eye, arguing over who has a better relationship with the human girl. Xing brags about his bond with Guoguo, causing Xiang Yao to flare up with a dark energy. Guoguo looks down from the balcony, unimpressed by the fox's constant boasting. She stares intently, frustrated by the fox's attempts to manipulate the situation. Xing tries to laugh it off, insisting he has been nothing but respectful. Without warning, Lang Xiao lunges forward and catches the fox by the neck to silence him. The wolf captain glares with glowing eyes, warning Xing that his every move is being watched and his lies have reached their limit. A large bonfire crackles, consuming a piece of fur. Xiang Yao and Guoguo sit together by the fire in an open field, with the bear warning her to be careful. Xiang Yao watches the flames while reflecting on how Lang Xiao recently handled the dishonest fox. Guoguo looks annoyed as she prepares to toss more of the fox's fur into the fire. Xiang Yao is overwhelmed with guilt, imagining Guoguo trapped in darkness, because he wasn't there to protect her. He approaches her with a regretful expression, struggling to find the right words of apology. In a small, comical moment, Guoguo continues to feed the fire with the unwanted keepsakes. Lang Xiao suddenly kicks a door open, startling Guoguo, who is holding a long bill for the damages. Lang Xiao immediately warns her to put down the dirty fur while Xiang Yao looks on. Without hesitation, he kicks the fire pit over to put an end to the burning. Lang Xiao takes Guoguo's hand and insists he has undeniable proof of the fox's deception. Guoguo remains skeptical, wondering if he somehow managed to install modern surveillance. Xiang Yao confronts Lang Xiao about the danger of bringing untrustworthy teammates home. He becomes intense, emphasizing that they must understand someone's character before letting them near Guoguo. Lang Xiao listens with a stern, focused expression. He reaches out and firmly grips Guoguo's hand to show his resolve. Xiang Yao asserts that he is more than capable of protecting her on his own for now. The bear beastman stares ahead, feeling the heavy burden of his duty. He grits his teeth, fueled by a deep determination to keep his promises. The three of them stand together as they reach a silent understanding regarding her safety. Lang Xiao finally agrees to stop searching for temporary help. He leans in close to Guoguo, promising that their future cubs will be trained to protect her. A sudden gust of wind causes the nearby fire to flare up violently. The group notices the sky darkening as the wind picks up speed. Guoguo listens intently as they discuss the growing threat of the nearby white bone vine. Time quickly passes, jumping ahead a month and a half. A small wolf cub happily peeks out from the lush greenery of a garden. Several beastmen gather in the hospital's central garden, discussing the strange stability of the ancient seal. They speculate whether the dangerous vine is finally dying out after 800 years. Two young cubs, a bear and a wolf, play together on a yellow mat nearby. Xiang Yao reaches out to gently catch the bear cub before it wanders too far. He tells the little ones to find a different place to play, because mothers are preparing for labor. The cubs pause and look up at him with wide, curious eyes. Their faces light up with excitement as they realize something big is happening. Lang Xiao supports Guoguo as she struggles through the onset of painful contractions. Lang Xiao helps her walk to speed up the labor while Xiang Yao manages the energetic cubs. A sharp, electric-like jolt of pain hits Guoguo suddenly. Lang Xiao reacts with alarm as she cries out in severe distress. Her water breaks, signaling that the birth is imminent. Lang Xiao rushes her into the delivery room as the medical staff prepares for the arrival. He is stopped at the entrance, as only one family member is permitted to accompany her inside. Lang Xiao assists the medical staff as they prepare to help Guoguo through her difficult labor. He offers words of encouragement, trying to reassure her that the pain will soon subside. Lang Xiao stays close by her side, offering physical support as the process continues. Outside in the central garden, workers begin closing up for the night as darkness falls. The staff discusses the situation, noting that the birth has been taking quite a long time. They finish cleaning the pathways, expecting the ordeal to last much longer for the thin mother. Suddenly, a mysterious glowing sprout begins to emerge from the ground in the shadows. A heavy step lands nearby as the quiet night is interrupted. Xiang Yao paces anxiously outside the delivery room while Guoguo struggles inside. The medical team works quickly to assist with the delivery while Lang Xiao keeps Guoguo steady. Guoguo grips the frame of her seat with all her strength as the final moments arrive. Unnoticed by the staff, glowing vines begin to creep up the side of the medical equipment. Xiang Yao remains on guard in the hallway, unaware of the plants rustling right behind him. His ears twitch as he picks up on a strange sound in the sterile environment. Sensing something is wrong, Xiang Yao begins to sweat as he looks around the corridor. He turns sharply, wondering where the sudden scent of vegetation is coming from. It seems impossible for plants to be growing right outside an operating room, and he grows suspicious. He takes a cautious step forward to investigate the source of the strange aura. As he peers around a corner, he spots the glowing vines spreading rapidly across the walls. His eyes widen in shock as he realizes exactly what he is looking at. A massive tangle of white bone vines has suddenly erupted, filling the entire hallway. Inside the room, the medical team successfully delivers a healthy, small cub. With the delivery finished, the staff prepares to move Guoguo to a ward so she can finally rest. Lang Xiao looks at her with relief, telling her she did a great job and can relax now. Guoguo is completely drained, her head falling back as she prepares to drift into a long sleep. Just as she closes her eyes, she feels a strange spiritual tap nearby. Her eyes snap open as she detects an unusual presence in the immediate vicinity. Lang Xiao notices her sudden distress and tries to keep her calm. She is too exhausted to use her powers to investigate and eventually slumps back into his arms. Lang Xiao holds her gently, encouraging her to get the rest she desperately needs. He prepares to move her, stepping toward the exit of the delivery room. Lang Xiao carries Guoguo out into the hall, only to find a mess waiting for them. Xiang Yao stands there covered in green plant sap after dealing with the sudden threat. He explains that a patch of white bone vine appeared, but he has already handled it. Lang Xiao remains silent, his expression turning serious as he processes the news. He tells Xiang Yao to clean himself up while he takes Guoguo back to her room. Lang Xiao carries the sleeping Guoguo down the corridor, passing by the cleaning crew. Even in her half-conscious state, Guoguo notices the overpowering scent of plant sap. Workers are busy mopping up the green residue and hauling away the destroyed vines. Despite the unsettling aura she sensed, Guoguo's exhaustion finally wins out as she drifts off. Lang Xiao stays by Guoguo's side in the hospital room while she rests after the delivery. Guoguo lies peacefully asleep, finally finding a moment of quiet after the day's events. Watching over her, Lang Xiao has a soft and relieved expression on his face. A staff member enters the room shortly after, bringing a basket filled with the newborn cubs. Guoguo wakes up immediately, her maternal instincts kicking in as she asks to see her babies. Lang Xiao beams with pride as he shows the basket of healthy newborns to their mother. Guoguo looks down at the 3 swaddled wolf cubs resting comfortably in the basket. The tiny cubs are full of life, letting out high-pitched howls from their swaddling. Overwhelmed with emotion, Guoguo is moved to tears by the sight of her 3 little ones. She reaches out to gently touch a cub's tiny, soft paw for the first time. Guoguo marvels at the texture of the newborn's fur, noting how incredibly soft it feels. Lang Xiao leans in close, sharing this heartwarming family moment as they admire the cubs together. He begins excitedly planning for the future, imagining the cubs playing on swings and slides in the yard. Xiang Yao watches the touching scene from the doorway with a gentle, supportive smile. Lang Xiao warns Guoguo to be careful, as the cub's tiny claws are already quite sharp. He encourages her to get more rest now that she's seen the babies are safe and sound. One of the energetic cubs lets out another spirited cry while Guoguo holds its small paw. Lang Xiao fusses over Guoguo, worried that the active little ones might accidentally scratch her. Guoguo brushes off the concern, focusing entirely on showering her newborns with affection. The couple enjoys a quiet, peaceful moment of bonding with their new family members. Lang Xiao eventually steps out of the room, quietly closing the door so Guoguo and the babies can sleep. He joins Xiang Yao in the lounge area, where the bear warrior is packing up his gear. Back in the room, Guoguo and the 3 cubs fall into a deep, well-deserved slumber. Lang Xiao asks Xiang Yao for a briefing on exactly when the white bone vines began their attack. Xiang Yao explains that the eruption started almost immediately after Guoguo went into labor. He recalls that while the vines were numerous, they were strangely fragile and lacked any real offensive power. Despite their weakness, the vines reproduced so quickly that he had to transform to block them from spreading. He notes the most bizarre detail was that the vines suddenly withered the moment the cubs were born. Xiang Yao reflects on how these manifestations have become increasingly abnormal over the past few months. Lang Xiao listens intently, realizing the spiritual stability of the area might be in jeopardy. A news broadcast on a nearby screen shows a leader addressing the public about the weakening vine manifestations. Lang Xiao focuses on the report, considering what this means for the safety of his family. The leader's broadcast reaches a massive crowd, attempting to reassure them that the seal remains secure. The citizens listening to the announcement appear visibly anxious and uncertain about the situation. Despite the official reassurances, the sheer size of the concerned crowd highlights the growing tension in the city. The city leader commands silence from a podium, attempting to regain control over the panicked masses. The crowd of beastmen reacts with visible agitation and confusion to the unfolding events. With an aggressive tone, the leader dismisses the reports of the white bone vine's demise as total nonsense. The citizens remain skeptical, their faces etched with worry regarding the city's future. He stomps his foot with enough force to create a shockwave, demanding the public's full attention. Golden energy begins to swirl around him as he gathers his spiritual power. A massive, glowing lion head manifests behind him as he guarantees the seal will hold as long as he is in charge. Back at the base, Lang Xiao and Xiang Yao observe the broadcast with intense focus. Xiang Yao notes that the leader appears significantly more powerful than during his initial challenge. Lang Xiao grows suspicious, questioning if the recent chaos is actually linked to the leader's sudden growth. He ponders why a person's strength would surge so drastically upon taking a leadership role. A nature documentary playing in the background illustrates the concept of a symbiotic relationship in the wild. The footage shows a small bird cleaning parasites off a massive rhinoceros. This partnership allows both creatures to survive and thrive together in a harsh environment. The documentary emphasizes how these two different species act as protectors for one another. A young Yue watches the screen, captivated by the idea of having a strong protector. Surrounded by other children in a sterile facility, she sits alone, feeling isolated from the group. She reflects on being abandoned by her parents, leaving her with only her pet for comfort. A terrifying shadow looms over the huddled girl as she tries to hide in a corner. A harsh hand suddenly grabs her arm, attempting to drag her toward a forced medical treatment. Her eyes fill with terror as she desperately refuses to comply with the order. Shadowy figures close in around her, while she cries out for someone to save her from the darkness. Suddenly, a powerful figure with flowing white hair appears through a burst of golden flames. He steps forward with authority, his presence instantly changing the atmosphere of the room. The mysterious savior leans over the frightened girl to offer his protection. He gently takes her arm, guiding her away from the looming shadows. She stands up, finding the strength to move forward alongside her new guardian. The wolfman holds her hands, providing a sense of security she has never known before. He looks at her with a kind smile and tells her it is finally time to go home. Relieved and hopeful, the young girl agrees to follow him into a brighter future. Guoguo wakes up in the present day, realizing that the intense memory was just a very long dream. She rests quietly in her hospital bed, with her 3 newborns sleeping safely in the crib beside her. Gogo wakes up in her hospital bed and stretches with a large yawn after her long rest. She places a hand over her heart, feeling an unexpected sense of warmth from the dream she just experienced. Looking serene, she reflects on the comforting nature of the vision that visited her in her sleep. Nearby, one of the small cubs begins to stir, stretching its tiny paws as it wakes up. Gogo notices her 3 newborns are finally awake in the crib positioned right next to her bed. She leans over the railing to greet her little ones, softly introducing herself as their mother. The reality of her new role hits her, making her realize how much has changed since her days of loneliness. She reaches out to gently stroke the head of one of the sleeping cubs with a tender touch. Looking toward the window, she wonders if she can truly leave her past behind and embrace this new life. Gogo carefully steps down from the hospital bed, her feet hitting the floor with a soft thud. Bright sunlight suddenly streams through the large window, illuminating the entire room with a warm glow. The cubs remain huddled together, peacefully enjoying the warm rays of the sun falling over them. Gogo pulls back the curtains to let in even more light, eager to share the beautiful day with her babies. Her attention is caught by a strange blue vine resting on the windowsill just outside. Lang Xiao enters the room at that moment, surprised to see that Gogo is already out of bed. He stops abruptly when he notices she has picked up a piece of the mysterious blue plant. Panic fills his voice as he urgently commands her to drop the dangerous vine immediately. He quickly snatches the piece of white bone vine from her hand and tosses it into a nearby trash bin. Gogo looks down in surprise, startled by the intensity of his reaction to such a small plant. A grim visualization illustrates the vine's lethal history, showing a pile of remains left by the plant's past victims. Lang Xiao continues his stern lecture, while making sure the discarded piece is safely out of reach. He demands that she understands just how much danger she was in by touching the plant. Gogo stands in a daze, nervously fidgeting with her hands as she processes the terrifying information. Seeing her distressed reaction, Lang Xiao immediately feels a wave of regret for losing his temper. He approaches her calmly to apologize, explaining that the vine's recent outbreak has left him extremely anxious. He pulls her into a reassuring embrace, asking her not to be mad at him for his sudden outburst. While resting against him, Guogo realizes the vine looks exactly like a plant her mother once kept in their yard. A flashback reveals her as a young child with her mother, tending to a small glowing plant in a garden long ago. She begins to suspect that the dangerous white bone vine might actually be connected to her childhood friend, Kyushu. She remembers a much happier time when she would play with the glowing orb she knew as Kyushu. Another memory surfaces of hearing desperate cries for help coming from a holy water pool in the past. She visualizes the glowing entity being trapped and restricted behind a cage of thick, thorny vines. The image of the sealed entity reminds her of the time she was also kept in a restricted facility. A younger version of Gogo is shown crying behind bars, desperately begging for someone to save her. Snapping back to the present, Guoguo firmly grabs onto Lang Xiao's necklace to get his full attention. She insists with absolute urgency that they must head to the holy water pool immediately. With a look of pure determination, she declares that she has to go see Kyuhyun right now. A character in white robes enters a storage room to gather necessary supplies for the patient. He carries a meal container, noting that the specially prepared chicken will be perfect for Guoguo's recovery. Outside the room, a doctor gives Lang Xiao final instructions while another character looks on. The character with the food container appears shocked and worried after hearing the latest update. Lang Xiao expresses his deep concern, explaining that Guoguo is suffering from a sudden stomachache. Guoguo leans on Lang Xiao for support, clearly struggling with intense abdominal discomfort. She insists that consuming transparent crystals is the only way to make the pain stop. Lang Xiao looks increasingly stressed as he tries to figure out how to help her. He explains that the ritual grounds where the crystals are found are currently closed to everyone. Guoguo pleads with him to promise that he will take her along during the next month's ritual. She stares off with a distant look, seemingly preoccupied with her internal pain and goals. Looking downcast, she repeats her urgent need for the crystals to alleviate her condition. Lang Xiao recounts how he immediately summoned the doctor the moment he heard her cry out in pain. The doctor explains that these types of stomachaches are a common part of the body's recovery process after childbirth. Guoguo rests in her hospital bed, keeping her 3 newborn cubs close to her side. Lang Xiao prepares to leave the room to attend a required class on postpartum care. A simplified illustration shows the doctor teaching Lang Xiao the basics of proper recovery and patient care. Lang Xiao is suddenly startled by a loud noise coming from the hospital hallway. The doctor emphasizes the importance of keeping the patient in a positive mood to ensure a smooth recovery. A lion beastman approaches Lang Xiao in the corridor, greeting him with a familiar tone. Lang Xiao responds with an intense, unfriendly glare toward the newcomer. The lion beastman mentions that he heard the news about Guoguo giving birth the previous night. He complains about his own exhaustion from visiting the hospital every single day recently. The lion beastman makes a comment about Guoguo's appearance, noting how well she seems to be recovering. Lang Xiao tells the man to get lost and immediately begins walking away from the conversation. The lion beastman reaches out and grabs Lang Xiao's shoulder to stop him from leaving. A sudden burst of energy flares up as Lang Xiao reacts to the unwanted physical contact. The lion beastman pulls back, looking at his reddened hands after being warned not to touch him. Despite the warning, he insists that he has something very important to discuss regarding Guoguo. Lang Xiao ignores him and continues walking down the hallway without looking back. He asks the man what kind of scheme he is trying to pull this time. The lion beastman smirks confidently, claiming that his proposal is actually something beneficial. He gestures toward his own partner in the distance, boasting about her various positive qualities. Other beastmen are shown nearby, clearly impressed by the presence of the lion's partner. The lion beastman claims that people have been waiting around for days just to catch a glimpse of her. Lang Xiao demands to know what any of this has to do with Guoguo's situation. The man maintains a self-assured smile as he prepares to make his final point. Lang Xiao firmly tells the man to keep his distance while they are talking. The lion leader whispers a scandalous proposal, causing immediate tension. Lang Xiao's eyes flare with rage at the suggestion of a partner swap. He doesn't hesitate, launching the lion leader into a wall with a powerful strike. Standing over the wreckage, he vows to deal with the scumbag every time they meet. Determined to protect Guoguo, he marches toward her room to ensure her safety. Just outside the door, he hears a voice suggesting clothes are being removed. His temper boils over as he suspects another male is overstepping his bounds. He kicks the door open with a thunderous bang, shouting for the other man to let go. Inside, he finds Zhang Yao simply assisting Guoguo with her medical gown while she tends to the newborns. The 3 small cubs are busy drinking from their bottles. The group gathers around the bed to discuss Guoguo's recovery and health. Lang Xiao looks relieved to see that Guoguo is doing much better than he feared. They talk about the nutritional benefits of the broth prepared for the new mother. In a brief moment of levity, the 2 men bicker over the misunderstanding. Lang Xiao sternly warns the other male not to frighten Guoguo during such a sensitive time. Suddenly, one of the cubs begins to cough and struggle while feeding. The parents watch in a panic as the smallest cub begins to choke. Lang Xiao quickly steps in to take the cub from Guoguo's hands. Following proper safety procedures, he holds the cub head down and gently pats its back. Within moments, the cub clears the blockage and starts breathing smoothly again. Lang Xiao checks the cub over and confirms everything is back to normal. Xiang Yao notices something unusual and points it out to the silver wolf captain. A close look reveals a patch of brown fur prominently displayed on the cub's chest. Lang Xiao stares in disbelief, trying to understand how this is possible. He tries to wipe the spot, but the color is clearly a permanent part of the fur. They speculate it might be a genetic throwback, though it doesn't match the wolf's lineage. He realizes the only person nearby with brown traits is Guoguo herself. Seeing the resemblance, he acknowledges that the cub has inherited his mother's features. A flashback reveals a peaceful moment for the family sitting on their porch. A young child questions why he doesn't share more physical traits with his mother. The father explains that beastman sons typically inherit their father's genes. He pinches the boy's cheek, reminding him how much they look alike. They observe another family nearby, where the child looks completely different from the parent. The father explains that the other child has a specific genetic condition. That child appears frail, coughing as he struggles with his health. The young wolf cub looks downcast, worried that being different is a bad sign. His father reassures him that a genetic throwback can actually be a sign of incredible power. He looks at his son with a confident smile, asking if the cub wants to grow up to be strong. The cub cheers with excitement, eager to grow strong and protect his family. A tender moment follows as the child admits he wants to look just like his mother. Lang Xiao and the cub share a smile, discussing how inheriting maternal genes could revolutionize revolutionize their society. The cubs' expression shifts to shock as the conversation turns to potential dangers they face. A grim vision depicts the mother being led away by a crowd, highlighting the risk of discovery. Lang Xiao holds his family close while explaining the threat posed by the development center. The cub clings to his mother, vowing that no one will ever take her away. Lang Xiao looks down with a serious expression, acknowledging their current lack of power. Fueled by protective instincts, the cub shouts his resolve to become the strongest of all. Lang Xiao places a hand on the cub's head, encouraging his fierce determination. He explains that until they are strong enough, appearing ordinary is their best defense. A brush is dipped into a container of dark ink to prepare for a necessary camouflage. Someone carefully paints over a patch of light fur on a sleeping cub to hide its true identity. Lang Xiao and an ally stand by the medical bed, discussing the need for secrecy. The three cubs now look identical, their unique features safely hidden under a layer of dye. The group confirms the dye is waterproof to ensure the disguise remains intact. A hand strokes the cubs as the mother realizes how much of their lives must remain hidden. She looks down with a heavy heart, worried about the constant need for deception. The team worries if any medical staff notice the cub's true fur colors during the delivery. The brush is dipped back into the ink to finish the job. Lang Xiao looks at the mother, noting that hiding forever might not be a sustainable solution. The mother stares off, contemplating the passive nature of their current situation. 3 days later, the family returns home where Lang Xiao immediately begins an intense training regimen. Xiang Yao assists the mother with her recovery while the cubs rest nearby. The mother discovers that the youngest cub has inherited her exact eye shape. Lang Xiao showers the cub with affection as the others look on with joy. Lang Xiao's training becomes more desperate, pushing his physical limits amidst a fiery aura. A month passes, and the cubs are now active enough to train on an outdoor obstacle course. The mother walks through her room, lost in thought about their future security. She studies her reflection, considering the potential of the legendary white bone vine. While performing push-ups with the mother providing resistance, Lang Xiao discusses the vine's power. Lang Xiao continues his strenuous workout, explaining that one must touch the vine's core to gain its power. He notes that the vine has been sealed away, making it nearly impossible to reach. The mother's expression becomes resolute as she considers the risk of unsealing the power. She looks to the side, mentally reaching out for a way to protect her children. Lang Xiao spends time outdoors training with one of the energetic cubs. He stops when he notices Guoguo approaching, ready to head out for the day. Guoguo looks particularly radiant, sporting a new hairstyle and a bright expression. Lang Xiao takes notice and asks if she styled her hair herself. He moves closer to the railing to get a better look at her. The two share a brief, affectionate greeting before starting their journey. They share a warm, smiling glance, clearly enjoying each other's company. Xiang Yao soon joins them with all three cubs in tow, questioning if it's really the right time to bring the little ones out. One cub peers out curiously, its bright gold eyes standing out despite the fur dye. The group begins to walk away, discussing how the third cub's features are becoming more like its father's. Lang Xiao holds Guoguo's hand as they walk, reminding her that they need to return before the full moon. Guoguo looks thoughtful, realizing how many important events are converging at once. Lang Xiao tells her to slow down as she starts picking up the pace. She rushes ahead through a bright doorway, eager to reach their destination. They arrive at a massive, bustling stadium filled with various beastmen. The cubs immediately start howling, which startles a nearby passerby and his child. All three little wolves let out a synchronized, high-pitched howl to announce their arrival. Lang Xiao kneels down to give the cubs a quick pep talk, telling them to stay alert and protect their mother. Xiang Yao and Guoguo watch as the cubs' vocal energy clears a path through the crowd. Xiang Yao smiles, impressed by how much spirit the tiny wolves are showing. The three cubs stand tall and proud, basking in the attention their howls gathered. They look over at a group of bear beastmen nearby, observing the different families in the arena. When they see bear cubs playing and making their own sounds, the wolf cubs seem a bit puzzled by the interaction. One of the cubs looks slightly embarrassed by the display and turns its head away. Guoguo gives one of them a gentle nudge, encouraging the little ones to go off and play. The cubs quickly regain their excitement and prepare to explore the area. Xiang Yao promises the cubs that he'll keep their mother safe while they enjoy themselves. Guoguo gives them a final encouraging look as the cubs start to scamper away. The energetic trio races forward, eager to see what the arena has to offer. Suddenly, Guoguo senses something and turns her head toward a strange voice. A swirling vortex of blue energy appears right in front of her, indicating a powerful arrival. Guoguo looks on in shock as she calls out a name she recognizes. She quickly covers her mouth, worried that Xiang Yao might have overheard her sudden outburst. A glowing blue orb manifests and informs her that they can speak freely within a private barrier. Guoguo stands encased in a shimmering energy field while Xiang Yao remains stationed nearby. In the distance, several small cubs and bear creatures play together on the stadium floor. Guoguo communicates with the mysterious orb as Xiang Yao looks on, completely unaware of the conversation. Xiang Yao walks past the barrier, proving that the soundproof field is working perfectly. The blue orb explains that its power has grown significantly since their last encounter. Gogo listens intently to the orb's explanation, clutching her chest as she processes the news. A memory surfaces of a younger Gogo encased in a similar protective bubble long ago. The flashback shows a small Gogo waving from the window of a car as she is driven away. The energy orb follows the vehicle closely as it travels through a quiet neighborhood. The car continues down the road with a glowing trail of energy following in its wake. A beam of light suddenly snaps, representing a forced separation between the two. The orb lingers near a building, searching desperately for where she was taken. It observes a small plant growing in a garden bed outside the facility walls. A couple is seen standing together near a parking area as the orb watches from the shadows. Massive vines eventually grow to cover the exterior of the darkened building over the passing years. Gogo's reflection appears inside the orb as it describes the long wait for her return. Gogo asks the entity if it is the legendary vine responsible for recent disappearances. A vision shows several girls running through a bright forest while trying to escape. Beastmen are shown seizing people and carrying them off during the confusion. Golden vines are shown bound by heavy iron chains and engulfed in a sea of fire. The orb reveals the source of its pain, showing the vines being tortured within the flames. Gogo reaches out to place her hand against the cool surface of the energy orb. She asks what she can do to help the entity escape its fiery imprisonment. The orb begins to pulse and vibrate with an intense, jagged energy. A close-up of Gogo's eye shows the brilliant light of the orb reflecting in her pupil. The energy shifts as a tall figure with long hair and vine-like markings manifest before her. A hand reaches toward the massive pillars of fire at the center of the arena. The vine entity explains that destroying the seal's core from the inside is the only way to release him from his imprisonment. Gogo worries that if the seal breaks, the entire city will be swallowed by the surrounding jungle. The entity counters her fear, claiming he can easily control the plants once his power returns. He promises to create a new barrier that will make the city even safer than it is now. Gogo hesitates, feeling uncertain about the potential consequences of freeing such a powerful being. Irritated by her doubt, the entity demands to know if she is just like the beastmen who imprisoned him. His anger causes vines to lash out as he threatens to drag everyone down with him if he isn't freed. Outside the barrier, Lang Xiao is startled as he senses a sudden surge of volatile energy. He looks toward the cubs, who are still playing happily and remain unaware of the tension. Lang Xiao keeps a close eye on Goguo as she stands near the glowing pool, wondering what is happening. After the stressful day, the group retreats to their secure residence under the night sky. While the family settles in, the men discuss the day's events in the hallway. Lang Xiao pulls the captain aside to report the strange flow of power he felt at the pool. Lang Xiao listens with a serious expression, questioning the nature of this mysterious energy. Lang Xiao clarifies that the sensation was fleeting but very distinct. He points out that the power only dissipated after Guoguo addressed the water. The captain reflects on the similarity between this energy and the power present during the cub's birth. Despite the evidence, Lang Xiao advises his ally not to be overly suspicious of the situation. Lang Xiao remains firm, believing the anomaly is tied directly to Guoguo's arrival. The captain's gaze sharpens as he considers the weight of these claims. He loses his temper and orders Lang Xiao to stop spreading baseless theories. Lang Xiao emphasizes that these rumors could put Guoguo in serious jeopardy if they were to get out. He commands Lang Xiao to stop taking Guoguo to the sacrificial grounds to avoid further complications. Guoguo turns with a surprised expression as she realizes she forgot to ask the vine entity about the location of the seal's core. Lang Xiao maintains a serious tone, questioning if she truly understands the weight of the request she is making. A memory surfaces of the moment the vine entity manifested from the glowing pool to deliver its instructions. Guoguo recalls her decision to return and consult with Lang Xiao before taking any further action. The entity warns her that members of the beast tribe are inherently untrustworthy and should be avoided at all costs. Guoguo stands her ground against the entity's warnings, insisting that Lang Xiao is a reliable and kind-hearted ally. She remains convinced that a clear explanation will ensure Lang Xiao's cooperation in the rescue mission. Lang Xiao highlights the historical blood feud between beastmen and the plant tribes. He remains deeply concerned about the potential risks of trusting a natural enemy. A grim reminder of the past shows many beastmen falling in battle against the aggressive flora. Lang Xiao warns that the white-bone vine is among the most lethal entities in their history. He grasps her hand to ensure she understands the weight of this decision. Guoguo argues that the current situation is simply a massive misunderstanding. The captain remains skeptical, suspecting the plant is manipulating her thoughts. He questions if her trust is based on anything other than the plant's own words. Guoguo points out that the city's long-term survival depends on harnessing this specific power. She explains that a stable alliance with the vine would remove the need for dangerous rituals. A vision of the imprisoned plant reveals the suffering it has endured over 8 centuries. Lang Xiao warns her that certain plants possess the power to conjure convincing hallucinations. Guoguo reflects on the possibility that her perceptions might be compromised. She suddenly stands up to firmly assert that her friend is a real entity. Leaning in with passion, she insists that her bond with the vine is genuine. Lang Xiao yields to her intensity, promising to at least consider her perspective. He worries that her headstrong personality might lead her to take reckless action alone. Gogo wonders if Lang Xiao will even be able to perceive the entity's true form. He reassures her that his beastman senses are sharp enough to detect any hidden presence. They look out over the sprawling metropolis of Peace City, which houses thousands of innocent lives. Gogo rests against him, realizing the immense responsibility she is asking him to shoulder. In a lighthearted moment, Lang Xiao acknowledges that she has provided a potential solution to a major crisis. He contemplates the complicated relationship beastmen have with the plants they fear and rely on. While the cubs play nearby, they discuss the necessity of a power that can stabilize their home. Gogo listens intently as he lays out the conditions for moving forward with the plan. Lang Xiao makes her promise not to act alone before he can secure his position as leader. Lang Xiao and Gogo enjoy some downtime while supervising the cubs during their evening hygiene routine. Gogo expresses her affection for the wolf captain with a quick gesture of appreciation, while they relax in the water. The conversation turns serious as Lang Xiao prepares to reveal a personal secret he has kept hidden until now. He shares that his birth name is actually Bai Yue, a detail that Guoguo finds quite poetic and fitting. Despite the new information, the two agree to continue using the familiar names they have grown accustomed to. The pair shares a close moment as they reaffirm their bond during the quiet evening. Nearby, the energetic cubs play in the water, completely unaware of the adults' private conversation. The atmosphere remains lighthearted as the group continues their routine together in the large tub. Lang Xiao notes that it is time to finish up because the cubs need to begin their weaning process. Guoguo is taken aback by the sudden news, questioning what a month-old cub could possibly eat to stay healthy. To her surprise, Lang Xiao explains that Beastman tradition requires the young to start consuming energy-dense wood shavings. The young pups are shown eagerly taking to their new diet as they prepare for a major developmental milestone. At the dinner table, the cubs sit in their chairs, focused entirely on chomping down their specialized meal. Gogo watches with a mix of concern and fascination, wondering if such a unique diet is truly safe for their digestion. The meal is finished in record time, leaving the cubs looking for an immediate way to burn off their newfound energy. Lang Xiao reassures Guoguo that the cubs' sudden burst of hyperactivity is a normal reaction to the potent food. The room quickly becomes a playground as the pups begin darting around with incredible speed and power. From swinging on light fixtures to bouncing off furniture, the cubs turn into a literal whirlwind of activity. Lang Xiao explains that this chaotic exercise is a biological necessity to trigger their very first transformation. Guoguo's eyes light up with excitement at the prospect of seeing the cubs take their human forms for the first time tonight. As the clock ticks toward midnight, the house remains filled with the sounds of restless, frantic energy. Xiang Yao sits alone in the living area, looking exhausted as he waits for the night's high-stakes events to unfold. He reflects on the intensity of the process, hoping the cubs have enough stamina to complete the change. The ally keeps a watchful eye on the surroundings, staying alert despite the late hour and the noise. Back in the bedroom, the cubs continue to fly through the air, showing no signs of slowing down or tiring. Lang Xiao manages to catch one of the projectiles while explaining the exhaustion process required for a successful shift. Even while multitasking with his laptop, the captain remains focused on monitoring the pup's erratic movements. However, the tone shifts when he mentions a dire consequence if the internal energy isn't fully depleted. Guoguo is struck with fear upon learning that excess energy could lead to a fatal accident during the physical change. She asks if such a tragedy is common, desperate for reassurance that her children are not in immediate danger. Lang Xiao recalls a haunting memory of a sibling who failed to survive this volatile and dangerous stage of growth. The reality of the situation hits Guoguo hard, turning her initial excitement into sheer maternal worry for the cubs' safety. Guoguo worries that feeding the cubs too much energy wood is dangerous, but Lang Xiao insists it's the only way to ensure they don't end up physically weak after the shift. He explains that without enough energy, their bodies won't develop properly, which could negatively impact their entire future. Guoguo listens intently, realizing the high stakes involved in her children's first transformation. In a lighter moment, Lang Xiao confidently boasts that since they are his kids, there's no way they won't succeed. A sudden thud on the bed draws their attention as the cubs begin to react to the intense energy. Lang Xiao quickly holds Guoguo back, warning her to stay clear as the transformation process officially begins. The wolf pups huddle together as a bright, mystical glow starts to radiate from their small bodies. A pillar of light erupts from the eldest cub as he stands up, ready to complete the change. Both parents watch with bated breath, witnessing the raw power of the evolution. The cub's paws glow with an intense golden light as the physical shift reaches its peak. Suddenly, the cub leaps forward with incredible speed, prompting a startled cry from Guoguo. A final flash of energy consumes the room, signaling that the first cub has successfully evolved. Guoguo catches the newly transformed toddler, looking absolutely relieved as she holds him for the first time in this form. The little boy smiles up at her, sporting fluffy wolf ears and a face that mirrors his father's features. Guoguo is momentarily stunned by the striking resemblance between the child and Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao steps in to check on the boy, making sure the transformation didn't cause any health issues. He is pleased to find that the eldest son is already showing signs of great physical strength. Noticing Guoguo's emotional state, Lang Xiao pauses to check if she's doing all right. Overwhelmed with happiness, Guoguo pulls the adorable child into a tight, loving embrace. On the bed, the remaining two pups begin to whimper as their own transformations finally trigger. The two pups howl in unison as the golden energy envelops them, starting the dual evolution. Lang Xiao and Guoguo watch closely as the last of their children undergo the dramatic change. Guoguo can't help but gush over how incredibly cute her children look in their new forms. She holds the toddlers close, overjoyed that all three managed to survive the high-risk process. The family shares a quiet moment of triumph, proud of how well the cubs handled the intense energy. The sound of a door clicking open breaks the silence as someone approaches the room. Xiang Yao rushes in, looking anxious and asking if the transformation was a success. He stops dead in his tracks when he sees Lang Xiao holding the three newly transformed boys. Now dressed in small robes, the three brothers wave and greet the newcomer with bright, energetic smiles. Relieved and happy for his friends, Xiang Yao offers his congratulations on the successful milestone. Lang Xiao expresses his deep gratitude to Xiang Yao for supporting the family during such a critical time. Xiang Yao smiles warmly as he holds one of the newly transformed toddlers close. The two men discuss the next steps, including the household registration for the children. Lang Xiao reveals that he has already decided on names for his three sons. The eldest is named Lang Duan, while the second is Lang Qin. The youngest, Lang Jin, looks up with bright eyes and a cheerful expression. The next morning, the sun rises over the bustling city and the lush green mountains surrounding it. A doorbell rings at a large, modern residence within the city walls. Inside, a lion beastman is startled when a subordinate reports a wolf waiting outside. The boss remains skeptical, stating he doesn't take in wolf beasts, until he hears that the visitor is Lang Xiao. Outside, Lang Xiao stands with a stoic and focused gaze. Back at home, Guogu enjoys a peaceful moment playing with the toddlers on the living room floor while Xiang Yao watches. She finds these quiet days filled with her children's laughter to be absolutely blissful. Watching her sons play, she smiles softly, feeling a sense of deep contentment. Guogu imagines a future where the whole family can travel together and live in different safe cities across the land. The sound of a door clicking open breaks her daydream. The toddlers immediately scramble toward the entrance, shouting for their father as he returns. Lang Xiao scoops up the excited boys, asking if they were good while he was away. Guogu and Xiang Yao meet him at the stairs as the family gathers for dinner. Xiang Yao mentions needing to head to the forest to train, feeling like his strength is waning from staying indoors. Lang Xiao asks him to postpone his training to look after the kids for the night instead. Lang Xiao explains that he and Guoguo need to head out on an important errand. Guoguo realizes they are finally going to see Qiu and reacts with overwhelming joy. In a playful moment, Lang Xiao reminds her to dress warmly for the night air while she celebrates the news. Guoguo rushes down the stairs, telling the cubs to stay and play with Xiang Yao. Lang Xiao follows behind, promising the boys that they will be back a little later. Xiang Yao stops the captain, curious about what the couple is planning to do. Lang Xiao looks back with a serious and determined expression. Xiang Yao offers his full support, telling his ally to just say the word if they need help. The two men stand in the hallway as the toddlers play around their feet. One of the energetic boys clings to Xiang Yao's hand, ready for more fun. Xiang Yao quickly finds himself overwhelmed by the triple threat of playful toddlers climbing on him. Lang Xiao watches the chaotic scene and tells the boys to be good until he can play with them later. He notes how much the children have already grown to trust and like their guests. Placing a firm hand on Xiang Yao's shoulder, Lang Xiao acknowledges him as a trustworthy teammate. He promises to explain the full situation in detail once they return later that night. The city skyline glows under a massive blue energy dome as ritual fires burn in the distance. Lang Xiao and Guoguo navigate a quiet alleyway. As they approach the restricted ritual grounds, Guoguo questions how they will gain entry since the area is heavily guarded. In the skies above, winged sentries maintain a constant aerial patrol over the high-security perimeter. On the ground, squads of armed guards monitor every entrance to ensure no unauthorized personnel can slip through. Lang Xiao remains calm, informing Guoguo that they will simply walk through the front door. They spot a large, muscular lion man waiting for them in a nearby doorway. The lion man Bai Yue expresses immediate frustration at seeing Guoguo accompanying the group. Lang Xiao explains that Guoguo's presence was non-negotiable, while Bai Yue worries about the potential for trouble. Guoguo looks on silently as the two men discuss the risks of the mission. Bai Yue appears visibly flustered and overwhelmed by the situation as he struggles to maintain his composure. Lang Xiao keeps a firm hold on Guoguo, urging the lion man to stop stalling so they aren't caught. Bai Yue eventually relents, leading them toward the final corner before the main entrance. While the lion man goes ahead to clear a path, the couple waits in the shadows of the alley. Guoguo asks why Lang Xiao chose to trust someone who seems so unpredictable. Lang Xiao explains that as the head of security, Bai Yue is the only person capable of granting them access. Guoguo remains skeptical, fearing that their guide might eventually betray them. Lang Xiao compares the situation to a simple mechanical motivation, confident he has the right leverage. He uses the metaphor of a beast following a reward it can see but cannot yet reach. Bai Yue waits by the door, appearing highly agitated and anxious for them to arrive. A subordinate guard approaches the door, calling out to the captain. Bai Yue commands his men to move their patrol to the north side so he can monitor the entrance alone. When the guards hesitate, the captain shouts at them to follow his orders immediately. With the area clear, Lang Xiao prepares to move Guoguo into the facility. Bai Yue holds the door open, allowing the pair to slip inside the ritual grounds under the cover of darkness. The captain gives them a final warning to be quick before the patrol returns. Inside the grounds, the temperature drops sharply as ice shatters under their feet. They look out over a massive, stadium-like arena surrounded by pillars of intense purple flames. Lang Xiao carries Guoguo toward a glowing structure located in the center of the complex. Guoguo calls out for QQ, but the area remains eerily silent. Lang Xiao notices that the holy water pool is emitting an unusual and powerful energy glow. Sensing an immediate threat, Lang Xiao tells Guoguo they must abandon the search and leave at once. They turn and sprint away from the pool, prioritizing their safety over the reunion. Behind them, the water begins to swirl and gurgle with increasing mechanical force. A massive pillar of blue energy suddenly explodes from the pool as a mysterious voice addresses Lang Xiao directly. Xiong Yao stays behind at the house to watch over the children as the night settles in. He looks down at the 3 wolf pups sleeping peacefully under the covers. A warm smile crosses his face as he enjoys the quiet moment of babysitting. Suddenly, a holographic notification from Lang Xiao pops up, catching him off guard. He quickly checks his wrist device to read the urgent message. The text commands him to pack everything and meet outside the city immediately. Back at the restricted grounds, Guoguo watches in horror and screams out for her husband. Lang Xiao is knocked back by a massive force and desperately tells Guoguo to run and hide. He grits his teeth, sweating as he realizes the sheer scale of the threat they're facing. Looking up, he sees the Lord Leader standing high above the arena on a viewing platform. The massive lion beastman looks down at them with a cold, intimidating gaze. He tells Lang Xiao that since he's seen the truth, he won't be allowed to leave the area alive. Lang Xiao stares up, realizing he stumbled into a situation far more dangerous than expected. Energy crackles around him as he demands to know what secret the leader is hiding. The Lord Leader lets out a maniacal laugh while his dark shadow looms across the arena floor. He warns that the knowledge Lang Xiao has just uncovered is absolutely fatal. Lang Xiao tries to keep a cool head, even though he's internally reeling at the leader's massive power spike. He keeps his hands behind his back, preparing for a fight while questioning how the leader got this strong. With a sharp movement, Lang Xiao snaps a concealed item in his hand to prepare his next move. The leader steps forward, explaining that he's been siphoning energy from the holy water pool every night. He basks in the intense glow, claiming the energy makes him far superior to any normal beastman. The pool itself erupts in a violent, swirling vortex of golden light. Massive waves of power spiral outward as the leader continues his reckless absorption. Lang Xiao realizes that this selfish act is the reason the city's protective barrier is failing. He recalls the chaos caused by the weakening barrier and the danger it puts everyone in. Spectral spirits and monsters are shown invading the city because of the leader's greed. Lang Xiao shouts that someone so reckless is completely unworthy of leading the city. The Lord Leader just narrows his eyes, dismissing the accusation as the talk of an ignorant child. He insists that as long as he has the power, he is the one in control. Golden energy begins to materialize around the leader's hands as he prepares a finishing blow. Guoguo watches from the sidelines, completely stunned by the sheer amount of energy being displayed. The leader unleashes a massive, materialized blast of power directly at Lang Xiao. A wolf leaps forward to protect Guoguo, as the entire arena is consumed by a blinding golden explosion. A massive explosion rocks the ritual site, sending shockwaves through the arena. Guoguo coughs through the thick clouds of dust as the impact settles. A small drop of blood hits her face as she tries to regain her bearings. She looks up in pure shock at the devastation unfolding before her. Continuous blasts tear through the air while she watches the overwhelming power on display. Guoguo realizes that Lang Xiao is in grave danger against such an overpowered opponent. A mysterious voice echoes in her mind, instructing her to destroy the array's core to help. She frantically looks around the smoky battlefield, searching for the hidden source of power. Her eyes lock onto the rippling water of the pool as a realization strikes her. Guoguo sees Lang Xiao struggling in the distance while the enemy closes in. In his wolf form, Lang Xiao is slammed violently into the ground by a heavy blow. He lies stunned in the dirt as Guoguo screams his name in desperation. Guoguo signals toward the pool, conveying the secret location of the array's core. Lang Xiao looks back with understanding, realizing what must be done to win. The Lord Leader towers over the fallen wolf, mocking their final, desperate struggle. The villain sneers at the couple, believing the battle is already over. He laughs wickedly, promising to replace Lang Xiao once the wolf is defeated. Lang Xiao glares back with fierce determination, refusing to let the enemy have the last word. Suddenly, the wolf lunges forward, charging toward the ritual pool with incredible speed. He leaps through the air, focusing all his remaining strength on the target. The beastman streaks across the arena like a white blur of motion. The stone pool containing the holy water sits directly in his path. Reverting to his human form mid-air, he prepares to deliver a crushing blow. The Lord Leader shouts for him to stop, realizing his plan is being sabotaged. Lang Xiao ignores the villain and slams his fists into the structure with everything he has. A massive surge of blue energy erupts from the impact, lighting up the entire area. The villain watches in horror as his source of power begins to fail. Guoguo watches the spectacle with bated breath, hoping this gamble pays off. Lang Xiao grits his teeth, pushing through the intense energy feedback of the array. His hands crack the reinforced stone as the core finally begins to shatter. The spirit trapped within the array feels the energy bonds finally breaking loose. The ground rumbles violently as massive vines burst forth from the crumbling ruins. Guoguo finds herself surrounded by massive, thrashing vines as the area crumbles. Lang Xiao pushes through the energy surge, reaching out to pull her to safety. He catches her in a protective hold, while she explains that the vines are completely out of control. Lang Xiao reassures her, stating they just need to reach the Rendezvous point outside the city. Massive vines continue to tear through the burning ruins, leaving nothing but destruction in their wake. The Lord Leader watches in despair as his entire plan falls apart around him. A stray vine suddenly whips through the air, nearly striking the antagonist. He narrowly avoids the impact as the vine slams into the stone floor. The Lord Leader glares at the retreating pair, refusing to let them leave. Fueled by rage, he vows to stop them from escaping the crumbling city. A violent energy vortex erupts, pulling Lang Xiao and Guoguo into a swirling blue storm. Lang Xiao holds Guoguo firmly, trying to keep them together amidst the chaotic winds. Guoguo clings to him as they are swept upward by the intense pressure. The Lord Leader prepares a devastating final strike against his enemies. A massive explosion rocks the area, shattering the ground and sending debris flying. The blast leaves a deep, lava-filled chasm where the ground once stood. Lang Xiao barely manages to hang onto a cliff edge with his injured body. He grimaces in pain, realizing his leg is too badly damaged to help him climb. Despite a broken arm and the rising heat, he maintains his grip on the rocky wall to support Guoguo. Guoguo is overcome with guilt, blaming herself for putting him in this position. Lang Xiao tells her to stay focused so they can make it back to their cubs. He offers words of encouragement, insisting they will find a way out together. He instructs her to climb onto a protruding rock to secure her safety first. Guoguo reaches out, searching for a solid handhold on the steep cliff. She successfully pulls herself up onto the ledge, away from the immediate danger. Lang Xiao struggles to maintain his own position as the rock face begins to give way. He looks up at her with a calm expression, having prioritized her survival over his own. With the wall crumbling, he falls backward away from the ledge to keep from pulling her down. His fingers lose their grip on the jagged stone as he slips into the abyss. Lang Xiao watches the sky fade away as he plummets toward the fire below. Lang Xiao's hands reach out toward the ledge as he falls further into the dark abyss. Guoguo watches in horror as the man who saved her is swallowed by the rising flames of the chasm. Lang Xiao gives a final, determined look as he silently urges her to survive this catastrophe. Guoguo struggles to maintain her grip on the jagged rock, gasping for breath in the thin air. She manages to pull herself onto the ledge and desperately calls out for him to follow her up. The realization of her loss sets in as she stares blankly into the dark void below. She looks down one last time at the roaring fire, where her partner disappeared into the heat. A stylized screen displays the name of the fallen beastman as a tragic final tribute. The scene shifts to the capital, a massive city of skyscrapers with cascading waterfalls. Soldiers burst into a training hall to report the sudden emergency unfolding in Peace City. A muscular beastman pauses his workout to listen to the urgent news brought by the guards. The training hall is seen from a high angle as the leader demands an explanation for the chaos. A high-ranking official explains that the white bone vine has breached its seal and destroyed the city. Capital leader Hu Mission listens intently while preparing himself for the coming conflict. A dark silhouette of Lang Xiao is framed by the vines, painting him as a criminal in the official report. Text on the screen accuses the beastmen of destroying the barrier without any authorization. A falsified report depicts the leader supposedly executing the criminal to maintain order. Official records claim that the beastman was dealt with immediately on the spot. The narrative shows a dramatic depiction of the moment the city fell under the weight of the vines. Xiang Yao is shown in his massive armored beast form, clearing debris to help the survivors escape. The leader oversees the evacuation while Guoguo is held under his questionable protection. Reports detail the discovery of a female possessing extremely rare genetic traits. Data profiles highlight Guoguo as a key subject for the future of the entire beast world. Creeping vines continue to spread across the ruins of the once peaceful city. Large, green vines intertwine through the rocky debris as the plant's influence grows. The capital leader discusses the importance of securing the rare genetic subject for their own city. Hu Mitian orders his subordinates to keep the discovery quiet while settling the new refugees. The leader examines a digital image of Guoguo, clearly intrigued by her unique status. Black smoke rises from the distant forest, where the survivors are currently hiding. Beastmen and humans set up a temporary camp among the trees to rest and recover. Pups wait in line as the adults prepare food over a communal campfire. Xiang Yao stands guard in his massive form, while scouts keep a close watch from the air. One of the pups watches the camp activities with a solemn and wary expression. Officials check the status of human survivors brought from the development center. Beastmen discuss the declining quality of genetic traits, while planning to study the new arrivals. The young boy stares with intense anger as he listens to the nearby adults talk. A beastman stirs a pot while making disrespectful and crude comments regarding Guoguo's future. Suddenly, a rock flies through the air and strikes the rude man directly in the forehead. The young fox child growls and calls the man a mean beast for his harsh words. Enraged, the man raises his ladle and prepares to strike the small child back. Before he can land a blow, a strong hand reaches out and firmly grips the man's wrist. Xiang Yao intervenes, telling the man to stop trying to attack a defenseless child. He scolds the man for speaking so inappropriately while children are within earshot. The beastman tries to justify himself by claiming he was only repeating the leader's previous harsh plans. Xiang Yao recalls the leader's specific command to ensure Guoguo and her children are well cared for during their journey. He hands a package of food to the children and warns the crowd to watch their behavior around the family. He gently pats the boy's head, encouraging him to be strong and help care for his mother. The boy clutches the food tightly, looking determined to fulfill his new responsibilities. Guoguo sits alone in the grass, surrounded by her children who act as tiny guardians. She considers trying to escape into the woods, but fears the dangerous plants lurking in the wild. The thought of being captured and locked up at the capital fills her with even more dread. Overwhelmed by the impossible choices, she clutches her head in mental agony. She stares blankly at the ground, feeling completely trapped by her current circumstances. Memories of her lost partner continue to haunt her, adding to her immense grief. The weight of the situation finally breaks her, and she begins to cry uncontrollably. Her children try to comfort her by offering the food that was just given to them. They gather around their mother, begging her to eat something to keep up her strength. Guoguo remains curled into a ball, unable to face the reality of their situation. In a moment of frantic distress, she accidentally knocks the bowl of food out of her child's hands. The children stare sadly at the spilled food, wondering why their mother is so upset. Nearby survivors discuss finding better food, like lotus pods at a pond further ahead. A group of people can be seen gathering supplies near the edge of the water. The eldest son decides to take matters into his own hands to find something his mother might actually enjoy. He tells his younger brothers to stay behind and protect their mother while he is gone. The small fox boy runs toward the water's edge, hoping to find a better meal for his family. He takes a brave leap onto a large lily pad floating in the middle of the pond. Unbeknownst to him, a massive crocodile is lurking just beneath the surface, watching his every move. The water suddenly churns as the predator lunges from the depths toward the boy. Guoguo's attention is snapped back to reality by a sudden, terrifying commotion from the direction of the pond. Her face pales with horror as she hears the surrounding crowd shouting that her son has been snatched. Two lion beastmen discuss the missing survivors by a fire, concluding that searching for them is a death sentence. The elder lion looks on with a grim expression, reflecting on the dangers of the white bone vine. He remembers the chaotic moment he fled from the vines while other beastmen were snatched away. The younger lion tries to flatter the elder, calling him a hero for leading the retreat. Infuriated by the false praise, the elder lion delivers a powerful slap to the younger man's face. The blow is so strong it sends the younger beastman crashing into a nearby tree. Cowering on the ground, the younger lion tries to make excuses for his failures. The elder continues the beating, striking the younger lion again to vent his frustration. He snarls at his subordinate, disgusted by the younger man's lack of discipline and poor choices. Nearby guards watch in silence as the elder lion continues to physically discipline the younger one. Beaten and submissive, the younger lion kneels before his superior. The elder grabs him by the shoulder, demanding he stick to a fabricated story to avoid trouble with the capital. The younger lion nods, rehearsing the lie that Lang Xiao knocked him out to infiltrate the grounds. Their secret conversation is interrupted when they hear a woman's voice calling out from the distance. Across the camp, a large group of survivors gathers near a pond where a crocodile still lurks. Guoguo watches in a daze as she remembers her young son running happily toward her. Reality sets in as a beastman brings her the small fox, whose hind leg is severely mangled and bleeding. Guoguo stares in complete shock, her world shattering at the sight of her injured child. Her other children cling to her clothes, crying out in fear for their older brother. A medic informs her that the child's muscles and bones are completely shattered. A close-up shows the extent of the damage to the small fox's leg, which is covered in deep wounds. The young child howls in agony while being held, unable to bear the physical trauma. Guoguo takes her son into her arms, trying to keep him still as the medic warns her to be careful. The rescuers explain that the child entered the dangerous pond on his own. They describe how the brave little fox managed to fight back against a massive crocodile to save himself. Guoguo is heartbroken to learn her son only went to the pond to find food for her. She remembers his bright smile from earlier when he proudly brought her a small gift. Tears stream down her face as she realizes her own despair led her son into such a dangerous situation. The small fox lies exhausted and panting in her lap, his strength fading from the pain. Guoguo pulls him close, whispering a desperate promise to protect him from any further harm. The medical team concludes that without proper surgical tools, the only way to save the boy's life is amputation. Guoguo stands frozen as the crowd whispers that losing a limb would be a fate worse than death for a beastman. A lion-eared doctor suggests that if the medical equipment in Peace City is still intact, they might be able to save the child by returning there. The elder lion immediately shuts the idea down, calling the plan crazy due to the lethal white bone vines guarding the city entrance. Secretly, the leader thinks it would be better for everyone if Lang Xiao's strongest cub simply didn't make it. Gogo turns back with a chilling, intense gaze that catches the leader off guard. Her eyes are filled with a dark, desperate resolve as she stares down the guards. The elder lion is visibly unsettled, wondering how a genetic subject could possibly possess such a piercing look. The doctor tries to intervene, asking the leader for 2 strong guards to escort him and the child back to the city for treatment. The elder lion grabs the doctor's arm, refusing to sacrifice any more lives for the sake of one person. He coldly orders an immediate amputation, leaving the child's survival up to fate. The medical team and the leader are suddenly startled by a sharp voice of dissent. Guoguo screams at them to stop, begging them to return to the city to save her child without resorting to surgery. The doctor and his assistants are completely floored to hear her speaking with such clarity. A crowd of beastmen gathers in total shock, realizing the female subject can actually communicate normally. The lion doctor approaches Guoguo, asking if her cognitive functions and intelligence are truly standard. Guoguo remains focused, her expression hardening as she realizes the weight of her revelation. The surrounding guards look on in disbelief at this unprecedented development. The elder lion orders the camp to pack up while instructing the medical team to thoroughly examine Guoguo's condition. He stares at the doctor with an intense expression, acknowledging the massive implications of her intelligence. Guoguo demands they stop wasting time, confirming that her cognitive abilities are indeed fully intact. The medical assistants are fascinated, noting that intelligent females are only mentioned in ancient medical texts. The lead doctor looks at her with a mix of awe and scientific curiosity. The elder lion bursts into a manic laugh, claiming the heavens have blessed the beastman with such a rare and precious prize. Guoguo realizes she has no other choice and must use her status as a bargaining chip to save her son. She looks down at the injured cub, determined to fight for his survival at any cost. She prepares to leverage her cooperation against the leader's demands. Guoguo issues a stern ultimatum, threatening to refuse all research cooperation unless her son is given proper treatment in the city. The elder lion sneers, making it clear that she is in no position to be making demands. He reveals his ruthless plan to send her to a specialized facility to ensure the continuation of the human lineage through forced research. The elder lion commands his personal guards to surround Guoguo and her son as they move through the forest. As dusk approaches, the leader realizes time is running out to reach their destination. He orders an immediate amputation of the cub's mangled leg to prevent any further delays in their journey. Dr. Liu hesitates while Guoguo stares in horror, clutching her injured child. Shocked by the cold decision, Guoguo realizes her son is being treated as an expendable obstacle. The elder lion turns away, already plotting how to use Guoguo's intelligence to seize power in the capital. Refusing to let him leave, Guoguo rushes forward to stop the leader's departure. She desperately threatens to expose his past actions if her son isn't sent to the city for proper treatment. A sudden, unseen force strikes Guoguo, stopping her dead in her tracks. She gasps in frustration as her body becomes completely paralyzed and unable to move. The elder lion looks back with a sinister grin, noting that her ability to lie only increases her research value. Guoguo's other children stand defiantly in front of their mother, trying to protect her and their sibling. Deciding she is too unstable, the leader orders the cubs to be forcibly separated from her. Dr. Liu steps in, sweating as he offers to take charge of the children himself. He tries to comfort the sobbing children while Guoguo watches helplessly from the ground. Guoguo's hands tremble as she is forced to give up her injured son for the procedure. She shuts her eyes tight, overwhelmed by the feeling of powerlessness against the lion guards. Suddenly, a strange wind begins to blow, causing the surrounding trees to rustle violently. Dr. Liu looks up in confusion as glowing green leaves swirl through the air. The entire group is thrown into a panic as the magical leaves circle around Guoguo and her children. Within the swirling leaves, a mysterious figure with long hair uses a special technique to mend the cub's leg. Guoguo experiences a strange sensation as her vision begins to blur and shift. A final image of Lang Xiao appears in her mind, surrounded by glowing embers as he says his farewells. Guoguo snaps back to reality, calling out for her husband in a daze. Her children rush to her side, crying out for their mother as the magical leaves disappear. Still disoriented, Guoguo immediately checks on her eldest son's condition. To everyone's shock, the cub stands up and happily demonstrates that his leg is completely healed. Relief washes over Guoguo as she pulls her son into a tight, protective embrace. The cub explains that a kind man with long hair was the one who fixed his injury. Guoguo realizes that Qiu must have been the one to intervene and save her child. She looks around the clearing with wide eyes, searching for any sign of her mysterious ally. Her heart sinks as she looks into the darkening woods, realizing their savior has already vanished into the trees. Guoguo holds the cub close, reminding him that they must never forget the mysterious savior who just spared their lives. Thinking the danger has passed for a moment, she sets the little one down to go search for some much-needed food. However, a sudden realization strikes her with total shock. She looks down to find her legs completely buried in the dirt, leaving her pinned to the spot. Confused, she glances upward to find the source of this strange situation. High above in the canopy, Qiu lounges on a bed of vines, explaining that he buried her so she could absorb nutrients and recover her energy. Guoguo offers a hesitant thanks while the cubs play nearby, still trying to process the weirdness of the situation. She can't help but feel like a literal plant as she stands there rooted in place. The peace is short-lived as the sound of the lion guard's search party echoes through the woods. Gogo's face pales with terror as she realizes the enemy has already caught up to their location. In a desperate panic, she and the cubs scramble to find a way to hide or escape the closing net. From above, the group looks tiny as they frantically attempt to dig a hole to hide in. QQ watches the chaotic scene from his perch with a calm, unbothered expression. Suddenly, Gogo finds her feet are free from the soil as she stands ready on solid ground. The guards arrive with torches ablaze, convinced their targets are nearby. Armed with nothing but a heavy wooden log, Gogo stands her ground and tells the kids to get behind her. The search party surrounds the clearing, yet strangely, they don't seem to notice the group at all. Gogo shouts a defiant challenge at the guards, fully expecting a fight. To her absolute bewilderment, the guards walk right past her as if she is completely invisible. At her feet, the cubs remain perfectly still within a shimmering field of energy. Gogo looks over at QQ, who stands right beside her in the middle of the enemy camp. He casually explains that he has placed a barrier around them, making it impossible for the beastmen to sense their presence. Gogo collapses into a sigh of relief, though she is still fuming from the heart-stopping scare. Frustrated by the lack of results, the Elder Lion orders his men to stop the search. He assumes a dangerous beastman must have used magic to whisk them away and vows to issue a territory-wide manhunt. As the guards prepare to march out, the hidden group remains just inches away from their pursuers. Gogo watches them with intense hatred, expressing her desire to take them down right now. She turns to QQ, urging him to seize this opportunity to end the Elder Lion's threat for good. QQ's gaze turns cold and focused as he considers the proposal. A sudden, powerful surge of magical energy swirls around the departing lion leader. The Elder Lion freezes in place, his face illuminated by a blinding light as he senses a lethal presence behind him. A guard holds a torch high, while standing beside the Elder Lion in the dark woods. The Elder Lion narrows his eyes, sensing a threatening presence nearby. High above the canopy, the full moon illuminates the night sky. QQ and Gogo trek through the dense forest followed closely by the small cubs. Gogo collapses to the ground, completely drained of energy and desperate for food. QQ stops and looks back at her with a calm expression. Using his magical abilities, QQ begins digging holes in the dirt with vines. Gogo explains that they are animals who need real food to survive, not just soil nutrients. A snake suddenly slithers out from the bushes, right behind the unsuspecting group. Realizing the danger, Gogo freezes in pure shock. A massive green serpent looms over her, flicking its tongue. Gogo quickly tries to keep the cubs quiet to avoid attracting any more attention. The giant snake stares them down, having clearly spotted its prey. Terrified, Gogo clutches the crying cubs tightly to her chest. She takes off running through the trees, begging QQ to use his power to block the predator. QQ stands perfectly still, watching the scene unfold without moving a muscle. Gogo stops to catch her breath and realizes the snake is no longer chasing them. The mage stands alone in the clearing as the snake slithers away in a different direction. QQ explains that his invisibility barrier is still active, making them undetectable to wild animals. Gogo stands up and discusses the necessity of returning to a safe territory. She visualizes the various beasts hunting for her and worries about the danger facing her allies. Gogo insists they must reach the nearest city to make contact with their friends. QQ listens intently, asking about the importance of the person she's mentioned. Gogo's expression softens as she thinks back to her time with her protector. She recalls fond memories of being cared for and provided with warm meals. QQ remains silent, processing the deep bond she shares with her partner. He decides to head out to find food while Gogo waves him off. Suddenly, the eldest cub collapses onto the grass, completely unresponsive. Gogo cries out in a panic, fearing for the little one's life. She carefully gives the cub some water, urging it to drink slowly and recover. QQ returns with a basket full of supplies, only to find Gogo in distress. His eyes widen in alarm as he senses a new threat approaching. A stray vine suddenly snatches the eldest cub and hoists it high into the air. Gogo screams in terror as she watches her child being taken. She reaches out desperately, but the cub is pulled away into the dark forest. The eldest cub is suddenly grabbed and lifted into the air. Gogo pulls the little ones close, her face pale with worry for their safety. She demands answers from the mysterious man who just intervened. QQ remains calm while explaining that the cub's behavior was actually draining her energy. The explanation leaves her completely stunned and speechless. Feeling embarrassed, she hugs the cub tightly and tries to hide her face. The plant-like guardian looks on with a blank expression, his vine tail swaying. Finally safe for a moment, the hungry cubs dive into a basket of food. Gogo watches them eat, momentarily distracted from the danger of the forest. A sudden realization hits her, and her expression shifts to one of deep sadness. Memories of Lang Xiao flood back, causing tears to stream down her face as she misses him. She quickly tries to brush away the tears before anyone notices her distress. QQ notices her emotional state and asks if she is crying. She makes a quick excuse about having sand in her eye to avoid the truth. The guardian continues to lecture her about the dangers of her situation, much to her annoyance. She waves her hands frantically, wanting to drop the awkward subject immediately. Curiosity takes over as she asks about the limits of his physical form and how long he can stay away. He reveals that he possesses the ability to teleport back to his main body at will. The idea of instant travel makes her eyes sparkle with hope for an easy escape. He clarifies that he can only move through specific teleportation mediums. He instructs her to reach out so he can provide her with a way to stay connected. A glowing green charm is carefully placed around her wrist. She examines the small keepsake, wondering if this really is their ticket to safety. Before she can say another word, the guardian vanishes, leaving her alone in the dark woods. A chilling breeze sweeps through the clearing, signaling that something is very wrong. Panic sets in as the invisibility barrier fades and glowing eyes appear in the trees. The dense forest becomes a terrifying maze under the cold light of the full moon. Silence falls over the woods as the group remains hidden from the nearby threats. Deep in the brush, a hand holds a glowing bounty poster featuring portraits of the fugitives. Xiang Yao looks on with a fierce gaze, determined to find Guoguo before their enemies do. Guoguo struggles through the intense heat, gasping for air as the sun beats down relentlessly. Wiping sweat from her forehead, she complains about the unbearable temperature while using a branch for support. QQ releases a faint glow, explaining that his presence as a top-tier plant guardian naturally intimidates the local flora. Guoguo looks on with surprise, questioning how his aura is so strong despite being far from his main source of power. She recalls a previous encounter where he seemed less confident, making his current display of strength unexpected. QQ flares his spiritual energy in annoyance, proving he isn't nearly as weak as she assumes. Despite his power, the extreme heat continues to drain Guoguo's stamina as they trek through the open field. QQ leads the way with the cubs tucked safely in a basket, while Guoguo follows closely behind. He assures her that their destination is nearby, though his calm demeanor doesn't ease her exhaustion. They recall the safety of the protective barrier they used to rest in during the nights. The duo has spent days navigating the wilderness, constantly searching for any sign of a path. Guoguo's face is flushed from the heat as she begs for a moment of relief under a barrier. She checks the contents of the basket, hoping for something to eat during their long journey. To her disappointment, the basket is filled with basic seasonings like ginger and peppers instead of actual meals. Suddenly, the group stumbles into a clearing and spots several unknown figures approaching from the distance. Guoguo freezes in alarm, realizing they have walked right into the path of a group of beastmen. Panicked, she ducks behind her companion, hoping they haven't been noticed yet. A friendly-looking beastman waves them down, asking if they are out in the forest to pick fruit. Guoguo remains cautious, whispering for QQ to stay alert until they know more about these strangers. QQ starts walking toward them without a word, leaving Guoguo scrambling to stop him. She tries to pull him back by the basket, desperate to discuss a plan before they interact with the locals. QQ remains stoic and unresponsive, seemingly unbothered by her frantic attempts to hold him back. To keep things moving, he simply picks her up for manual transport and continues walking toward the strangers. The beastmen observe QQ with curiosity, noting his pure human form and the strong scent of plants surrounding him. The leader introduces his group as a fruit-picking team from the nearby city of Lincheng. Guoguo perks up at the mention of a city, realizing this might be their chance to find safety. The travelers look over the group, noticing the cubs and the unusual pair traveling together. QQ continues to ignore the beastman's questions, maintaining his distant and intimidating posture. Guoguo is stunned when she suddenly hears his voice clearly in her mind. He uses telepathy to communicate privately, explaining that he can speak to her without the others hearing. Guoguo realizes she possesses spiritual power and wonders if she can use it for telepathy. She reaches out and places her hands on QQ's head, attempt a mental link. Focusing her energy, she tries to forcefully connect her thoughts to the guardian. A local fruit picker approaches the group and offers them a banana as a peace offering. QQ finds the strangers incredibly annoying and wishes they would stop bothering them. He begins to summon a glowing green vine from his hand, ready to clear the path. Guoguo immediately intervenes to stop him from doing anything rash in front of the guide. She tries to explain that these people know a vital shortcut to the city. QT remains silent, staring back with a stoic and unreadable expression. Taking the silence as permission, the guide happily leads the group forward. The group treks across the ridge toward the distant, green-covered mountains of the city. Guoguo notices the forest plants aren't reacting to QQ's intimidating presence anymore. She grits her teeth, realizing she could have avoided the heat if he'd suppressed his aura earlier. A sudden noise comes from inside the woven basket on QQ's back. Guoguo opens the lid to give the hungry cubs some of the fruit they receive. The guide warns her that raw food might be bad for the little one's digestion. She dismisses the concern while the guide wonders why the leader is letting her do as she pleases. The cubs happily snack away, completely ignoring the guide's warnings. The other beastmen in the group begin whispering about the strange trio. Guoguo thinks their gossiping nature is actually a sign that they aren't dangerous. They speculate about the leader's motives and the potential fate of the cubs. The dark rumors make Guoguo's expression shift into one of deep concern. She visualizes a grim scenario of abandonment as the beastmen continue their chatter. One beastman argues that survival often means leaving the weak behind. He gets worked up, claiming that such actions are just part of their animal nature. The lead guide tells them to shut up before they offend their powerful guests. Guoguo looks away, deeply unsettled by the conversation regarding survival instincts. The advanced architecture of Lin City finally appears on the horizon. A massive line of people waits to pass through the city's high-tech security gate. The travelers complain about the strict scans being enforced to catch a fugitive. Gogo realizes with horror that QQ doesn't have the identification needed to enter legally. The beastmen nearby start to compare her appearance to someone they've seen recently. A large digital poster on the city wall displays a clear image of Gogo as a wanted person. The bustling streets of Lynching are filled with various stalls and beastmen going about their daily business. Two beastmen stop at a local fruit stall to pick up some supplies for their journey. In a brief flashback, the guides discuss Gogo's health and her need for proper sustenance. QQ and Gogo continue their walk through the crowded thoroughfare, maintaining a low profile among the locals. Gogo adjusts her hat to ensure her face remains hidden from any potential scanners or prying eyes. Under the cover of her straw hat, Gogo grows anxious as she realizes the protective barrier is weakening, and she needs to find a network connection fast. She envisions a modern computer setup, hoping to find a house for sale that comes fully equipped with the technology she needs. Gogo turns to check on Q as they navigate the busy streets together. A sudden realization strikes Gogo, her eyes widening as a new idea takes hold. She points toward a secluded area, suggesting they find a quiet place to speak without being overheard. QQ looks back at her with a calm and focused expression, ready to follow her lead. He reaches out and presents a small, glowing transparent crystal held between his fingers. QQ offers the energy replenishing item to Gogo right there in the middle of the street. Gogo gazes at the crystal in his palm, surprised by the unexpected gift. Suddenly, Gogo reacts with total shock as she realizes she just successfully sent a telepathic message. Her purple eyes go wide as she processes the fact that her mental voice actually worked. QQ gives a subtle, knowing smile, confirming that he heard her loud and clear. Gogo quickly covers her mouth in disbelief, amazed by her burgeoning spiritual development. QQ explains that while the telepathy worked, her current power level is still quite low. Gogo celebrates her new ability, knowing it will make communicating in public much safer. QQ clarifies that because her power is still developing, only he can currently perceive her mental transmissions. He encourages her to keep practicing and hands the crystal over for her to use. In a lighthearted moment, Gogo eagerly prepares to consume the crystal to boost her spiritual energy. QQ watches closely as she attempts to absorb the power contained within the transparent object. Gogo remembers the intense surge of power she felt the first time she used her spiritual abilities for exploration. QQ notes that the crystal didn't seem to provide the same immediate boost this time around. Gogo ponders the inconsistent results, wondering if she simply hasn't used enough of them yet. QQ gives Gogo a reassuring pat on her hat while explaining that her current method is inefficient. He reveals that she must completely exhaust her existing spiritual reserves before the crystals can effectively replenish her strength. The group settles into a new building under the cover of a full moon. Inside the apartment, the cubs and their guardians explore the spacious layout. The children notice an awkward silence between their mother and QQ. Gogo takes a seat on the couch, appearing lost in her own thoughts. One of the small cubs tugs on her robe to get her attention. Gogo focuses her energy, emitting a soft glow while she scans the surrounding area for threats. She reflects on how she previously wasted spiritual resources and vows to train harder. A brief flashback of a past struggle fuels her determination to grow stronger. Focusing back on the present, she maintains a serious expression during her mental scan. The cubs watch her closely, worried that they might be bothering her. One of the boys asks if there are any dangerous beasts lurking nearby. Gogo gently pats their heads and reassures them that the area is currently safe. She offers a warm smile, promising that no one will hurt their family again. The cubs cheer with excitement, feeling much better after their mother's reassurance. When the kids mention missing their father, QQ's mood visibly sours. The mere mention of Xiao causes QQ to display his annoyance through swirling green energy. Gogo moves to the desk to begin working on the computer. She types away at the keyboard, hoping to use an old account to establish contact. The login screen confirms that she is attempting to access the network. The digital signal reaches out to the Capital City Network Information Center. An operator at the center notices an alert regarding a specific terminal logging in from Lin City. The staff immediately reacts to the notification, planning to report the location to their superiors. Gogo waits for a reply to her message, realizing that the recipient's personal line is down. Her expression turns grim as she starts to worry about what might have happened. Far away, the reality of the situation is revealed as a captive is held behind bars in a dark cell. Determined to find him, Gogo continues to use the terminal to plan a route to the capital. She suddenly turns around, noticing something strange happening behind her. Her face twists into a look of pure shock at the sight. A massive, glowing ball of vines has completely taken over the center of the room. Gogo knocks on the thick exterior of the vine structure to see if anyone is inside. The greenery begins to rustle and part as she investigates the entrance. She peers inside the makeshift nest, looking for the source of the vines. Kisyu is found lounging inside the structure, inviting her to join him for a rest. The full moon shines over the forest where the group previously sought refuge. Guoguo and the others rest against a large tree trunk during their journey. She holds her cubs close while they ask about their father's whereabouts. Guoguo explains the concept of loss to her young children. A cub looks up curiously, wondering if they will ever meet again. She reassures them with a gentle smile before before telling them to sleep. The cub drifts off, mentioning how much they miss their dad. Gogo breaks down in silent tears while shielding her kids. QQ watches the somber scene from a distance. The cold night air causes Gogo to shiver. QQ observes her distress with a serious expression. He uses his energy to manifest a protective vine structure. The glowing vine sphere provides a warm, safe shelter for the night. QQ stays awake to guard the group as they sleep. Gogo recalls those difficult nights while safe in the apartment. A massive vine sphere fills the room to provide a familiar bed. QQ looks annoyed as Gogo prefers the vine sphere over a regular bed. She looks out from the vines, focused on planning the rescue mission. The two share a lighthearted moment as she thanks him for his help. QQ sits alone, contemplating the group's current situation. A memory shows Lang Xiao happily playing with the three cubs. Gogo remains determined to seek justice for Lang Xiao's fate. QQ questions the significance of a father figure's role. He stares off, deep in thought about his own position in the family. His competitive side flares up at the mention of other guardians. He listens quietly to the family's conversation from his desk. QQ fumes with rage, his spiritual energy causing his hair to float as he destroys his desk in a fit of jealousy. Outside, soldiers detect a signal coming from the building and prepare to move in on the fugitives. QQ glares with intense green eyes, frustrated by the arrival of these annoying pests. A massive explosion suddenly rips through the city block, engulfing the target location in a bright fireball. Beastman soldiers cough through the thick smoke and report the sudden blast back to their headquarters. Amidst the falling debris, a glowing green sphere of protective vines shields the inhabitants from the collapse. Gogo sits among the rubble clutching the cubs, wondering what happened to their protector. She looks around in a panic, realizing that QQ is no longer responding to her calls. From high above, the scale of the destruction is visible as she stands alone in the center of the ruined apartment. Gogo quickly grabs a cloth to wrap up and prepares to flee with the children. The cubs are tucked safely into a woven basket, looking out with wide, curious eyes. Gogo carries the basket on her back, narrowly avoiding detection by a soldier's massive foot. The search team surveys the wreckage, convinced that everyone inside was turned to ash by the blast. One of the beastmen narrows his eyes, searching the area for any sign of survivors among the ruins. The rubble is a mess of twisted metal and concrete, making it difficult for the squad to find anything. Gogo sneaks past the distracted guards, using the shadows of the broken walls to stay hidden. She maintains a determined expression, silently thanking QQ for the barrier that saved their lives. Ethereal green energy trails behind them as they move through the night, guided by their guardian's power. A wide shot shows a protective dome of energy shimmering over the city landscape under the full moon. Gogo finally makes it to the forest outskirts, leaning against a tree to catch her breath. The cubs peer out of the basket, worried that their friend still hasn't caught up with them. Gogo offers a weak smile, trying to reassure the little ones despite the dire situation. She recalls their escape through the ruins, realizing how close they came to being captured. Looking down at her wrist, she sees a small vine charm, realizing QQ used up his energy to save them. Standing alone on a forest path, Gogo resolves to rely on herself to reach the capital. Her gaze hardens with newfound determination as she prepares for the long journey ahead. Resting for a moment, she goes over the route to the capital where they hope to find Lang Xiao. From a distance, a shadowy figure watches them, questioning how she plans to survive on her own. QQ's human form looks on with a cold, jealous stare, still bitter about his place in the family. Sunlight filters through a dense, quiet forest as the long journey continues. Gogo wanders through the woods, looking exhausted and completely lost after days of travel. She gazes at the green bracelet on her wrist, desperately calling out for guidance from her lost protector. Only silence answers her as she stands alone on the forest path. Gogo sighs in frustration, sweat dripping down her face from the midday heat. One of the cubs pops its head out of the basket, complaining of intense hunger. She offers a weary smile, promising to find something for them to eat soon. Suddenly, a strange fruit falls from a tree and lands right in front of the group. The cubs are instantly excited by the potential snack, but Gogo tells them to wait for her inspection. The energetic little ones imagine themselves diving toward the treat in a stylized sequence. They gather around the fruit on the ground, eager to finally have a meal. Gogo picks up the fruit, noting its unusually sweet and suspicious scent. Deciding it is unsafe, she hurls the fruit away, much to the cubs' disappointment. The hungry cubs look dejected and start to whimper at their mother. Gogo feels a pang of guilt seeing how much the young ones are struggling. Her own exhaustion and lack of resources are starting to take a serious toll on her. She prepares to provide for the cubs so they can find the strength to get back on the road. Nearby, a mother birds its chicks in a nest, mirroring the struggle for survival. One cub climbs back toward the basket after their brief rest. Gogo helps the little ones settle back into their travel gear. She carefully lifts the basket, encouraging the cubs to stay still as they move. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness hits her, causing her vision to blur and spin. Her strength gives out completely, and she begins to collapse toward the forest floor. Glowing green vines suddenly sprout from the earth to break her fall. She falls into a pair of waiting arms as her consciousness fades away. QQ appears from the shadows, holding her securely as she rests against him. He tells the crying cubs to remain quiet so their mother can recover in peace. QQ places a small, glowing medicinal charm into her mouth to aid her recovery. recovery. The medicine is swallowed, helping to restore her spent energy. Gogo remains unconscious, leaning against the guardian who has been secretly following her. QQ gently taps her cheek, attempting to wake her up now that she has stabilized. QQ holds the unconscious Gogo close, checking her pulse and breathing. His expression grows increasingly worried as she remains unresponsive to his touch. He carefully supports her head, trying to gauge the severity of her exhaustion. While the cubs watch anxiously, he tries to administer a restorative keepsake to help her regain her strength. He gently pats her cheek, desperately hoping for any sign of consciousness. A memory surfaces of his secret efforts to protect her by clearing dangerous predators and obstacles from her path. He continues to cradle her, his usual cold demeanor replaced by genuine concern for her well-being. He shakes her shoulders with more urgency, calling out her name to wake her up. Frustration and fear take over as he demands that she stay with them and not give up. Gogo finally stirs, mumbling about needing more rest while still half asleep. She leans back into him, completely drained of energy and drifting off again. In her daze, she mumbles about finding Lang Xiao, showing her determination even in her weakened state. QQ gazes down at her with a look of silent contemplation and resolve. He places a large leaf over her like a blanket to keep her comfortable while she recovers. With a sudden gust of wind, the guardian vanishes into the forest canopy once more. A massive bundle of fruit falls from the trees, providing a much-needed meal for the hungry cubs. Far away at the capital, a massive crowd gathers to surround the captive Lang Xiao. Lang Xiao stands his ground, his face twisted in anger against his captors. An elderly, high-ranking beastman stares him down, demanding the whereabouts of the leader. The order is given to seize him, and several guards lung forward to restrain the prisoner. Lang Xiao taps into his inner energy, transforming into a massive, armored bear beast. The elder remains unimpressed, viewing the transformation as nothing more than a temporary shield. The armored bear lets out a deafening roar as it prepares to charge into the fray. The elder counters the charge with a powerful burst of golden light from his hands. The collision of their powers creates a massive shockwave that rattles the entire area. The force of the impact causes the bear's heavy claws to skid backward across the grass. Despite the pressure, the bear uses its stone-like armor to brace against the ongoing energy assault. Seeing an opening, the elder signals the other guards to strike while the bear is pinned. A massive piece of debris is sent flying, crushing the attackers who dared to get too close. Boulders and dust fill the air as the intensity of the battle reaches a fever pitch. The bear's eyes glow a menacing red as it pushes through the pain to continue the fight. The focus shifts to the thick, dark fur and stone plating of the transformed beast. The bear pauses for a moment, its expression softening as it senses a familiar presence. A vision of Guogo appears through a breach in the wall, standing calmly amidst the chaos. She appears radiant and safe in this hallucination, giving the bear a new sense of purpose. Ignoring the guards, the bear attempts to break through the crowd and reach the vision. A blinding flash of light erupts, scattering the fighters and obscuring the battlefield. Strange, glowing particles begin to swirl around the feet of the confused elder. A thick, mysterious fog rolls into the arena, accompanied by an overwhelming and dangerous aura. The sun sets over the dense forest as birds scatter across the vibrant sky. Guoguo slowly wakes up among the thick bushes, disoriented after her sudden collapse. She clutches her head in confusion, realizing she had completely fainted. Panicking, she sits up and immediately calls out for her 3 cubs. The young foxes rush toward her with joy, relieved to see their mother awake. Guogo breathes a heavy sigh of relief, thankful that her children are unharmed. The eldest cub offers her a banana, explaining that the mysterious guardian Qiqiu provided the food. Guogo smiles brightly, touched by the realization that Qiqiu has been watching over them. She quickly stands up and looks around, hoping to find her protector. However, the forest is quiet, and she realizes that Qiqiu has already vanished back into the shadows. She understands that it's difficult for him to maintain a physical presence so far from his main body. Together with her cubs, she shouts a loud thank you into the empty woods. Guogo decides it's time to get back on the road and continue their journey. As she stretches, she is amazed to find that her spiritual power has been fully restored. Deep in the foliage, a massive reptilian head emerges and lets out a menacing hiss. Guogo stops in her tracks, hearing a suspicious rustling nearby. Sensing danger, the cubs transform into their fox forms and growl at the unseen threat. The growling intensifies as the predator moves through the thick brush. Guoguo's eyes widen in shock as she finally spots the massive creature looming over them. A giant shadow erupts from the greenery, sending Guoguo and her children tumbling back. She hits the ground hard but quickly pulls her babies into her arms to protect them. A monstrous lizard with a flickering tongue towers over the group. Terrified, Guoguo clutches her cubs tightly against her chest. She tries to ward off the beast by shouting that she wouldn't make a good meal. One of the cubs whimpers in fear as the predator prepares to strike. The eldest cub suddenly breaks away and dashes forward to defend his family. The giant lizard lashes out with its long tongue, barely missing the brave young fox. Guoguo hurls a wooden branch at the monster to divert its attention. She stands up and waves her arms, shouting to lure the predator away from her children. The plan works, and the massive lizard begins chasing Guoguo through the trees. She runs with all her might, gasping for air as the beast stays hot on her heels. Suddenly, her feet get tangled in the long grass, leaving her trapped and vulnerable. As the lizard's tongue whips toward her, a brilliant surge of spiritual energy explodes from Guoguo's body. The attack slams into a shimmering invisible wall with a powerful bang. Guoguo cowers and shields her face, bracing for an impact that never comes. The lizard's tongue is completely repelled by a glowing circular barrier. Guoguo realizes her recovered spiritual power has automatically formed a physical shield. The giant lizard huffs in frustration, its red eyes staring at the impenetrable defense. The giant lizard continues its relentless assault, but Guoguo's green spiritual shield holds firm against the heavy blows. Multiple lashes from the beast strike the glowing barrier, causing the defensive energy to ripple under the pressure. Nearby, the small cubs scramble through the forest, desperate to distance themselves from the dangerous predator. One of the cubs pauses mid-run, its nose twitching as it catches a familiar and comforting scent on the breeze. The cub's eyes widen with sudden realization, sensing a powerful presence approaching the clearing. It digs its paws into the dirt, coming to a sharp, screeching halt as it changes its trajectory. The young ones look back toward the dense trees, alert to the sounds of the ongoing struggle. Guoguo remains trapped behind her flickering shield while the lizard continues to lash out with its powerful limbs. Cracks begin to spiderweb across the spiritual barrier, signaling that the defensive energy is reaching its breaking point. Guoguo grimaces in exhaustion, struggling with all her might to maintain the failing energy shield. She shouts out for her guardian, reaching the absolute limit of her physical and spiritual strength. A final, powerful blow from the creature shatters the barrier into dozens of glowing fragments. The force of the impact sends Guoguo flying backward, her arms raised as she loses her footing. She tumbles through the air, falling helplessly into the thick forest undergrowth. Landing in a dense thicket, she gasps for air, relieved to find herself relatively unharmed despite the fall. Her relief is short-lived as the beast looms over her again, preparing a final, lethal strike. She raises her hands in a desperate attempt to protect herself from the predator's reach. Suddenly, the giant lizard is hoisted into the air by an unseen force, thrashing wildly as it is neutralized. Guoguo stares in shock at the sudden turn of events, her expression frozen as the immediate threat is removed. One of the cubs runs back toward her, barking happily at the sight of its mother standing safely. She stands up in the brush, urgently calling out to ensure all her children have made it through the chaos. Tears of relief well up in her eyes as she hears a familiar, deep voice calling out her name from the trees. Xiangyao emerges from the foliage, safely carrying the other two cubs in his protective arms. He approaches the thicket, checking to see if Guoguo is injured or trapped in the dense branches. Reaching out, he prepares to help her up and lead her away from the site of the battle. Guoguo lunges forward, pulling the warrior into a firm embrace of pure gratitude and relief. She sobs against his shoulder, finally letting go of the terror she felt during the lizard's ambush. Xiangyao offers a comforting look, reassuring her that he will protect her and the children from any future harm. He lifts her up to carry her out of the woods, promising that their group will never be separated again. From the shadows of the forest, a mysterious figure watches the reunion with a cold and calculating gaze. The onlooker grinds their teeth in visible frustration, clearly displeased by the family's successful survival. The group gathers around a campfire while the cubs play nearby as night falls. Guoguo looks downcast, appearing deeply troubled by the recent warnings about the plant domain. She remains silent, her expression filled with a quiet, lingering sadness. QQ observes her closely, noting her obvious unhappiness. The conversation shifts toward their next destination, the distant city of exile. Xiangyao mentions the difficulty for a spirit to maintain its form so far from its main body. Guoguo suggests that it might be better for their companion to return to the safety of Peace City instead. Xiangyao places a protective hand near her, expressing gratitude for the help they have received so far. He confidently states that he will take over the full responsibility of protecting Guoguo and the family. QQ listens with a stoic expression, processing the warrior's claim of guardianship. Suddenly, a vine appears and interacts with the group, catching them off guard. Xiangyao reacts with shock as the plant life manifests directly around them. It is revealed that the vine serves as a teleportation medium, allowing for easy movement across great distances. Guoguo brightens up immediately, feeling much safer knowing their ally can stay close. She happily describes her long-standing, platonic friendship with the plant entity. Xiangyao remains skeptical, sensing that the entity's motivations are far more complex than simple friendship. Tension rises between the two males as they exchange a sharp, silent glance. One of the cubs approaches Xiangyao, offering him a piece of roasted corn to eat. The warrior is taken aback, a visible blush creeping onto his face from the child's kind gesture. He looks down at the little one, stunned by the sudden show of familial affection. The cub smiles brightly, holding up the snack with pure, innocent joy. Overcome with emotion, Xiangyao lifts the child into the air with a wide, genuine grin. The other cubs join in, surrounding him with happy cheers as he accepts his role as a father figure. He looks toward Guoguo, sharing a warm moment as they watch the family bond grow stronger. Guoguo focuses on preparing more food by the fire, her mood significantly improved by the scene. The family huddles together, sharing a sense of unity and hope for their future travels. Guoguo looks at her partner with newfound trust and appreciation for his dedication. The group settles in for the night, finding a brief moment of peace in the wilderness. QQ watches from the side, his expression unreadable as he observes the developing family dynamic. They discuss their upcoming travel plans, looking forward to arriving at their destination. The prospect of more diverse food options at the next stop brings a cheerful energy to the cubs. 3 days later, birds fly over a rugged, snow-capped mountain range as the journey continues. A large bird perches on a stone marker indicating they have finally reached the city of exile. The travelers arrive at the desolate entrance, noticing the eerie lack of activity at the gate. They walk toward the main entrance, staying close together while wary of the quiet surroundings. Suddenly, a projectile strikes the ground in front of them, halting their progress as a voice demands they identify themselves. The group encounters a massive crowd of beastmen lingering outside the city's entrance, seemingly blocked from entering. A scared guard with a quiver of arrows stands watch atop the gate alongside a white-haired companion. Xiang Yao remains unimpressed, reassuring a worried Guo Guo that these gatekeepers are nothing to fear. The guards quickly realize these newcomers are far more capable than the average traveler, taking special note of the woman in their company. Guoguo looks on with visible concern as they approach the hostile entrance. Xiang Yao prepares to guide the group forward through the gathering crowd. He lifts Guoguo to carry her, intent on moving past the obstruction without delay. From his vantage point, the scarred guard watches them with a confident, predatory smirk. Suddenly, the guard leaps down and slams into earth, physically blocking their path. He and his companions mock the group, preparing to enforce the brutal rules of their territory. The guard challenges them directly, insisting they won't pass unless they can overcome him. Xiang Yao meets the threat with a cold, piercing gaze that shows he isn't intimidated in the slightest. The guard continues his provocation, demanding they surrender Guoguo if they fail his test. Infuriated by the demand, Zhang Yao's eyes glow with a menacing red light as his power begins to surge. With a massive display of force, Xiang Yao unleashes an energy blast that completely shatters a nearby rock formation. The white-haired guard is visibly shaken, recognizing the rare and high-level technique of energy materialization. The other beastmen watching the confrontation are equally stunned by the sheer magnitude of the bear's power. Xiang Yao stands atop the rubble he created, looming over the now hesitant guards. Surrounded by a swirling aura of energy, he issues a simple, chilling command for them to move out of his way. The guards immediately clear a path, allowing the group to enter the dark tunnel leading into the city. The group maintains a steady, rhythmic pace as they walk past the intimidated onlookers. The fox-like guard remains on the ground, still processing the overwhelming strength he just witnessed. As they move deeper into the city, other criminals watch the powerful newcomers with a mix of curiosity and caution. The scarred guard struggles to his feet, shouting in frustration that he wasn't prepared for the encounter. His companion bluntly points out that it's impossible to stop someone who has mastered energy materialization. The fox beastman refuses to offer any further help, dismissing the scared guard's anger as a waste of time. He watches the group from behind, specifically noting the presence of the mysterious green-haired ally. Qiu maintains a stoic expression, his chilling aura making him appear even more dangerous than the bear beastman. The fox guard decides to move on to his next task, leaving his frustrated partner behind. Xiang Yao suddenly senses a new threat and turns his head to track a projectile. An arrow strikes a rock he used as a shield, narrowly missing the group. The scarred guard stands in the distance, claiming he also possesses the power of energy materialization. The guard grins maliciously, making it clear that he has no intention of letting them go easily. Xiang Yao's expression hardens as he prepares to deal with the persistent threat once and for all. A local beastman approaches to warn the group, identifying the guard as a notorious criminal who targets women. He further explains that the guard isn't alone, but belongs to the most formidable team in the entire city of exile. This elite team is comprised of extraordinarily powerful members, led by a captain who has mastered fire-type energy materialization. Guoguo realizes the strength of those around her, and decides an alliance is necessary to navigate the city. A local guide approaches the group, offering his services as they navigate the new environment. Xiang Yao gives the guide a cold, intimidating stare, making it clear he isn't easily impressed by the stranger. Despite the tension, the guide leads them deeper into the snowy stone mountain known as the City of Exile. The city is a massive, rocky structure where residents must fetch their own water and scavenge for supplies. They pass through a narrow tunnel as the guide explains the basic survival rules of the area. Dangerous plants grow thick near the ground, making the lower levels of the mountain hazardous for most residents. The guide points toward the center of the mountain, where the city's elite and most powerful reside. He notes that in this lawless place, the strong simply seize whatever territory they desire. Xiang Yao rejects the guide's help, stating they have already found a suitable location to settle. The entire group gathers inside a remote cave that will serve as their new base of operations. Their chosen spot is far from others, but conveniently close to a vital water source. Guoguo feels secure knowing that QQ's presence will keep the local flora from being a threat. Settled in, the group begins to plan their next moves within the city's hierarchy. Guoguo focuses on the goal of expanding their influence and locating the fire element energy user. Suddenly, a loud wolf's howl pierces the air, roar, catching the entire group's attention. One of the cubs listens intently, its expression changing as it hears the call. To the adult's surprise, the cubs immediately begin howling back in unison. Xiang Yao quickly covers a cub's mouth to prevent them from revealing their location to potential enemies. He warns them that making noise in this environment will only attract unnecessary trouble. One cub points toward the distance, sensing someone familiar nearby. The cub's words reveal a deep personal connection to the mysterious caller. High above, a set of wolf ears twitch at the sound of the responding howls. A rugged man with white hair finishes a meal while staying hidden in the cliffs. He rests in a secluded nook, overlooking the city from a strategic vantage point. A scout approaches the resting man to deliver news of the day's arrivals. The scout reports that a powerful bear beastman has entered the city. The white-haired man listens closely as the scout mentions the female traveling with the group. The messenger describes her as small, but notably intelligent compared to others. Intrigued by the description, the white-haired man stands up to prepare for action. He wears a confident smirk, deciding it's time to personally investigate these newcomers. 2 weeks pass as the sun shines over a vibrant, mountainous landscape where birds soar through the clear sky. A group of beastmen dashes through the dense forest, aiming to reach the city of exile by daybreak. High above, a scout watches the travelers' movements as they navigate the winding mountain paths. A massive hawk glides through the air, keeping a sharp eye on the terrain below. The sound of cawing alerts a local lion beastman, who senses that something is amiss in the sky. A veteran captain is informed by his subordinate that their presence has likely been discovered by nearby scouts. The scarred leader remains unfazed, welcoming the challenge of hunting down those he considers cornered rats. From the hawk's perspective, the terrain reveals a secluded fortress perched high atop the rocky cliffs. The avian observer circles over the valley, monitoring the settlement where the group has established their base. Life in the valley seems peaceful as Guoguo tends to the crops, while the others handle the daily chores. The calm is interrupted by news of an urgent election for a temporary leader being held at the local arena. Guoguo is caught off guard by the sudden change in policy within a city that usually avoids formal leadership. A local explains that a leader is needed to organize a resistance against an upcoming raid from the secure city. QQ encourages Xiang Yao to step up and participate in the leadership contest for the sake of the community. Guoguo's eyes light up as she envisions the influence and safety they could gain if Xiang Yao were in charge. Preferring a quiet life, Xiang Yao initially dismisses the idea and tries to head back home with the cubs. Guoguo insists that getting involved is necessary to ensure their long-term survival in the lawless city. While he's willing to fight in a real battle, Xiang Yao admits he has no interest in the political spotlight. Despite his reservations, he listens as Guoguo continues to press him about the importance of the role. Guoguo grabs hold of him, pleading for him to reconsider and enter the arena for their future. She uses every ounce of persuasion she has, convinced that his strength will lead them to an easy victory. She reveals her true motive, gaining the power of the city to help them exact revenge on their enemies. The weight of her words hits home, making Xiang Yao realize just how much this means to her. He looks at her with a soft expression, contemplating the request and the path ahead. With a sudden thud, he drops his supplies to the ground, signaling a change in his decision. He gives Guoguo a reassuring pat on the head, finally agreeing to participate in the upcoming election. A massive crowd gathers at the arena, howling in anticipation as the competition begins in the central pit. The crowd is pushed aside as a powerful presence makes its way toward the front of the spectator area. Xiang Yao arrives carrying Guoguo, immediately drawing the attention of the onlookers who recognize his immense power. The group takes their place among the citizens, ready to witness the strength of the current contenders. In the pit, a formidable white wolf beast unleashes a fiery aura to completely overwhelm his opponent. A bystander identifies the victor as Lang, a rare and dangerous fire-type energy user. Seeing the sheer brutality of the combat, Guoguo begins to regret her push for Xiang Yao to enter the fray. Fearing for his safety, she whispers to him that they should abandon the plan and leave the dangerous arena. A massive pink wolf releases a deafening howl as energy crackles through the air. Xiang Yao watches the display with an expression of pure shock, unable to believe the raw power he is seeing. From the wolf's perspective, the crowd and the main group look on with a mix of awe and terror. Guoguo stares in stunned silence, her eyes widening as she recognizes a familiar face in the chaos. The wolfman, Lang, stands tall and confident, declaring his specific hatred for lions to everyone listening. Xiang Yao quickly covers Guoguo's mouth, desperate to stop her from drawing unwanted attention to herself. Lang's ears twitch as he picks up on the muffled noise coming from the audience. He stands with his hands on his hips, looming over the pair while the crowd continues to chant his name. A look of serious contemplation crosses Lang's face as he observes the duo. He begins to step down from the elevated platform, his heavy footsteps echoing as he approaches them. The wolfman closes the distance, towering over Guoguo while Xiang Yao remains protectively by her side. Lang gives a knowing smirk, telling Guoguo that he heard exactly what she called out. Overwhelmed with emotion, Guoguo begins to cry, convinced that this man is someone she once knew. She recalls memories of a much kinder version of the wolf, noting that their voices and looks are identical. Lang watches her emotional breakdown with a look of mild confusion. He reaches out toward Guoguo, who looks up at him with a glimmer of hope despite her tears. Xiang Yao immediately intervenes, aggressively pushing Yan Lang's hand away and accusing him of frightening her. Turning back to Guoguo, Xiang Yao insists that she is just imagining things and that they need to leave now. Guoguo looks conflicted and fearful, wondering if two people in the world can truly look so much alike. Yan Lang remains where he is, watching their retreat with a cold and detached expression. He demands to know Xiang Yao's identity, clearly irritated by the bear beast's interference. A spectator from the stand shouts down, identifying Xiang Yao as a new Earth-type beast who needs to be taught a lesson. Xiang Yao snaps back, stating he will only agree to a duel after he has safely escorted his companion home. Yan Lang gives a mocking smile, questioning the bond between the two. He issues an immediate challenge, declaring that the winner of the fight will take charge of the situation. Realizing the harassment won't stop unless he acts, Xiang Yao accepts the duel with a grim face. Guoguo grabs his arm, begging him not to go because she fears the wolf's power is too terrifying. Xiang Yao takes her hand gently, trying to calm her nerves before the battle begins. He leans in and promises her that he will definitely emerge as the victor. Yan Lang grows impatient on the field, telling his opponent to hurry up and start the match. Xiang Yao stares him down with fierce determination, ready to finish the fight once and for all. Transforming into a massive bear with glowing red eyes, Xiang Yao lunges at the wolf man with a powerful roar. A scout reports the enemy's movements to the chief from a snowy cliffside. Guoguo watches the duel, noticing the stark difference between Yan Lang's brutality and the Lang Xiao she remembers. A beastman is sent flying through the air as the intense battle rages in the background. Guoguo is horrified by Yan Lang's cold-blooded actions during the fight. The wolf beastman stands triumphantly in his powerful form over his defeated opponents. Back in the present, Guoguo sits alone and contemplates Yan Lang's true identity. She recalls a memory of the kind-hearted and gentle Lang Xiao she once knew. Guoguo wonders if a serious injury could have completely altered his personality. Her children approach her, asking if the room they are in belongs to their father. She looks at them with a forced smile, unsure how to explain her conflicting feelings. One of the pups sniffs the bedding, claiming it smells exactly like their father. This revelation leaves Guoguo stunned, further confirming her suspicions about the wolf leader. Qiu enters the room to check on Guoguo and the children. The pups happily greet him as he approaches the group. Guoguo hushes the children to prevent any beastmen outside from overhearing them. Qiu reassures her that he has already established a soundproof barrier around the room. Outside the chamber, the wolf warriors remain vigilant while guarding the area. Guoguo asks Qiu about Xiang Yao's condition following the duel. Qiu explains that he had to knock Xiang Yao out and carry him back to keep him from throwing his life away. Guoguo feels a sense of guilt over the trouble caused by the confrontation. Qiu asks if the wolf beastman is truly the Lang Xiao she has been searching for. Guoguo recalls her decision to go with Yan Lang to protect her friends from further harm. Qiu offers to break them out of the city immediately, but Guoguo refuses to leave. She is determined to stay and find out the truth about the mysterious leader. Guoguo admits she hasn't had the chance to investigate the situation thoroughly yet. She remembers Lang Xiao disappearing into a sea of flames and suspects he may have lost his memory. Guoguo expresses her need to be alone with Yan Lang to test her theory. Qiu gently places a hand on her head, offering silent comfort and support. He promises to stay by her side and provide protection throughout her investigation. Guoguo smiles, feeling relieved to have such a reliable ally helping her. Guards discuss their next move while a mysterious figure watches from behind the curtain. Yan Lang pulls the fabric aside, revealing himself to the group inside. He pauses, his gaze fixed on the unexpected guests in his quarters. Guoguo remains seated on the windowsill while Yan Lang warns her about the height. The wolf leader smirks, finding the situation more interesting than he expected. He is taken aback when the children suddenly address him as their father. Guoguo had previously instructed the pups to greet him with high energy and affection. The three little wolves follow the plan, cheering and reaching out to him. They ask for a hug, leaving the formidable warrior visibly confused by the request. Guoguo watches the interaction closely, hoping the familiar sight will trigger his memory. Yan Lang remains skeptical, showing no immediate reaction to the children's claims. He reaches out to Guoguo, questioning her about her previous relationship. In a sudden move, he picks up one of the pups, causing the child to cry out. Guoguo quickly snatches her child back, shielding the pups from him. Yan Lang smiles sharply, noting her fierce protective instincts. She gathers her children together as he questions the fate of their real father. He leans into her space, dismissing her past and focusing on the present. The leader declares that he will soon be the only person she thinks about. He laughs loudly at the idea of being mistaken for another man. His laughter stops as he focuses his attention back on Guoguo's reaction. The two stand in close proximity as the tension in the room escalates. Guoguo leans over him, refusing to be intimidated by his presence. Her expression softens into shock as she continues to search for a familiar spark. She places her hands on his face, desperately calling him by her husband's name. Guoguo pleads with him to remember their shared history and his true identity. Yan Lang catches her hands, stopping her from making further contact. He asks her directly if she truly believes she knows who he is. Guoguo is left stunned, realizing the depth of his apparent amnesia. A subordinate arrives to deliver a small container of medicine to his leader. Yan Lang takes the item, claiming it is a necessary restorative for his current state. He shows the medicine to Guoguo, who appears confused by the sudden delivery. He reaches around her neck, pulling her closer to him. Yan Lang initiates a close physical contact, leaving Guoguo completely frozen in place. Yan Lang pulls Guoguo into a tight embrace, asserting his dominance over her. Guoguo feels a sense of familiarity in his touch, convinced more than ever that he is her lost husband. The two remain locked together as a third party observes the scene from the shadows. Guoguo's eyes widen in shock as she is questioned about her feelings for the wolf leader. She pulls back, blushing deeply as the moment is interrupted by an urgent arrival. Yan Lang turns his attention to a scout who brings news of an approaching enemy force. The wolf leader barks out a curse, clearly frustrated that his private time was cut short. An explosion of energy signals the start of the mobilization for the upcoming battle. Yan Lang orders his entire crew to cancel their rest and prepare for combat at the city gates. He instructs his subordinates to escort Guoguo to a secure chamber for her protection. The guards accept the mission, knowing the importance of keeping her safe from rival tribes. One of the beastmen confidently claims he can handle any threat that tries to take her. Yan Lang delivers a swift physical warning to the guard to ensure he knows his place. He makes it clear that Guoguo belongs to him and warns the guard not to lay a finger on her. The wolf leader heads out with his main force, leaving a stern gaze behind. Guoguo watches him leave with a mixture of worry and lingering confusion. The guard left behind watches Guoguo with a look that suggests he has his own agenda. The beastman shows his true colors, displaying a malicious hunger that goes against his orders. A torch is lit as they enter the dark, hidden depths of the stronghold. Guoguo is led into a room where many other captured women are being held. She takes in the sight of the prisoners huddled together in the dim light. Guoguo questions the motive behind capturing so many innocent people. The guards begin to plot among themselves, believing they won't be caught while the boss is away. The group of rogue subordinates laughs as they decide to help themselves to the captives. Guoguo realizes the danger and prepares to defend herself against the treacherous guards. One of the guards is suddenly taken out as the counterattack begins. Far away, the marching army comes to a sudden halt on the path. Yan Lang stops in his tracks, feeling a sudden instinctual ping that something is wrong. He looks back toward the stronghold with a look of intense suspicion. Back in the cell, the lead guard ignores all warnings and approaches Guoguo. Guoguo shields the pups, ready to face the aggressor head-on. The guard lunges forward with malicious intent, completely disregarding his orders. A sharp vine strikes out, hitting the guard with enough force to stop him in his tracks. Her protector stands ready to end the threat as the guard falls to the floor. The group watches the door as the tension in the secret chamber reaches a breaking point. Yan Lang and his companion confront two guards at the entrance of a dark passage. One guard stammers nervously, pointing inside and making a weak excuse for their missing comrade. Yan Lang's gaze turns cold as he realizes something is terribly wrong. He slams the door open, catching a rogue guard completely off guard inside the cell. The traitorous beastman flinches in terror as Yan Lang looms over him. Guoguo looks up in a state of shock, trembling as the situation escalates. Yan Lang's eyes burn with intense fury as he focuses on the traitor. He immediately seizes the rogue guard by the throat, exerting a crushing grip. The traitor is hoisted into the air, gasping for breath while the prisoners watch in silence. Yan Lang delivers a final, lethal warning to anyone who would dare defy his orders. A sudden burst of energy incinerates the traitor, neutralizing the threat instantly. Guoguo pulls the wolf pups close, shielding them from the sight of the confrontation. The traitor's remains fall to the ground as the other guards witness the captain's power. Yan Lang steps toward Guoguo, his presence dominating the cramped space. He attempts to offer reassurance, though his smile is edged with a lingering intensity. Guoguo notices the residue of the struggle on his hand and is paralyzed with fear. She recoils from his touch, desperately protecting the pups in her arms. A soldier interrupts to report that they must mobilize toward the city gate immediately. Yan Lang decides that the only way to ensure Guoguo's safety is to bring her along to the front lines. He dismisses his subordinates' concerns, confident that he can protect her even in the heat of battle. Without hesitation, he lifts Guoguo to take her with the departing army. The wolf leader prepares to move out, keeping a firm grip on his prize. He hands the wolf pups over to his trusted guards, ordering them to protect the children at all costs. He issues a final stern warning to the guards before heading toward the conflict. Outside, members of the lion tribe discover that their advance party has been completely wiped out. The lion captain analyzes the scorched remains, realizing they are facing powerful fire wielders. An unseen attacker prepares a massive flame in the palm of their hand. The mysterious beastman watches the lions with a focused and menacing glare. Lethal fireballs rain down on the lion troops from above. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the area as the surprise attack hits its mark. A massive inferno crackles in the forest, consuming everything in its path. Yan Lang stands confidently before his men, dismissing the invaders as weaklings who overestimated themselves. A subordinate suggests searching the forest for survivors once the flames die down. Yan Lang decides to take Guoguo back to rest, leaving the cleanup to his captain. He spots Guoguo waiting obediently and feels a strange sense of familiarity from the sight. A close-up reveals a rare, soft smile on Yan Lang's face as he watches her. Suddenly, his ears twitch as he senses something approaching at high speed. Yan Lang shoves his subordinate out of the way just in time to dodge a sudden blast. He realizes they are being targeted by a powerful wind-type beastman. A massive flaming flaming tornado erupts, spiraling into the night sky. Sensing the danger, Lang orders his men to take Guogo to a safe place immediately. The group flees as the destructive vortex looms over the battlefield. Guogo recognizes the nature of the wind and realizes the Lion King has arrived. The elder lion Beastman descends from the sky, surrounded by swirling energy blades. Energy waves slice through the forest, clearing everything in their path. The lion leader roars an order for his troops to begin their assault. A pack of beastmen charges forward, ready for a brutal clash in the woods. The lion leader glares with murderous intent, demanding that no one be left alive. A glowing fist strikes with immense force against a defensive barrier. The lion leader successfully blocks the incoming fiery punch with his own power. He looks up in shock, eyes widening as he recognizes his opponent. Lang stands his ground, his body wreathed in intense, flowing red energy. The Lion King is stunned to see Lang still alive after their previous encounter. Lang mocks him, stating he's finally remembered why he despises the lion tribe so much. The elder is horrified to see that Lang has mastered the advanced technique of energy materialization. Both leaders hover in the air, facing off amidst a sea of glowing red aura. From the sidelines, the lion leader watches as Lang's men retreat with Guoguo. Guoguo looks back in distress as she is carried away from the unfolding battle. The lion leader sees with jealousy over Lang's natural talent and the people he protects. Multiple fiery projectiles rain down, causing massive explosions across the mountain terrain. Lang casually notes that he might have overdone it with that last attack. He glares at the elder, promising to send him to join his fallen subordinates. The lion leader's face contorts with rage and disbelief at the turn of events. Swirling energy surrounds the two as their final confrontation reaches its peak. A massive explosion rocks the mountain as Guogo watches the destruction from a distance. Guogo's protectors urge her to keep moving while they wait for reinforcements. Guogo watches the distant tornado with deep concern, fearing for her companion's safety. A mysterious man surrounded by glowing green vines offers to assist with the rescue of the wolf cubs. Guogo urgently pushes her ally to provide backup on the battlefield. The wind vortex rages in the distance as Guogo remains focused on the fight. Trapped within the tornado, Lang struggles as his fire energy is drained by the strange wind. Despite the pressure, Lang grits his teeth and refuses to back down. The Lion King hovers triumphantly within his massive wind currents, certain of his victory. Lang finds the attempt to trap him with mere wind laughable and prepares a counter. The wolf leader gathers his resolve as the cyclone swirls around him. Lang's eyes glow with intense power as he prepares to shatter the wind barrier. A massive explosion rocks the area, completely disrupting the Lion King's tornado. A fighter lands heavily on the ground as the smoke from the blast begins to settle. Lang emerges from the chaos, breathing heavily while still radiating a powerful heat aura. Subordinates arrive on the scene to report that reinforcements have finally made it. Lang immediately asks about the safety of the mother while his fire energy continues to flare. The surrounding woods become a chaotic war zone as various beastmen clash in the smoke. Hidden in the shadows, the Lion King watches the arrogance of the younger generation with a fierce snarl. The elder's eyes glow a menacing red as he prepares to launch a lethal sneak attack. Sharp wind blades suddenly slash through the air, forcing Lang to dodge. Lang stands ready as multiple beast spirits roar behind him in a display of raw power. Suddenly, glowing green energy strands wrap around the area, confusing the wolf leader. Lang is caught off guard by the unexpected botanical interference on the battlefield. Giant green vines sprout from the earth, causing absolute chaos among the fighting forces. A large bird circles above the forest, witnessing the massive botanical rampage below. A scout reaches the high command to report on the heavy casualties caused by the enemy's fire master. The news of the rampaging plants spreading to the city of exile shocks the gathered commanders. A subordinate wearing several keepsakes laments the massive loss of talent during the failed siege. The leader expresses his disappointment in the general who promised a bloodless victory. Clad in purple robes and wearing protective charms, the tiger-like leader vows to hold his general accountable for the disaster. The Lion King sprints through the dense forest in his beast form, roaring as he tries to evade his pursuer. Lang follows closely behind in his white wolf form, keeping pace through the thick greenery. The Lion King notices dark vines blocking the path and immediately recognizes them as the legendary white bone vines. Glancing back at the wolf, the Lion King becomes convinced that Lang is working alongside the mysterious vine user. He decides to ditch his opponent and find reinforcements to wipe out everyone involved in this interference. Suddenly, a long tail whips through the air with a loud whoosh. The tail strikes the Lion King across the face with a heavy bang, catching him completely off guard. A powerful figure stands over the fallen lion, pinning him firmly to the ground with a single foot. The newcomer stares down at the defeated beast, demanding to know the location of the elite team he provided. This mysterious leader stands tall with his arms crossed, flanked by a subordinate with a snake-like lower half. Lang watches from a distance as the capital's leader confronts the pinned Lion King. Lang is shocked to see the high-ranking leader personally involved in the conflict. He realized this new opponent is a metal-type user who appears far more powerful than the Lion King. Despite the power gap, Lang prepares to engage, knowing he must take down the leader to stop the invaders. The capital's leader ignores the wolf entirely, focusing his attention on the failure beneath his heel. The leader blames the Lion King for the loss of over 1,000 elite soldiers during the failed siege. Fearing a severe punishment, the Lion King looks up with desperation in his eyes. The Lion King shifts back into his human form, trembling under the weight of the leader's pressure. Desperate to shift the blame, he points at Lang and claims the wolf is colluding with the white bone vines. The capital's leader and his snake-like aide listen skeptically to the lion's excuses. The Lion King continues his frantic explanation, insisting Lang is the one behind the botanical disaster. He describes how Lang survived a sea of fire and allegedly absorbed the vine's power to achieve a breakthrough. Lang remains silent as the lion weaves a tale of betrayal and hidden alliances. The Lion King begs for mercy, claiming his previous experience makes his testimony undeniable. The capital's leader grows suspicious, questioning how exactly the lion became so familiar with such a dangerous force. He asks if the lion also relied on the forbidden power of the vines to advance his own cultivation. The Lion King tries to deflect, explaining that his knowledge comes from his time leading Peace City. The leader points out that records show the city's barrier only started failing after the lion took charge. The lion panics, blaming the deteriorating seal on natural aging rather than his own interference. The capital's leader stares him down, accusing him of stealing power from the sealed plant as a secret perk. The leader towers over the cowering lion, noting that his strength grew suspiciously fast during his leadership. The Lion King remembers the glowing energy he absorbed, which ultimately led to the city's destruction. The leader declares that excessively absorbing the power and destroying a safe city is a capital crime. He orders his subordinate to take the Lion King away for a thorough investigation. Realizing he is cornered, the Lion King begins to manifest a desperate aura of energy around his hands. The capital's leader watches with a cold gaze as the lion prepares a last-ditch attack. The Lion King lunges forward, swinging arcs of golden energy at his superior. The leader stands unfazed by the assault, dismissing the lion's shortcut gain power as weak. With a simple flick of his fingers, the leader prepares to end the confrontation. A massive explosion erupts, sending the Lion King flying backward as the leader displays his overwhelming dominance. The Lion King's hands are bound in glowing energy restraints as his crimes are brought to light. The capital leader and his aide prepare to take the prisoner away for a full investigation into the city's destruction. As the group departs, the leader stops to address the wolf leader, Lang, who has been watching the scene unfold. The leader asks for confirmation of the wolf's identity, sizing up the warrior before him. Lang immediately shifts into his beast human form, bracing for a potential confrontation. Instead of attacking, the leader calmly extends a hand, showing no sign of aggression. He offers Lang a position by his side, expressing admiration for the wolf's combat abilities. Lang remains skeptical, questioning why he would join someone who previously labeled him a criminal. The leader dismisses the old accusations, promising that a thorough inquiry will reveal the true culprit. He turns to leave, suggesting that the real mastermind is still at large. Before departing, the leader warns that he intends to conquer the city of exile, making his offer the best path forward. Lang watches in silence, processing the weight of the leader's ultimatum. The leader walks away, leaving the wolf to consider the proposal carefully. Lang glares at the retreating silhouettes of the capital's forces as they vanish into the woods. He scoffs at the idea of ever joining forces with the man who just threatened his home. Suddenly, a distinct rustling in the nearby bushes puts the wolf leader back on high alert. Lang barks a command for the hidden intruder to reveal themselves at once. A figure steps out from the foliage, his feet surrounded by glowing, sentient vines. Lang's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the mysterious presence. The white bone vine has taken a human form, standing amidst a swirl of botanical energy. Lang demands to know why the entity is helping him and if he was truly the one who set it free. The vine man clarifies that it was actually Yu who released him, and Lang only played a minor role. He explains that he only intervened because Yu was worried about the wolf's safety. Lang is momentarily touched, realizing how much his partner truly cares for his well-being. The vine man's tone turns hostile as he warns Lang to stay away from Yu, claiming her for himself. Green vines sizzle and burn as they come into contact with the heat radiating from the wolf leader. The vine man realizes with frustration that Lang's innate power is a natural counter to his own. Lang ignites his aura with a smirk, realizing he's dealing with a love rival rather than a simple ally. The tense standoff is interrupted when a frantic subordinate rushes onto the scene. The scout delivers the devastating news that Yu has suddenly gone missing. Lang stands frozen in shock as the realization of her disappearance sets in. The full moon hangs high over a quiet, dark landscape. Peace City lies in total ruin, having been completely destroyed during the night. Amidst the wreckage, Lang stands confused, questioning his own identity as a red aura surrounds him. He looks out over the smoke rising from the collapsed buildings of the city. Massive green vines have begun to weave through the urban decay as he watches from the hillside. The wolf leader stares down with a somber expression, contemplating his past. A subordinate approaches to report that their exhaustive search of the city failed to locate Yu. Lang orders his men to stay put, knowing the white bone vine's main body is nearby and the targets will eventually return. He channels his power, causing a bright red glow to intensify around his hand. A massive inferno suddenly erupts, lighting up the horizon with orange flames. Sensing the danger immediately, the vine man realizes his primary form is being burned. He informs his companions that the wolf leader is responsible for the sudden blaze. Yu looks on with a terrified expression as she witnesses the scale of the destruction. The group runs toward the massive fire that is consuming the forest and the ruins. Xiang Yao carries Yu through the woods to speed up their escape from the heat. The Vine Man looks back in grim realization, noting that Yan Lang is no longer the person he once knew. Their path is suddenly blocked by a group of warriors emerging from the shadows. Yan Lang stares down from a high cliff, accusing them of trying to take what belongs to him. He demands the immediate return of his partner, offering a quick end in exchange for compliance. Xiang Yao tries to de-escalate the tension, requesting a peaceful discussion between them. Dismissing the request entirely, Yan Lang claims his rival isn't even qualified to speak with him. He gives the order for his followers to move in and eliminate the opposition. Yu desperately pleads for the violence to stop, hoping to prevent a fight. She tries to appeal to Yan Lang's memory, reminding him of their former teamwork and shared history. Standing tall against the moonlight, the wolf leader listens as she claims they are all family. The mention of family causes Yan Lang to grit his teeth in visible frustration. He demands to know the exact nature of the bond between her and the other man. Yu is left speechless and trembling as the pressure of the confrontation mounts. Xiang Yao steps forward to confirm their status as partners, standing firm against the wolf's threats. Consumed by rage, Yan Lang asserts his claim over her with a fierce snarl. A pack of beast warriors leaps into action, launching a coordinated strike against the pair. A massive boulder crashes into the center of the clearing as the surrounding animals close in for the final confrontation.